A Russian researcher enters a room where he expects to see his human test subjects alive and well. Instead, he witnesses absolute pandemonium. He hears screams of the damned, and in front of him is a body that's been torn apart and eviscerated. It looks as though the Antichrist himself has been in the room. Even the survivors have had chunks of flesh ripped from their arms and legs, their ends of their fingers shown exposed bone. Their faces are sheared of skin. What is this inferno of madness, thinks the researcher. This wasn't exactly how the experiment was supposed to turn out, he thinks. Okay, the food wasn't great. We might have made those beds a bit more comfortable, but tearing each other to shreds over a bit of lost sleep? Come on, guys, that's not very comrade of you. That nightmare scenario is straight out of the famous Russian sleep experiment, if you believe it really happened. Let's start from the beginning of the story, and then we'll tell you what our team of world-class sleuths dug up on the truth behind this horrific experiment. So, it's the late 1940s, and Soviet-era researchers have created a stimulant that they believe can keep a person awake for a long time, which is handy when you're fighting a war. In the Second World War, the Germans had their version of such a stimulant, which was a formidable methamphetamine called Pervitin. The Americans and the British would dose their troops with the amphetamine Benzedrine, which was similar to your garden variety speed. The Soviets are looking to up the ante and use their own version of a drug, which won't lead to a total wipeout after a 3-day-long binge. They've made something special, but they need to test it on humans first. It's not hard to find test subjects since prisoners of war were aplenty in the 1940s. And where prisoners were concerned, bypassing ethical considerations wasn't such a big deal. They set up a test area where 5 subjects will stay. It's a sealed environment into which the researchers can release the stimulant in gas form and check if the levels of oxygen are okay. The subjects have been given dried food, each a bed with no bedding, running water, and a toilet. The researchers listen to the subjects through a microphone, and there are cameras through which they can monitor the subjects. The only portholes to the outside are 5-inch thick glass windows, which are barely good enough to see a shadow from. The scene is set, and the 5 men seem in good spirits for the first 3 days. The gas is doing its job, and the researchers are pleased about that. One researcher tells another, "Nazi meth, what a joke. Just wait until the world sees what we've cooked up. Comrade Stalin will be most pleased." The subjects have agreed to try and stay awake for 30 days, and have been falsely informed that if they can make the 30 days, they'll get their freedom. Such a deal seems fair to them. Things turn slightly dark around the 4-day mark, when the subjects start discussing war and the horrors they've seen. They speak of traumas, continual nightmares, other ghastly things they witnessed. Day 5, and things get worse. The men start showing signs of psychosis, talking to themselves and things that are not there. They grow paranoid of each other and start whispering into those microphones, telling stories about the other subjects. The researchers, of course, know all about sleep deprivation. After 5 days, the mind can turn on a person. Hallucinations can seem real and horrifying. But they wondered, was it the loss of sleep or the gas itself? Suspicions about the gas effects were more solid at day 9, when one guy just started screaming, howling like a banshee and running up and down the room. He screamed so much he seemed to tear his vocal cords, because after a few hours he squeaked like a children's toy. A few more days passed and there was an eerie silence. The men could not be seen from the cameras. They were alive for sure since the oxygen levels indicated 5 breathing men, but where were they? The researchers hadn't wanted to interrupt the study, but they felt that they had no choice, and so said into an intercom, "We're opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you immediate freedom." They heard one voice respond. It said, "We no longer want to be freed." What was this? Had they been getting ripped on that gas and were now addicted? The researchers said there's nothing we can do but open the door. They opened the vents and let fresh air displace the residual stimulant. What the researchers heard next was the men screaming again, pleading for more of that damn fine gas. WTF, thought one of the Russians. Those guys are seriously hooked. They opened the doors on day 15, and to their surprise saw one man was dead. You know what the scene looked like because we laid that out for you in the intro, but we didn't tell you what happened shortly after the gruesome discovery of the half-eaten man and the wounded survivors. On closer inspection, the researchers saw that the wounds on the men were very bad. They looked as if they might have been self-inflicted too. They had torn the skin and muscles from their own chests, which revealed the horrific sight of the men's lungs. Each man, it had seemed, had performed this macabre surgery on himself. Blood vessels that were still working had been removed. Other internal organs were seen laid out on the floor like a piece of art, and the men were going to eat those morsels. They were dining on their own bodies and doing it with enthusiasm. The researchers called for backup, not daring to go near those poor wretches. They closed the door to howls of the men pleading for the gas to come back. When soldiers arrived to help remove the subjects, the extrication process wasn't exactly fun. One of the subjects ripped a man's throat right out, while another soldier had his balls removed. 5 soldiers lost their lives in total, but some of the victims took their own lives after the event. Once the subjects were out, the doctors injected enough morphine into them to sedate a Canadian moose, but the men still fought like wild beasts. One subject bled out and his heart stopped beating, but he still carried on screaming, "Give me gas! I need gas!" A doctor had some bones broken during that grim spectacle. The 3 others were eventually sedated and strapped and moved to a secure facility. The researchers talked to each other, saying things like, "That wasn't meant to happen, was it?" They hated to admit it, but maybe the Nazis, the Brits, and the Americans had done the right thing in just plying their troops with top-notch crank. The surgeons got to work on putting the missing organs and bits of viscera back into one man, but this guy almost broke through his restraints. When the docs finally got the anesthetic into him, the man's heart stopped and he died right on the spot. The autopsy showed he had broken 9 bones and his muscles were torn all over his body. When they tried to fix up the next man, they decided 2 deaths were enough and didn't use an anesthetic. They patched him up nice, sewing his ruptured organs and laying skin grafts on him. The head surgeon said this man should not be alive after what he's gone through, but he admired his own work. A nurse commented that during the surgery the beast had been smiling at her. She did wonder how male carnal instincts can remain functioning during the worst times. Maybe with death comes the need to create something new, she philosophized, but quickly shook herself out of her reverie. The man suddenly started making a wheezing sound as if he wanted to say something. The nurse, quick to catch on, handed him a pen and a pad below it. The man wrote, "Keep cutting." Wow, she thought, what a maniac. She was glad she'd not reciprocated his flirty smile. As for the other maniac, he laughed like a hyena during his bodily reconstruction. He said he wanted that gas, the good stuff, and when asked why, he said he just needed it to stay awake. The surgeon mused, if these guys weren't so hell-bent on eating themselves, they'd make excellent night shift custodians. Cleaners, perhaps, or maybe security, but he knew all too well that they couldn't be trusted to wash their hands. Then, a former KGB agent had an excellent idea, something that had amazingly escaped everyone else's thoughts. Why not put these poor suckers back on that gas? He said it seems the problems all start when they all go into withdrawal. Hi, they're okay, if not a bit hyper and paranoid. We can work with that. Once back on the gas, they were fine and dandy, but then something strange happened. The EEG monitor showed crazy brain activity, but then it just died down. One man flatlined. Finally, he just died. His last boost of that junk had done him in, or at least it seemed so. The last guy ended up back in the study room with the other guy seemingly dead on the bed, but 3 researchers were in there too. Suddenly, one of the researchers shot the commander and then shot the subject. He then shouted out loud, "I won't be locked in here with these things, not with you. What are you? I must know." The subject that was shot but evidently was not dead replied, "Have you forgotten so easily? We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." That was almost the end, but for good measure, the researcher put a bullet into the man's chest, which might have breached the Hippocratic Oath somewhat, but hey, harsh times call for harsh measures. The end. So, a lot of people seem to think this all actually happened. Now, without much investigation, one can easily tell by reading this catastrophic flash fiction that it's written by someone whose grammatical skills need improving. Not only that though, the story simply doesn't make sense at times. Quite a few times someone dies and then just comes back to life, and we don't think it's on purpose by the storyteller. He just forgets what he said or her. On another part, the writer says that the oxygen levels indicated the men were alive, and the researchers knew that, and then in the next part he said the researchers were not sure if they'd all died. But there's more than bad writing that gives this away. Where do we start? Well, we might not need to tell you that you cannot rip out vital organs and lay them on the floor like a bunch of textbooks. That's pure fiction. Those men would have died from blood loss or shock. Remember that they were discovered like this and left for some time before the soldiers came. Okay, you say, but that was the gas working. This was a secret experiment that went wrong. High on that wicked drug, maybe men could routinely come back from the dead and rip out their own organs and even do a bit of flirting when the mood took them. How do we know that it isn't true? Well, there is the matter of recorded history and plausible science. No gas has ever been discovered that can keep a person awake for 15 days. Never mind turn that person into a self-loathing zombie. There is no history of the experiment anywhere but on a website that's known for its scary, Fictional, I'll say it again, fictional tales. It would be astounding if one author alone, writing badly from his or her bedroom, had access to more secret information than the CIA and the British Secret Services. As we said in the story, and we embellished this part ourselves, many soldiers on all sides of the war broke so bad that they could stay awake longer. The officers were handing out that stuff like candy, but not even the most dedicated ice fiend could stay awake for 15 days. And those badly buzzed soldiers would have likely only done 24 to possibly 36 hours awake. The Pentagon has even done studies on this, and even if men are forced to stay awake for more than 48 hours, they will become pretty slow and pretty much useless as soldiers. They'll make tons of mistakes, which is not ideal in war when you have to be constantly alert. Sure, the speed helped the Germans with their blitzkrieg attacks, but the drugs had to be taken with some precautions. With this in mind, the Russians would not have even tried this experiment. There is something called Morphin syndrome that can cause severe delirium and very bad insomnia, and sufferers can go into a dreamlike state. We say dreamlike because even if they don't sleep, they will have microsleeps. Plus, no one with this disease has ever started eating themselves. Sure, perhaps a noxious agent sprayed into a room full of guys can kill someone, but it's very unlikely it could turn them into gas-addicted zombies. There's nothing in scientific literature that supports anything in this experiment. There's another thing that can cause massive sleep loss, and that's called fatal familial insomnia. But that's passed down through genes and isn't caused by environmental agents. And again, it doesn't and it will never make someone just want to rip out their own organs and eat them. There's just nothing that exists in this world that aligns with the story, and if it did, we would expect it to have appeared in medical journals before it became an internet meme. Then again, many of you have been asking in the comments how we managed to put out so many episodes per day. Maybe the entire staff of the infographic show are crank-addicted zombies with an undying lust for human flesh after all. Of course, that's preposterous. But isn't that exactly what a team of crank-addicted zombies with an undying lust for human flesh would want you to think? The Russian sleep experiment isn't a bad story, but it could have been better. Sleep deprivation is actually a torture that has been used by militaries, and that itself can drive a person half crazy. Still, in this story, when you add the addictive gas and the organ rug and the reanimation, it just isn't believable. It's one of those nights where you just can't seem to enter that final stage of sleep where deep sleep embraces you. You turn over and over, drifting in and out of consciousness, having strange, nightmarish thoughts during your micro-sleeps. The day was oppressively hot and humid, so you left the window cracked to get a breeze, and now the curtains seem to expand and contract, like lungs filling with air. It's kind of relaxing to watch. Until you see something. Were those eyes peeping through the curtains? Your heart begins to race. Is this the creep you'd heard rumors about? The deranged serial killer known as Jeff the Killer that's still on the loose? No, you must have been dreaming. You rub your eyes and take another look. Squinting through the dark, you see a ghoulish, monstrous face looking straight at you as he slowly pulls himself through your opened window. In the morning, your bed will be empty. In the weeks to come, you'll be just another statistic, another missing kid. One of thousands of young folks that go missing in the USA each year. In time, your family will give up hope of ever seeing you again. You become one of the 115 children that year whose disappearance has been officially recorded as stranger abduction. It's true that every year scores of young people just vanish into thin air. Sometimes they go out and don't come home. Sometimes they're at the shopping mall with their parents and just disappear, never to be seen again. Sometimes they're snatched from their beds during the night. There are real-life boogeymen out there, maniacs on the loose, skulking around quiet neighborhoods. So, who is Jeff the Killer? Is he responsible for those unexplained abductions? Is he even real? Moving to a new place in your teens isn't much fun at all. You make friends, and then you have to abandon them. But for Jeff and his brother Lou, the move wasn't so difficult to accept. The new house was fancy, to say the least, and the neighborhood didn't look too bad either. No sooner than Jeff, Lou, and their parents got their new house in order, the nosy neighbors came around to say hello and check out who they'd be loving or hating in the next year or so. To break the ice, one of the neighbors invited the family to a birthday party. The neighbor Barbara explained that her son Billy was about to have a birthday party. Jeff's mom Margaret said her husband Peter as well as the kids would love to go. At this point, Jeff and Lou were in the background listening, both of them feeling kind of peeved that their parents had agreed on their behalf to go to the party of some kid they didn't even know. Young Jeff had always had a problem with authority, and he was quick to tell his mom that she shouldn't do stuff like that. He stormed off in a huff, retreating to his bedroom where he threw himself down on his bed and skulked. In that moment of teenage angst, he felt something really strange inside him, like his very own pair of anguish, an acute pain in his stomach. He felt hypnotized by his own anger. How dare she do that, he thought. He then came out of his enraged trance, not really knowing what had come over him. The same thing happened again the next morning as he was hastily eating a bowl of multigrain peanut butter Cheerios. There was something in his stomach, this time a grinding pain, and there was that feeling of rage again. He didn't know if he liked it or not. Maybe it was just moving stress, anxiety about going to a new school, meeting new kids. Some of them were bound to be jerks, that was for sure. He realized he was gripping his spoon so hard his knuckles were white. He was trembling with anger. But Jeff's anxieties were justified that morning at the school bus stop. Some wise-ass kid did an ollie on his skateboard right over Jeff and Lou's legs. Had he messed that up, he could have snapped one of their legs like a twig. Jeff didn't know it then, but this was the beginning of an end. The skateboarder was soon joined by 2 other kids, and in true Stephen King fashion, there was one cool kid, the skateboarder, whose name was Randy, a nerdy-looking kid named Keith, and an obese kid whose name was Troy. These kids would become Jeff's mortal enemies, his bêtes noires. In literal French, that means black beasts. "Well, look what's been dragged into the neighborhood," said Randy. "Couple of new freaks to kick around for a while." The fat kid guffawed, and the skinny-looking nerdy kid just stood there motionless. Randy explained to Jeff and Lou that as new kids on the block, there was a tax to pay, calling it a bus fare, and intimidatingly, he got right up in Lou's face. Lou stood his ground, pushing Randy back, but in a moment of outlandish anger, the fat kid whipped out a knife. Randy turned to his 2 bootlicker friends and said, "Well, looks like these 2 kids are gonna have to learn the hard way." The fat kid wielded the knife right in front of Lou's face and proceeded to rifle through Lou's pockets. He then passed a wallet to Randy. All the time, Lou was thinking how inconceivable it was for 3 kids in a wealthy and quiet suburban American neighborhood to mug him and his brother on their way to school. Jeff just sat there, boiling, raging, on the verge of exploding. That devilish feeling again filled his guts. He felt possessed with anger, and he finally stood up and growled at Randy. "You give that wallet back to my bro, or I'll knock the teeth right out of your friggin' head." Jeff was seething, and before Randy could respond physically or come up with a smart retort, he punched Randy square in the nose, shattering it like porcelain. Lou hadn't seen Jeff do that before, but he was even more surprised when his younger brother grabbed Randy's finger and snapped it. Jeff took Randy's knife, but soon skinny Keith and portly Troy were on his back. Lightweight Keith took a stabbing for the team and went down like a sack of bricks. Jeff pushed Troy off him and hit him so hard in the stomach that Troy threw up as he crawled on the floor. The scene was a massacre. Lou had never seen anything like that before from his brother. "Man, bro, what the hell's gotten into you?" The 2 ran to school rather than get the bus. Jeff looked behind and he could see people on the street attending to the wounded kids. Did he feel remorse that day as he sat in his class, listening to a teacher talk about verb conjugation? No, he felt the opposite. He felt alive. He felt the violence in his very marrow. He loved violence. This was a new discovery for him. Part 2. Jeff the Maniac. Jeff got home that evening and his mom asked him how school was, to which Jeff replied, "Awesome," as the sweet memory of the beating and the smell of someone else's blood filled his senses. But as things tend to go, Jeff wasn't exactly off the hook for executing what the justice system calls a serious assault, not to mention using a deadly weapon on a child. The cops turned up at Jeff's house and explained that their son's outstanding wrath had caused some serious injuries to 3 kids that lived in the neighborhood. Jeff, as stubborn as ever, explained to the cops and his distraught parents that he'd been the victim of the violence, and he had only retaliated in a comparable fashion. "Comparable?" said one of the cops. "I got 2 kids in the hospital with stab wounds, and another kid that looks like he's been kicked in the stomach by a racehorse." Jeff had to try really hard not to smile. He bit his lip. What could he do, though? The game was up. There were witnesses. There was forensic evidence. "Okay," Jeff said. "It was me, but I was only sticking up for my bro. Those guys pulled out the knife first. I just finished it." Jeff was already thinking about spending a year in what he heard was nicknamed Gladiator School when his brother Lou came rushing down the stairs. With the knife in his hands, Lou said, "It was me. Don't arrest my brother." Lou put down the knife and the cops cuffed him. All the while, Jeff was telling him that Lou was lying, that it was he who was at fault for the bus stop carnage. As his brother was taken away in the cop car, Jeff sat in the driveway weeping. What had he done? For days, Jeff stayed in his bed with the curtains closed. He couldn't go to school. He couldn't even sleep. He just lay in bed depressed, feeling as if darkness had chosen him, abused him, manipulated him. After a few days, something unbelievable happened. His mom waltzed into his bedroom as if nothing had happened, as if she hadn't just lost a son to a brutal penal system, possibly for many years. She just whipped back the curtains and jovially exclaimed to Jeff, "Guess what day it is?" "What the?" thought Jeff. "Has this woman lost her mind?" "It's party day," said his mom. "You remember, before all that nonsense with the knives, we were invited to Billy's birthday bash." Jeff was rather displeased with his mom's patent lack of empathy. "Come on, Jeff," she said. "So your brother's gone for a while. Don't let that spoil an otherwise beautiful sunny day. You'll always be my beautiful son. Let's go have some fun." For some reason, Jeff didn't like being called beautiful. He noticed she'd really gone overboard with her clothes. She was dressed to impress, and this bugged him even more. When the family arrived at Barbara's house, Jeff noticed that all the adults were wearing fancy clothes. All of them. It seemed they were trying to impress each other. Some of them were noticeably drunk already, talking loudly about their many accomplishments and the wonderful, talented children they'd brought into the world. "Go on in the yard and play with the other kids," Jeff's mom said. This would prove to be foolhardy, given Jeff's track record so far with kids in the neighborhood. And then it happened, just as Jeff was starting to get along with the children. Randy, Keith, and Troy appeared, still looking a bit beaten up, but no doubt ready for another round with the new kid. Randy said, "You didn't think this was done, did ya? It ain't done by a long way." Again, Jeff was reminded of countless teenage movies he'd seen. What ensued was a one-on-one with Randy and Jeff. Jeff headbutted Randy, breaking his recently fixed nose yet another time, and blood splattered on the faces of the younger kids, sending them running around the garden in hysterics. The small kid froze, and as a teddy bear dropped from his hands, you could see a wet patch form and expand on the front of his SpongeBob shorts. Jeff got the better of Randy, but then the two goons pulled out their guns. This was unheard of in the neighborhood, and even some of the parents were now running into the distance shouting, "Someone call 911!" Jeff couldn't do anything with guns pointed at him, and before he knew it, Randy stabbed him with a knife. Troy and Keith laughed like the goons they were, and then Randy just started beating Jeff to a pulp. He dragged Jeff into the kitchen, whereupon he picked up a bottle of vodka and smashed it on Jeff's head. But Jeff didn't fight back. He took every punch, every kick. His face was dripping blood. A shard of glass was sticking out of his head. His stomach was punctured, but he didn't fight back. "Come on," said Randy. "Hit me. Fight back." Jeff just took more shots to the face, but he didn't retaliate. To try and light the fire again in Jeff, Randy shouted, "Your bro's some dude's girl right now, and that's all because of me. Fight me." Part 3. Jeff snaps. And that was it. That was the final straw. Jeff felt that rage build up inside of him again. He lurched at Randy like a rabid lion. He pushed him down and smothered him with his incredible strength. Randy was helpless. Jeff drew back his fist and punched Randy right in the heart. A shocked look appeared on Randy's face, like he'd just seen the devil himself. He took one last breath, blood bubbled from his mouth, and he died there and then. The parents there still couldn't believe what they'd witnessed. There were children that had become feral, animalistic, bestial. Keith and Troy now turned their guns on Jeff. They fired and missed. Jeff ran up the stairs past the parents, now in a state of shock, their faces whiter than the new ceramic tiles on the kitchen floor. Now out of bullets, Troy and Keith pulled knives out on Jeff, but soon Jeff had his own weapon, a towel rack. He cracked Troy's balloon-sized head with the rack, knocking him clean out. Skinny Keith realized he was probably now out of his depth, but it was too late. There was nowhere to run. They were both in the bathroom fighting, and suddenly they hit a shelf and a bottle of bleach fell on them. Inexplicably, the bleach was open and the boys were both covered in the stuff. Keith screamed as the bleach burned his face, and that's when Jeff caved Keith's wiry face in with his handy towel rack. As Keith lay on the floor, not far from death, he smiled. "Funny, huh?" said Jeff, somewhat nonplussed, even though he was no stranger to strangeness. "Look at you," mumbled Keith through bloody, broken teeth. "You've been doused in bleach and vodka." Keith's last effort to beat that new kid was to throw a cigarette lighter at Jeff. Jeff burst into flames, and screaming, he ran downstairs and through the house. He was a ball of flames, a human inferno. Parents stood back in horror. Jeff collapsed, and that's the last thing he remembered about that day. Part 4. Jeff the Killer. The next thing Jeff knew, he was lying in a hospital bed and he couldn't move. Almost his entire body was covered with bandages. Suddenly he heard, "He's awake." It was that familiar voice of his overbearing mother, but this time he was pleased she was by his side. "Jeff," she said, "Lou is out. Witnesses told the police that Randy had first produced the knife. Your brother's free. We're going home, a family again." Jeff felt a twinge of relief, but it was hard to be happy when his body was covered in 3rd, 2nd, and 1st-degree burns. He tried to smile, and then he realized that he had no lips to smile with. His mother saw her son's pain. "Good news though, Jeff. Every cloud has a silver—" She didn't finish her sentence, this time being self-aware enough not to be chirpy in a horrible situation. Sometime later, both Jeff's parents were there when his final bandage had to be pulled off. "This is gonna hurt a bit," the doctor told Jeff, as those final bandages unfurled from Jeff's face. He was taken aback by the sheer horror painted on his parents' faces. They were trying to suppress their disgust, but something hardwired into their brains wouldn't allow them to hide their terror. Jeff asked for a mirror. The doctor told him, just start with one part of your face and then move to another part. This might come as a shock to you, but you'll soon get used to it. Jeff didn't take that advice and instead just grabbed the mirror. For seconds, minutes, he stared at that mirror, moving his head from side to side, studying every angle. His parents were waiting for him to cry, to scream, to collapse in shock, but as Jeff kept looking at his new face, a white, leathery face, a face without eyelids, without anything resembling normal lips, it just looked as though he was happy with the results of his personal tragedy. It's perfect, he said, just perfect. He wasn't crying. His mother noticed he was trying to laugh. When Jeff was left alone, the doctor told his parents that their son was in shock and it wasn't unusual for someone to act that way. The reality, he said, hadn't just set in. Just take him home, the doctor said, and give him a lot of support. Of course we will, said Jeff's mother, feeling ever so slightly guilty that she was glad about the fact that Jeff would be easier to control now that he was damaged goods. Oh, said the doctor as he was walking away, don't let him be alone for long. Later that night, while the family was sleeping, Jeff's mom was awoken by a strange sound coming from the bathroom. When she entered that bathroom, she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Jeff was carving a smile into his face with a knife. He'd also cut off what remained of his eyelids. How do I look, Ma? Jeff said earnestly. She couldn't even speak. She couldn't move. The woman was petrified. What's up, Ma? Don't you think I'm beautiful anymore? Yeah, she said, while slowly backpedaling out of the bathroom. You are my beautiful son. You'll always be my beautiful little honeypot. She then ran for it, got Jeff's dad, and the two of them tried to wrestle the knife from Jeff's hand. What? Jeff screamed. You lied to me. You don't think I'm beautiful. He was too powerful for them. The rage had returned, and it wasn't difficult to stick that knife into both of them. Jeff stood over them, their lungs drowning in their own blood. It was a beautiful sight. He was Jeff the Killer. That's what he'd always been, a killer. He had one last stop before he left the house and fulfilled his own prophecy. Jeff walked into Lou's room. Standing at the side of Lou's bed, he put his scarred, leathery hand over his brother's mouth. Lou suddenly looked at Jeff with wide open eyes as his dear brother sunk a knife deep into his stomach. Shh, said Jeff. Just go to sleep. Part 5. Jeff the Thriller. We weren't kidding at the start when we said that in the US, scores of young people are abducted by strangers. But did Jeff the Killer ever actually exist? We think most of you already know that this is fiction, but what really gives it away? If you go back from the start of the original Jeff the Killer story, there's always a part that says, excerpt from a local newspaper, ominous unknown killer is still at large. After weeks of unexplained murders, the ominous unknown killer is still on the rise. After little evidence has been found, a young boy states that he survived one of the killer's attacks and bravely tells his story. Okay, so first of all, the headline of that story, ominous unknown killer is still at large, would never be a headline in any newspaper anywhere. Trust us. We have former journalists and editors on our team of writers. The writer of Jeff the Killer seems to have found that adjective ominous and then gone and used it wherever he can. Secondly, the first paragraph is badly written. Listen to this. There, in the little ray of light illuminating from between my curtains were a pair of two eyes. These weren't regular eyes, they were dark, ominous eyes. Ominous again. But the grammar also isn't corrected in the first sentence. As for a pair of two eyes, that's called a tautology, and no news editor on earth would allow that to go to print. So we know at the very beginning that this tale is not true. If the point was to make it sound believable, the Jeff the Killer writer messed up right at the start. As for a young boy attacking other young boys and going on a murder spree, well, there just haven't been any murder sprees of this kind since the story was first published in 2011. So what about Jeff's amazing heart-stopping strength? Well, let's just take a giant leap and say Jeff was possessed and had superhuman strength for a 13-year-old kid. So there is something called commotio cordis, which can happen to a person when they're struck in the heart region of their chest at just the right time. And yes, it can kill. You can actually find quite a few stories of when this has happened to young people, although baseballs were the killer, not punches. What about Jeff going up in flames after having a vodka bottle smashed over him and being doused with bleach? Firstly, not much vodka would have gotten on Jeff. Secondly, you couldn't set a person on fire if you splashed vodka on them. It's not flammable enough. Remember that Keith somehow threw the lighter? We're guessing it was a Zippo lighter with a wick. But even then, vodka? No way. As for the bleach, which made Keith and Jeff scream, well, bleach can irritate the skin if it's not washed off. But it wouldn't make a person scream unless, possibly, it was poured into their eyes. And another thing, bleach isn't flammable. It's just not believable at all. Jeff would now be 22 years old and still on the run after killing all those kids he didn't kill. He wouldn't be hard to spot given that he has horrific scars from burns and a smile cut into his face. You decided to go hiking alone. All those days indoors were starting to make you go a little stir-crazy. And even though a thick blanket of fog was creeping in, you knew you just had to get out. The local forest had a nice hiking trail, the kind of place where you could really get lost in your thoughts. But as you trudged through the foggy woods, bordered on all sides by the thickest of towering evergreens, you hear a strange crackling noise and then a harsh, modulated whisper hissing out numbers and words with no logical configuration. Must be an old radio, you think, and just keep walking. Just then you hear a quiet rustling in the trees behind you and then footsteps, even though you would have sworn you were alone. Then it's that crackling again and those nonsense words and numbers. 16, 3, woman, 14, RIP, disgusting. It was like two voices at once saying the same thing at exactly the same time. You feel the hair on the back of your neck bristle and then you turn and you see it. Your jaw gapes in horror. It's huge, 40 feet tall, rail thin, with mummified skin clinging tight to its bones. You look up hoping to see the creature's face, but there is no face, just two metal sirens grafted to a long pole of flesh. Before you can even scream, its long spindly hands are already wrapping around your face. You've just fallen victim to Siren Head. Like its numerous creepypasta predecessors such as Slender Man, Smile Dog, and The Rake, Siren Head is a kind of online cryptid that has entangled the internet in its web of fear. Despite only first appearing in August of 2018, this frightening faceless monster has become the hub of internet folklore and content creation. It's captured the imagination of thousands, appearing in countless pieces of fan art and even popular indie games. But what exactly is Siren Head? Where did it come from? How did it get so popular and widespread in the first place? And like the best of urban legends, is there a hint of frightening truth behind the fiction? Let's start from the point of inception. Siren Head is the creation of Canadian illustrator and master of horror Trevor Henderson, better known by his online handle of Slimy Swamp Ghost. Henderson is internet horror royalty and is also no stranger to creating horrifying online cryptids. In fact, he's already made a number of other iconic internet boogeymen. These include Cartoon Cat, a terrifying homicidal feline demon, the Smile Room, a toothy nightmare hidden inside an abandoned bowling alley, and the Fetid King, a mysterious and frightening entity able to manipulate technology, just to name a handful. But Siren Head is by far Henderson's most beloved creation. He first appeared in a post on Henderson's Tumblr blog back on August 19, 2018 with this image. In the photo taken at a distance, we see the imposing figure of Siren Head looming over an old abandoned graveyard. And if it wasn't creepy enough for you, the photo came with the following terrifying caption. She was on vacation with her husband and they were scoping out graveyards on the way, as you do, when she saw it, rising out of the old cemetery, big as an old macabre telephone pole. Was this some kind of bizarre art piece the authorities hadn't got wise of yet? Even as she stepped out of the car, the megaphones on its head screeched to life. 9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile. A buzzing doubled voice screamed random words at her. At this point, it jerked into motion, striding down the hill toward her. The tags underneath the picture include the words found footage, perhaps even suggesting some underlying truth to the events depicted here. That's enough to give anyone the willies. After Siren Head made his debut, thousands of people chimed in response, stating just how scary and captivating they found this strange new creature. Little by little, Henderson began to drip-feed more information about this monstrous creature to the public via his Twitter account. Each tweet painted a slightly more detailed picture of the horrifying threat we were dealing with here. In his first Twitter thread on the subject, Henderson stated that Siren Head is the static physical form of an unfathomable supernatural entity, a being truly beyond the limits of human understanding. For example, it doesn't have eyes, but it can still see. Its teeth, hidden in gaping fleshy mouths inside the sirens, are biological, but the creature doesn't eat. It uses its similarities to a telephone pole to camouflage itself and hunt humans like an ambush predator. While its Siren Head can play siren noises, it typically communicates in odd snippets of music or words. It can also record and play back other sounds similar to the sport-hunting alien from The Predator and is able to manipulate other noise-emitting devices. In other words, while it might seem at face value like a brainless monster, Siren Head is an intelligent and powerful supernatural force. While it spends large periods of time inactive, it can move scary fast when it needs to. Say, for example, when it's chasing you down through the woods. It also tends to avoid major population centers, preferring to stalk areas where victims won't have anyone to save them. But as you'll soon find out, that doesn't mean you're any safer tucked away at home in the burbs. In the second tweet about Siren Head, Henderson shared a frightening image of the creature lurking in someone's backyard. The caption indicated that Siren Head was responsible for the disappearance of a family of 4 in their own home. They were gone without a trace, with the neighbors just reporting the patio door being left open in their absence. The quiet suburbs are actually one of Siren Head's favorite hunting grounds, as shown by the next frightening found photo shared. When Siren Head abducted people on the seemingly innocent streets outside their own homes, there were always 3 commonalities. It was always people walking the side streets on their way home, it was always dark by the time people started wondering where they were, and it was always past the time when the streetlights come on. The fact that Siren Head can also perfectly disguise itself as a normal street lamp just adds another dimension of terror to the creature. How can you ever feel safe walking past street lamps in the dark again? Siren Head can appear almost anywhere, dark, secluded, and depopulated, so you can never let your guard down when you're in one of these areas. He's been spotted everywhere from Yellowstone National Park in 2016 to a darkened country lake to the parking lot of an unassuming motel, always causing unexplained paranormal activity and disappearances in his wake. Worse still, for all members of the human race who like living safe, comfortable lives, it's been hinted that Siren Head is part of a far grander and more dangerous picture, almost like a hype man for some other unnamed but presumably far more powerful and dangerous entity. It's also been said that the proper collective noun for a group of Siren Heads is a static, implying that Siren Head may not even be a singular being, but just one member of a whole species of dangerous cryptids. Though Henderson himself has mentioned that he sees Siren Head as more of a manifestation than a simple animal, and it doesn't therefore abide by the same set of physical rules that creatures from our plane of existence are forced to conform to, and because of this, the true extent of Siren Head's power is unknowable, especially considering that so many who encounter it don't seem to live to tell the tale. Though, as with any good urban legend, Siren Head's legend didn't end with its creator. Siren Head quickly became a worldwide sensation thanks to an unlikely force: online indie video games. 2 video game artifacts featuring Siren Head were made initially, one being a mod for the game Fallout 4 called Whispering Hills, and another 5-minute Siren Head game developed by indie game studios Modus Interactive. While neither of these games were an immediate smash hit back in 2018, they found a second life a couple years later after being picked up by a number of prominent YouTubers. From here, Siren Head's popularity exploded to unprecedented levels. He quickly became the subject of countless creepypasta short horror stories the world over, as well as hundreds or even thousands of pieces of fan art. People were also making homemade Siren Head dolls and action figures, Lego sculptures, and even Halloween costumes. Outside the gaming community, Siren Head was becoming the internet equivalent of a household name. The creature had gained its own subreddit, where fans feverishly discuss theories and ideas and share fan-made content. In early 2020, Siren Head also gained a huge boost in popularity from TikTok after user Alex Howard posted a frightening CGI video of Siren Head lumbering across a town in the horizon while sirens blared menacingly. This 10-second clip not only scared the bejesus out of the internet, but was also insanely memeable. Variations of the video were used in everything from making fun of the strange name of Elon Musk's new baby to one particularly creative version where Siren Head dances to South Korean hit Gangnam Style. So let's pump the brakes for a second. You're probably wondering, if Siren Head is just some character made by an online horror artist, what's all the fuss about? It's not like he's real, right? Well, the answer to that question might be a little more complicated than you'd imagine. To fully understand, we need to take a look at one of the most iconic internet urban legends of all time, the Slender Man. This dapper, faceless internet boogeyman was created by Eric Knudsen in 2009, but quickly spun into a phenomenon with a life of its own, as you can find out in one of our other videos, how a meme Slender Man became real. The Slender Man's immense popularity quickly made him a fixture of the internet's public consciousness, much like Siren Head, with fan art, costumes, spin-off games, and fan films. The dark ending of the Slender Man saga was a near-fatal stabbing supposedly inspired by the character in 2014, and a pretty lame movie adaptation 4 years later. Why is all this relevant to Siren Head? Because if you read quite literally any article about him, you're more than likely to see the phrase, "the next Slender Man," pop up. And this comparison isn't without merit, as both have starkly similar points of origins and trajectories into popularity. The lines between fiction and reality become blurred, and in a metaphorical sense, when enough people believe in an urban legend, to them it might as well be real. In a more spooky, mystical, supernatural sense, characters like Siren Head and the Slender Man are often associated with the concept of tulpas, or thought forms. This is the idea in paranormal circles and proponents of Tibetan mysticism that one can quite literally believe a being into autonomous existence through the sheer force of their psychic energy. When you believe in the idea of tulpas, the concept of the internet's collective fear bringing Siren Head to life on some level is a real and tangible concern. Sure, it may seem like a far-fetched concept, but is it any more far-fetched than the idea of being stalked by a 40-foot extra-dimensional zombie with a siren for a head on the way home from work? At the end of the day, regardless of what you believe, it can't be denied that something special and terrifying has been brought into the world with Siren Head. Is Siren Head real? Well, ultimately, he's as real as any urban legend. Whether it's the man with the hook hand, the killer in the backseat, or the man making sinister calls from inside the house. And like any great urban legend, Siren Head is sure to feel a whole lot more real next time you're walking home alone at night and you hear a faint crackle somewhere in the distance. You could swear you saw something move out of the corner of your eye. The year was 1995 and summer had crept into fall. As October was just around the corner, local children were already fantasizing about jack-o'-lanterns and Halloween candy. But behind all the rubber witch noses and plastic vampire teeth, a real monster lurked. Something terrifying and dangerous, hiding where few dared to tread. Among those few were Kyle Ellis and Johnny Rogan, two teenage boys who were about to experience a horror beyond imagination in the dusty halls of their local dead shopping mall. In a previous video, we've explained Siren Head, the 40-foot-tall humanoid entity that can make whole families disappear without a trace. Now we've got an even more dangerous creature from the twisted mind of Canadian master of horror Trevor Henderson. This is the story of Cartoon Cat, the ferocious feline that can turn childhood dreams into living nightmares. Let's see if we can peel away the layers of mystery and find out what this monster really is and why you should be so afraid of it. Despite its whimsical name, Cartoon Cat is the furthest thing from child-friendly, seeing as it's responsible for a huge number of unexplained disappearances. While Henderson himself has described the being's form as malleable, it's most commonly seen as a large black cat-like humanoid around 9 or 10 feet in height, but it doesn't bear any resemblance to an actual cat. If anything, it looks more like the stylized black and white cartoon animals depicted in old silent cartoons like Felix the Cat or early Mickey Mouse, complete with spiffy white gloves. If you're unlucky enough to run into this creature, you'll also notice its huge glaring eyes and its giant crooked teeth, often stained with blood. Cartoon Cat has been in our dimension in this form since at least 1939, when the obscure cartoon from which the cat takes its form was believed to have been quietly discontinued. Whether the end of the show itself released him or if this was pure coincidence, we may never know. But what we do know is that Cartoon Cat is pure evil. While the minds of entities like Siren Head are a mystery, it's been confirmed that Cartoon Cat is fully aware of the moral implications of what it's doing, and even worse, enjoys it. Cartoon Cat is not a being that hunts humans out of hunger. It hunts because it takes pleasure in the suffering and fear that it causes. Its tendency toward unspeakable cruelty makes it more like a human serial killer than an animalistic predator. But Cartoon Cat can do things that no human serial killer could ever be capable of. According to Henderson, Cartoon Cat is merely a physical representation of a far more powerful and incomprehensible being, and he's able to take a number of other forms based on the popular conception of what a cartoon is. One such form is the cartoon dog, with the same unsettling rubber hose appearance. Rubber hose was the first popular animation style standardized in the US and would have been what the Cartoon Cat was originally animated in. The name is derived from the fact that the character's limbs would move as though they don't have bones, more like rubber hoses. Cartoon Cat's long, stretchy, boneless limbs are no exception. However, as people expand their definitions of what a cartoon can be, Cartoon Cat can theoretically take almost any form, from SpongeBob SquarePants to Homer Simpson. This shape-shifting ability has led to comparisons to similar beings like the legendary Boogeyman and Pennywise the Dancing Clown, also known simply as It, though we can't be certain if there's any actual relation between these shape-shifting child-snatching beings. The true extent of Cartoon Cat's power is unknown, and it's possible he's capable of many more atrocious feats we don't even know about. As Cartoon Cat encounters rarely leave survivors, there are plenty of blank spaces in the mythology of this frightening internet urban legend. Cartoon Cat is said to stalk and make rudimentary lairs in abandoned places such as homes, warehouses, and malls, but he could conceivably turn up anywhere at all. Back to Kyle and Johnny and their terrifying Cartoon Cat encounter. Like most 14-year-old boys in the mid-90s, the duo believed they were invincible and felt the need to constantly prove their fearlessness. They'd picked up spiders, played Bloody Mary in the dark and laughed off the results, and even approached and knocked on the door of the local haunted house. But the jewel in the crown of teenage machismo would be daring this venture into the local abandoned dirt mall and take pictures to prove their courage. This would be at least a decade before the urban exploration trend would take the internet by storm. So in a sense, the boys were real trailblazers, though neither of them had any idea what was in store for them at their intended destination. The duo may have had more bravery than sense, but they weren't stupid. As they prepared to take on their most ambitious expedition yet, they packed 2 flashlights and some spare batteries, a Polaroid camera generously and unknowingly donated by Kyle's mother, and most serious of all, Johnny's dad's revolver. Johnny knew that he'd be grounded until he hit his 40s if his dad found out, but he didn't expect his dad would even notice. After all, they'd only be in the mall for an hour or two, and the gun was good insurance if they ran into a crazed meth head while they were inside. They never expected that their lives would ever actually depend on them using it. As the afternoon bled into the evening, the 2 boys snuck into the dirt mall via a broken back entrance. The mission was simple: get in, take some pictures of all the abandoned stores, and then get out. Easy. They probably had more to worry about from asbestos left in the building than anything malicious, or so they thought. The 2 boys began exploring the dusty old husk of the building, everything covered in cobwebs and shrouded in complete darkness. Were it not for the flashlights, they probably wouldn't have been able to see a thing. Occasionally, they heard quiet skittering sounds echoing in the dark around them. The boys wrote it off as rats, nothing to worry about. Kyle snapped a few Polaroids of the crumbling food court and an old Macy's with a few dusty racks of moth-eaten clothes. Johnny could swear that during the camera's flashes he could see the shadows moving in the corner of his eye. Maybe it was just his imagination or a trick of the light, but every now and then he couldn't quite escape the thought that the 2 of them weren't alone in the dirt mall. Even with his dad's revolver, he didn't quite feel as safe as he'd hoped. But neither of them had any idea of just how much danger they were in. Soon enough, the boys felt that they'd hit the jackpot, an abandoned arcade. These things were huge in the 1980s, and many of the classic machines were still there, from Street Fighter to Double Dragon. Of course, power to the machines had been cut off for years, but Johnny figured that if they kicked a few open, they might be able to score enough quarters to keep them in bubblegum until the turn of the millennium. They kicked away at the lockbox on the back of a Space Invaders machine, having no idea that something was moving toward them in the dark. While Johnny continued kicking, Kyle stepped back to take another Polaroid and mark the occasion. One more quick flash in the dark, and already the photo was developing in Kyle's hand. Their expedition into the abandoned mall seemed like it was shaping up to be a phenomenal success, but when the picture finally developed, Kyle's face fell. It took him a second to even process what he was looking at, but when the image came into focus, he almost screamed. As Johnny kicked away at the lockbox, a huge looming figure was leaning over the machine. Its staring eyes were the size of baseballs, and it was packing more long white teeth than a piano. Its stretchy rubber hose arms were beginning to coil around the machine, white gloves reaching for a distracted Johnny. Without even knowing it, these 2 poor kids had wandered into the domain of Cartoon Cat. Kyle looked up at Johnny, heart pounding, and saw that the creature was gone. Johnny hadn't even noticed, and he was still pounding at the back of the machine. But that didn't mean they were safe. Kyle grabbed his friend and without a word began dragging him toward the exit. There wasn't time for conversation. They just needed to get the hell away from whatever it was in that arcade that was with them. When Johnny tried to protest, saying he was probably only 1 kick away from scoring them at least $50 worth of quarters, Kyle just showed him the photo. In an instant, Johnny understood the need for urgency and was on his feet, running as fast as his legs could take him. But Cartoon Cat wouldn't let these 2 get away this easy. No, this fatal feline preferred to toy with his prey before devouring them. As Johnny and Kyle turned the corner out of the arcade, they were stopped dead by the huge figure standing right in front of them. The Cartoon Cat was back, crooked, bloody smile wider than either of their shoulders, rubber hose limbs wriggling like snakes. It towered over them, its inky black skin seeming to almost swallow the beams of their flashlights. Johnny reached into his pocket and whipped out his dad's revolver. He was no Clint Eastwood, but surely 6 bullets would put anything down, or at least scare it off. Johnny drew a bead on the advancing creature and pulled the trigger again and again, gunshots echoing through the hollow expanse of the abandoned mall. 2 shots missed, and the 4 that actually connected just seemed to disappear into the creature's mass. Cartoon Cat didn't even bleed, and it didn't stop grinning either, not even for a second. It was going to enjoy this. Before Johnny could even scream in terror, a stretchy cartoon arm shot forward and snatched him. It yanked Johnny's thrashing body up into the air and effortlessly lifted him over to the cartoon cat's huge face. The creature's jaws swung open, revealing a gaping maw with hundreds of teeth. This time, Johnny really did scream, and poor Kyle could only watch, paralyzed in fear, as the cartoon cat swallowed his unlucky friend whole. It was only when he saw Johnny's kicking legs sinking down into the creature's throat that he finally snapped out of his trance and started to run like hell. With one final gulp, Johnny was gone, and Cartoon Cat was ready for seconds. As Kyle scrambled toward the exit, running for his life, Cartoon Cat was gaining behind him, bounding forwards on impossible spring-like limbs. That thing had just eaten his friend alive right in front of him, and Kyle was sure he was a goner too. But as luck would have it, Kyle managed to cross the threshold out of the dead mall mere seconds before his feline pursuer. He kept running as Cartoon Cat spilled out of the mall behind him and continued the chase. Kyle ran so fast and for so long that his legs and lungs burned, and he felt like he was going to throw up. But in the end, he finally escaped with his life, Cartoon Cat fading into the distance behind him and then finally disappearing entirely. Probably heading back to the lair to digest, Kyle grimly assumed. As Kyle finally collapsed from exhaustion on a grassy patch about a mile away from the mall, the horrific realization hit him that he just lost his best friend, and nobody would ever know why or how. In his frantic escape, Kyle had dropped the camera and photos back in the mall, and like hell would he ever go back to fetch them. His proof of what had happened was gone. Cartoon Cat would only live on in his nightmares and in the shadows that seemed to move out of the corner of his eye. And so ends the tale of Cartoon Cat, for now. Another terrifying beast in the vast monster catalog of Trevor Henderson. Of course, it's all make-believe, right? You have nothing to worry about. I'm sure those rustling noises you've been hearing lately have a perfectly rational explanation, and everyone sees a shadow move behind them now and again, right? Check out Russian Sleep Experiment Explained and how a meme, Slender Man, became real for more on the spookiest corners of the World Wide Web. Imagine a world where once a year the rules are turned upside down and lawlessness reigns. People are free, even encouraged, to act out their darkest desires. Otherwise, law-abiding citizens terrorize their neighbors, vandalizing, thieving, even raping and murdering with abandon. If that sounds to you like something straight out of a horror movie, well, you're not entirely wrong. The blockbuster horror franchise The Purge did borrow its terrifying plot from a very real historical purge ritual. The ancient festival of Saturnalia was the real-life The Purge, and the movies have nothing on the real deal. In case you've been living under a rock for the last 7 years, The Purge is a wildly popular horror movie franchise set in a dystopian future world where for one day a year lawlessness rules. During The Purge, all crimes are legal and people are encouraged to satisfy their darkest desires. For 24 hours, chaos reigns as friends and neighbors turn on each other, and otherwise orderly citizens commit robbery, home invasion, rape, assault, and murder with abandon. If the concept of a lawless purge sounds to you like something that could only come out of the modern movie industry, then you might be surprised to learn that the idea is actually rooted in a very real ancient tradition. The Roman festival of Saturnalia goes back thousands of years, and some aspects of the celebration bear an unsettling resemblance to the film's premise. The jolliest and most popular holiday in ancient Rome, the Festival of Saturnalia was a week-long celebration where the only rule was that there were no rules. Everything was fair game during Saturnalia, and people could indulge their every whim without fear of consequences. Saturnalia is mentioned in Roman sources as far back as the 5th century BC, but it was likely inspired by even older traditions. Pagan farmers had long been celebrating the end of the darkness of winter and the coming of the longer days of spring, with feasts and festivals honoring the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. As the Roman Empire spread throughout Europe, this pagan solstice tradition was incorporated into the Roman culture and mythology, and it evolved into the Festival of Saturnalia. In keeping with its roots as a farmers' festival, the early Roman version of Saturnalia was associated with the religious cult of Saturn, the Roman god of agriculture. The Latin word satus means to sow or seed, and we can also thank Saturn for the name of everyone's favorite day of the week, Saturday. Early Saturnalia lasted only one day and was celebrated with feasts and sacrifices at Saturn's temple. The Temple of Saturn, in the northwest corner of Rome's Forum, was the ceremonial center of Saturnalia festivals. To kick off the celebrations, a young pig would be sacrificed in the temple, and the statue of Saturn, which normally had its feet bound with wool, would be ceremoniously untied to signify his liberation and to free him to join in on the fun and mischief. Early Saturnalia was a time of celebration and indulgence, but it was not yet the ancient Purge that it would later become. Things would soon get much darker. As the Roman Empire grew, the ruling class began to realize that festivals and celebrations were a valuable tool for controlling and pacifying the masses, and Saturnalia underwent yet another transformation. Saturnalia was on the verge of becoming the real-life Purge. By the year 120 AD, the festival of Saturnalia had grown from a single day of feasting to an entire week of festivities, from December 17th to the 25th. As the celebrations grew longer, rulers began granting holiday reprieve from certain social norms, and before long, Saturnalia had become a week-long free-for-all. Under later Roman rulers, Saturnalia was a time when the populace was encouraged to act out their every desire without fear of retribution, so it's not surprising that it was the most popular holiday in ancient Rome. The celebration wasn't an entirely benevolent gesture, though. It was thought that this holiday from the rules would give people a chance to release any pent-up resentment, rage, and frustration on each other, leading to lower crime rates during the rest of the year, and a lower chance that the people would revolt against their rulers. And since it was not uncommon for the celebrations to take on a violent edge, it would also give the people a taste of what life would be like without law and order. For the ruling class of Romans, Saturnalia was a not-so-subtle reminder to the populace that life was better under their rule. During the week-long celebration, all seriousness was barred, dress codes were relaxed, and people dressed in loud, bright colors. Businesses were closed and all work was canceled. Executions were postponed, and rulers refrained from declaring war during Saturnalia. The courts were closed, which effectively meant that you either participated in the festivities or you were on your own. Even slaves were freed from their duties and allowed to participate in the festivities. One of the most exciting elements of the Saturnalia celebrations was the complete reversal of the social order. Children were encouraged to disobey parents and cause mayhem. The wealthy were expected to feed and pay rent for the poor. Masters even traded places with their slaves, swapping clothing and places at the table. If you were lucky enough to be chosen as the Saturnalian monarch, you would be in for an extra special treat. The lowlier members of the household, usually the children and slaves, would throw dice or hide coins and other small objects into a cake to choose the lucky winner. The person that got the lucky piece of cake would be treated like a king or a queen for an entire week. The Saturnalian monarch would eat like a king, dress like a queen, and was the lord of misrule, responsible for causing mischief, insulting guests, and reigning over chaos. Families would decorate their homes for the Saturnalia celebrations with laurel wreaths and green trees lit up with candles. Friends would exchange small gifts like dolls, caged birds, and candles to signal the return of light after the darkness of winter. On the final day of Saturnalia, friends would exchange small terracotta figurines called sigillaria, small dolls with movable limbs that might have been meant as stand-ins for the human sacrifices in the more primitive traditions that existed long before Saturnalia. While there were plenty of wholesome traditions, Saturnalia was really all about one thing: partying. Most of the more serious citizens looked down on the inebriated masses, but most Romans looked forward to letting go of their inhibitions and indulging in a week of debauchery. For most, it was relatively harmless fun. The streets would take on a Mardi Gras atmosphere, and the drinking, gambling, singing, and dancing in the streets would carry on until the early morning hours every night of the week. Of course, when the alcohol is flowing, things can easily get out of hand, and during Saturnalia they usually did. Drunken injuries and even accidental deaths were to be expected during the week-long binge. Emboldened by booze and a lack of consequences, partiers accomplished all sorts of mischief, from vandalizing homes and public buildings to petty theft and nasty pranks. No festival dedicated to indulging one's deepest desires would be complete without plenty of drunken fighting and, fornicating. Partying and mischief might have been the mainstays of Saturnalia, but the festival wasn't all fun and games. Just like in the movies, when bad behavior is encouraged and there are no consequences, things can quickly take a dark turn. Drunken fights would frequently devolve into outright murder. Saturnalia was the perfect time to exact revenge on someone who had wronged you, or to intimidate or even eliminate a rival. Thieves would take advantage of the celebratory atmosphere and lack of law and order to burglarize the homes of partygoers. Even those whose deepest desires were truly deplorable had free rein to indulge them during Saturnalia, and unfortunately brutal rape and murder were the unfortunate consequences of this holiday from the rules. With the courts closed and law and order off duty, there was nowhere to turn for help. It was every man for himself, and law-abiding Romans just hoping to enjoy a well-deserved break from work were at the mercy of the inebriated masses. Of course, this is exactly what the Roman rulers had in mind, a nice little reminder that life is better under their laws than without them. And it's not like this was just a few bad apples. The officials were in on it too. Early sources shed light on a particularly gruesome Saturnalia ritual. In a horror movie version of the tradition of the mock king of the house, communities would select a special victim, winner, who would be king or queen for a day. They would drink and feast them like royalty during the day and indulge other pleasures all through the night before they were brutally slaughtered on the steps of Saturn's temple, a sacrifice to the god and a symbol of the destruction of the forces of darkness and evil. The conversion of Emperor Constantine to Christianity in 312 AD spelled the beginning of the end for Saturnalia, as Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. The church moved to ban any pagan rituals that might threaten its authority. Saturnalia didn't disappear altogether. It remained a popular carnival as late as 449 AD, but its place as the most popular Roman holiday was usurped by a new Christian holiday celebrating the birth of their savior, a little thing called Christmas. Between December 25th date, the greenery decorations, and the exchanging of gifts, we almost have to wonder if Christmas might have borrowed a few traditions from the ancient Romans. Saturnalia was not the only ancient celebration that gave people a holiday from the rules. There are many parallels between the ancient Roman and Greek cultures, and this is no exception. The Greek festival of Cronia was remarkably similar to the Roman festival of Saturnalia. Kronos was the Greek god of agriculture, and his festival, Cronia, originated as a farmer's harvest festival and evolved into a tradition of inverting the social order. All work was canceled, and for one night, slaves were allowed to dine with their masters. Ancient sources have noted that the celebrating slaves made riotous noise during their feast and time off, creating chaos throughout the city. The ancient Egyptians had the Tek Festival, a feast of drunkenness, which was a celebration of the time that, according to Egyptian myth, humanity was saved from a bloodthirsty god by beer. Yeah, beer. So it's not surprising that this holiday, which was most popular around 1500 BC, was celebrated by getting rip-roaring drunk and passing out in the temple. Now that you know the Purge movies were inspired by the ancient festival of Saturnalia, you might be wondering if something like that could actually happen today. Well, you might say that it already has, kind of. In 2016, an Indiana teen was arrested for kidnapping a woman and was later charged with killing 2 people. He claims to have been inspired by the movies, and he told his girlfriend, "You better go on Facebook and watch the videos of me shooting people. I purge every night now." Okay, so that was one insane person, but could we ever see a world in which purges are a real thing? And could that possibly be a good thing? The justification behind a purge, both the movie version and the real Saturnalia one, was to give the population a release valve, which would theoretically improve the economy and reduce violence and crime during the rest of the year. According to Forbes magazine, though, a purge would only serve to increase the socioeconomic inequality that is already rampant in our society, since only the wealthy could afford to protect themselves. Even worse, it would increase habituation towards violent behavior and destroy the economy as the insurance industry, real estate market, and small businesses collapsed. Perhaps this is a tradition best left to the past. Once again, it turns out that real life was even more unbelievable than the movies. The ancient Roman festival of Saturnalia was one part real life The Purge, one part jolly Christmassy celebration, and a whole lot of chaos. There's a house in Connecticut belonging to a pair of the most famous paranormal investigators in the world. They've tackled countless cases of the supernatural and taken the most dangerous objects they've found and placed them in a museum. You can look around, but there's one exhibit everyone gives a wide berth. It's surrounded by warnings not to touch, and if you talk to anyone, they'll tell you that it's the exhibit they're most scared of. But it doesn't look like much. It's an old, worn doll from the popular Raggedy Ann line of rag dolls. But this doll has a long, haunted history, and her name is Annabelle. Now, you probably know the name Annabelle from a popular series of movies called The Conjuring Universe, and based on the adventures of real-life paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. The Warrens have since passed on, but their legacy is only growing thanks to their museum and the movies based on their lives. The Conjuring Universe has released 7 films with 3 more planned, but few creatures and objects from it have captured people's imaginations more than Annabelle. The Haunted Doll was the first spin-off from the series, but she was very different there. The filmmaker couldn't use Raggedy Ann without license, so they created a new porcelain doll to represent Annabelle, and she was no less dangerous. But the real Annabelle is safely locked up in Connecticut, where she can't hurt anyone, right? Annabelle's just a doll, and many people don't think there's much to fear, but the story of how she wound up at the Warrens tells a very different story, and that's why they're careful to make sure she doesn't get away. But how could a doll even escape? Unlike other famous evil dolls like Chucky from the Child's Play series, she's not mobile, although she's been said to move unpredictably. That stopped once she was put in a glass cage at the Warren Museum, mostly. But could the dangerous doll make her escape again and wreak havoc? Right now, as long as people follow instructions, the danger seems to be minimal. It's not easy to escape locked glass cages. Keeping her locked up is easy. Getting her locked up again, much more difficult. To see how difficult, we've got to look back at how she got locked up in that cage in the first place. She might not look like much, but her unfortunate roommates found out just how dangerous she could be. The year was 1970 when the Warrens got the call that would be their defining case. A young nurse named Donna celebrated her 28th birthday, and as a gift from her mother, she received the doll that would become Annabelle. The significance of the doll is unknown, but Donna loved it and brought it home to the apartment she shared with another nurse, Angie. They put it on the sofa in their living room, and she cheered up their apartment just a little bit. She would be waiting as a dose of whimsy whenever they or a visitor entered the house. There was just one problem. Annabelle never seemed to stay where they put her. They would put her in a spot on the sofa before leaving for work, and then she would be somewhere else, somewhere impossible like behind a locked door. But that was just the start, as they soon started finding notes around the home saying, "Help me." Was it some sort of prank? Making it even more creepy, the notes were written on parchment paper, which the women didn't even have in their apartment. Annabelle was acting weirder and weirder, and the women were starting to become uncomfortable having the doll in their home. But the odd doll wasn't hurting anyone. That was about to change. Annabelle did not like visitors. Angie's boyfriend Lou would come and go in the apartment since Angie had given him a key. One day he was in and he heard someone in her room. He decided to check and found only the doll on the floor. He turned to leave and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked under his shirt, he found bloody claw marks as if he'd been attacked by a wild animal, but there was no one else in the room. And making things even stranger, he reported that the claw marks had vanished without a trace in only 2 days. Was Lou attacked by a demonic force? Did he hallucinate the whole thing? Or was it a supernatural force making him think he was attacked? The women were getting more and more scared. It was time to call for help. They called in a local museum first, and she claimed the doll was inhabited by the spirit of a 7-year-old girl named Annabelle Higgins, whose body was found on the site. She told them that the spirit was peaceful and just wanted to be loved, and they should leave the doll in their home and treat it well. That did not cause the supernatural occurrences to decrease. In fact, they got worse. The women called local priests for help to do an exorcism, and the priest got in contact with the Warrens. The paranormal investigators believed the doll was not a benevolent spirit. It was something much more dangerous. The Warrens had done multiple exorcisms, and they saw the telltale signs of demonic possession, teleporting, threatening notes, and seemingly impossible attacks on intruders. They brought a priest with them, and the priest blessed the women's apartment and claimed it was cleansed of any demonic energy. The Warrens felt the doll was still a possible danger and volunteered to take it home with them. This would lead to the most dangerous car ride of their lives. Whatever was inside Annabelle, it was far from gone. As soon as they put the doll in the backseat, strange things seemed to happen. The car itself seemed possessed, as the power steering and brakes would turn off, not randomly, but at points that would be most dangerous, like when they would be driving in narrow curves. The doll was trying to kill them, and the only way they were able to get home was by sprinkling holy water around the doll. They were able to get the doll home and lock it up, seemingly ending its threat. After all, what could a doll do from behind a glass cage? It turns out, a lot. Annabelle has not been out of her cage since, despite debunked rumors that she's escaped. But that doesn't mean she's unable to hurt people. Many rumors abound that getting too close to her can cause bad, often fatal luck. Annabelle seems to have a special hatred for religious figures, and when a visiting priest mocked her and claimed she was just a hoax, he may have found out how wrong he was. His brakes mysteriously went out on the way home, and he was nearly killed in a car accident. The Warrens were always very careful about keeping people away from the cage, with many warnings that Annabelle wasn't to be trifled with. Most people obeyed. One man didn't, and he paid the price. A rowdy young man visited the museum one day and, despite the warnings, didn't seem to be scared of the supernatural forces in the exhibits at all. He went so far as to get up close to Annabelle's cage, laugh at her, and even knock on the cage. The staff immediately asked him to leave, and he and his girlfriend got on his motorcycle, and on the way home he lost control of the bike and hit a tree. She survived, but he was killed instantly. The Warrens believe this was Annabelle's first murder. As long as Annabelle stays locked up and people respect the rules, it's unlikely she'll hurt anyone else. But what if she didn't stay locked up? Earlier this year, rumors started to circulate that she was on the loose and had escaped the occult museum in Connecticut. A killer doll on the loose would make sense for 2020, but there were a few problems with the idea. First up, the museum isn't currently open since the death of Lorraine Warren, and son-in-law Tony Spera has yet to reopen it. Secondly, it's an inanimate object. It can't escape on its own. In the decades the Annabelle doll has been locked up, no one has seen it move. The only way it could escape is with help. Annabelle is a collector's item, and one that would likely sell for millions on the black market. This makes the closed museum an inviting target for thieves, and that's where the biggest danger for an unleashed Annabelle comes from. Say a black market artifacts dealer decided to try to make his name by grabbing the most dangerous doll in history. He would break into the closed museum, and all it would take was a crowbar to free Annabelle from her glass prison. How much danger could she do on the loose? History shows maybe a lot, but there's an equally good chance that the danger would be confined entirely to one person, the unfortunate man who decided it was a good idea to steal her. When confined to a home, Annabelle seems to have many powers. She can teleport, she can write on parchment paper and leave clues, and she might be able to even attack people with psychic claws. But she seems to be far more dangerous in a moving vehicle. She can alter the vehicle's movement and cause accidents. So if the thief wanted to get home alive so he could sell the doll, he'd better be prepared with holy water and the same rituals that the Warrens used to transport the doll in 1970. A non-believer who just wanted the money would likely find themselves wrapped around a tree. A smart thief, though, could lead to the doll doing a lot of damage. Say the thief came prepared. He snatched Annabelle and put her in a box treated with holy water and was able to transport her home before he arranged a sale. There's no report of Annabelle being able to escape a glass box, so he would likely be safe. But that can't be said for anyone who paid the hefty price she would command on the black market. Unless the buyer was well versed in demonic possession as the Warrens, they would likely take the doll's powers lightly. If they made it home, they would wind up with the same supernatural phenomenon that Donna and Angie experienced. The doll teleporting, leaving them creepy messages, and maybe even hurting visitors. That could lead anyone to try to get rid of her. And that's where Annabelle's biggest danger lies. The doll never seems to appear exactly where it's supposed to be. So if someone decided to dump the doll, it's very possible it could find its way out of a garbage can and into the view of a little girl who wanted to take it home. And the cycle begins again. Would the next family know who to call to get rid of the threat? Or would they call the police instead to try to get rid of the threat? That conversation is likely to go, well, officers, I need your help to remove an evil doll from my home. The odds are the family would be left to their own devices unless they knew a local medium or a religious figure who could help. And even if the police believed them, that might just be the beginning. The police deal in facts, and they aren't experienced in dealing with the supernatural. However, Annabelle is a highly expensive stolen object, and if a family came into possession of it, the police would be interested. They'd take the doll into their possession, take it to their station, and file it as stolen property. While they tried to get a hold of the rightful owner, the doll would be left alone in the station, in the same place as countless pieces of evidence, weapons belonging to both the police and those confiscated from criminals, and surrounded by dozens of officers and the many people being held in the cells. If Annabelle wound up in a police station, there's no telling the kind of chaos she could cause. Should we be on the lookout for Annabelle coming to a neighborhood near you? Probably not. Tony Spera has posted recent footage proving that she's right where she belongs in the closed Warren Museum. While a theft is possible, the valuable objects within are guarded well until they can reopen to the public. And even if she was taken, the doll is famous enough that the odds are any theft would be quickly followed up on, not only by the police but by people well versed in her threat to contain her safely. And that's assuming everything about her story is true. The original story took place 50 years ago, and the people who witnessed it are either dead or can't be reached. And the priest and motorcyclist accidents could have been tragic coincidences. But just to be safe, if you see a stray Raggedy Ann doll hanging around where it shouldn't be, it's probably best to handle it with care.
Going on the internet can be an overwhelming experience, and there's a good reason why. A Netcraft web server survey taken in January 2018 revealed that there are over 1.8 billion websites on the internet. Of course, your purpose for going on the internet narrows down the number of websites you'll actually visit. Some people go on the internet to look for employment, while others are online retailers or students trying to write a research paper. And then there are people who are looking for something different outside of the realm of the ordinary. What are some websites that can satisfy the need to see something bizarre, strange, or even frightening? That's what we'll explore today in this episode of the Infographic Show, Top 10 Creepiest Internet Websites. Number 10, theoccultmuseum.com. The Occult Museum is a fairly new website that is packed with creepy content. Started in 2015, the website states that it is dedicated to collecting the strange, macabre, and the supernatural. It covers a wide variety of paranormal topics, including haunted places, supernatural destinations, and mythic monsters. It also features true crime articles about topics such as serial killers, unsolved crimes, and mysterious disappearances. In addition, the Occult Museum shares true stories submitted by readers. Some of them are ghost stories and urban legends, but others are first-hand accounts of strange, unexplained, and/or disturbing events experienced by people such as doctors, 911 operators, truckers, and morticians. Number 9, theblackvault.com. According to its Facebook page, the Black Vault is a massive research center archiving what the US government is trying to hide from you. Its creator, John Greenwald Jr., has compiled an extensive database of declassified documents from the FBI, CIA, and other US government organizations with secret information. There are documents about historical figures such as Adolf Hitler, organizations such as the Church of Scientology, and weapons programs such as the electron beam systems in space. The site also includes celebrity FBI files. For instance, you can see a Xerox copy of a threatening letter sent to the Beatles in 1964. In the letter, the sender told the Beatles to cancel their 1964 performance in Denver, or else I'm going to throw a hand grenade instead of jelly babies. In addition, there are declassified FBI documents about fringe topics such as Area 51 and Bigfoot. And there's more. The Black Vault offers case files on recent and past UFO sightings, alien encounters, cryptozoology, and other paranormal topics. Other features of the site include a chat room and a radio show. Number 8, diedinhouse.com. For a fee, you can receive a report from diedinhouse.com that contains information about people who died at an address you enter into the website. The report also discloses whether there was a fire at the property, if the property was used as a meth lab, and if any registered sex offenders lived at the address. You also get a list of registered sex offenders in the entire zip code area of your address. Currently, diedinhouse.com can generate reports only for official addresses in all 50 states of the US. Number 7, vincentcastiglia.com. This website is the online portfolio of American artist Vincent Castiglia. While his surreal artwork depicting archetypal themes of life, death, and decay is eerie on its own, the fact that he paints them with human blood adds to the creep factor. He paints most of his artwork with his own blood, but sometimes he paints with the blood of celebrities. For example, Castiglia painted a portrait of musician Greg Allman with Allman's own blood. He is also known for painting Lucifer on the guitar of Slayer musician Gary Holt using Holt's own blood. Recently, director John Borowski completed a documentary about Castiglia called Bloodlines: The Art and Life of Vincent Castiglia. Number 6, summum.org. Summum is a religion that incorporates some ancient Egyptian practices and the laws of the Hebrew prophet Moses. The followers of this religion set up a non-profit organization offering Egyptian mummification services. They will mummify you even if you do not believe in Summum. Summum.org provides more information about the procedure used to preserve your body, which is, bad pun intended, shrouded in mystery. You actually have to have your body shipped to their site in Salt Lake City, Utah, in order for them to perform the mummification. They even warn you that once your body is received by Summum, no family member or any other person will be able to see your body again. This is because they want to work without interference from anyone else. The process can take several months or longer. When they are done mummifying you, you are sealed up in a mummiform, a custom-made art form casket or a traditional casket before you are shipped back to a final resting place of your choice. They also mummify pets. The high cost of their mummification services will probably scare more people than the mummification process. The cost of human mummification starts at $67,000. The website does not specify whether or not this includes the price of a mummiform or casket, and you can't use just any old casket. Summum requires a full couch 48-ounce bronze or full couch stainless steel casket. Pet mummification can range between $7,000 to more than $100,000. Number 5, funker530.com. This is the website of a military veteran organization. According to its Patreon page, the purpose of funker530.com is to bring the public an unfiltered view into conflicts unfolding around the globe. While it features some news and entertainment stories, the primary content of funker530.com is combat footage taken in Afghanistan, Iraq, and a few other countries. There are also videos of other types of shocking incidents that happen around the world, such as security camera footage of a grenade attack in a Ukrainian nightclub. Whether captured on or off the battlefield, the footage in these videos is disturbing and filled with graphic violence. At one point, YouTube threatened to delete the funker530.com YouTube channel and most of its combat footage due to the controversial nature of the content. The Funker530 channel is still up and running, at least for now, and the Funker530.com website will be available if its channel is taken down. Number 4. Supernaut.com. This website features an extensive collection of murder memorabilia from well-known and lesser-known serial killers, cannibals, and female killers. Some items are fairly mundane, such as letters and Christmas cards sent from prison and prison photos, but others are more creepy. For instance, you can buy a victim morgue photo for $12. This website is even selling a pair of boxer shorts that Charles Manson wore in prison for $3,500 and dentures that he wore in prison for $50,000. These items are disturbing not only because of who owned them, but also because of the fact that someone is profiting from the suffering and death of people who are murdered. Number 3. Skywaybridge.com. Despite its cheery name, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge in Tampa Bay, Florida has a dark history. It is supposedly the 4th popular suicide bridge in the United States. The purpose of Skywaybridge.com is to track the number of people who have jumped off of this bridge. The statistics posted on the website include the number of successful suicides, possible suicides, suicide survivors, and saved jumpers. There is also a list of all known jumpers, the dates they jumped, and additional details about what happened to them. The records date back to 1954, when the original bridge first opened. It was rebuilt after an accident in 1980, but the website is updated frequently to include the latest jump attempts. In addition to data about the jumpers, the website openly tries to discourage people from jumping off of the bridge. It offers suicide prevention resources to encourage people to get help, and it includes some gruesome details from a news article about what happens to the bodies of jumpers when they hit the water. There is also the first-hand account of a fisherman who attempted to save someone who jumped off the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. The emotional trauma the fisherman suffered from his encounter with the jumper is a reminder that suicide causes pain to others besides the suicide victim. Not only did he take his life that day, he impacted mine forever. Number 2. PlaneCrashInfo.com. As its name suggests, PlaneCrashInfo.com is dedicated to providing data that will satisfy your morbid curiosity about old and new plane crashes from around the world. Its database covers plane crashes that happened between 1920 and the present. You can find out such grim statistics as how many fatalities happened aboard the plane and on the ground. Plane crash accident scene photos are also included. There are some special features on the website as well. For example, find out about famous people who died in plane crashes and details about the plane accidents that killed them. If you can't get enough plane crash information, there are links to plane accident report databases in Australia, Brazil, USA, and a few other countries. Perhaps the most creepy aspect of this website is its last words page. Here you will find cockpit voice recordings and transcripts from plane flights that crashed. You get to hear and or read what was said before final impact. Some of the recordings are more disturbing than others, particularly the CVRs of those who knew they were going to die. And finally, number 1, archive.org, the Jonestown Death Tape. The Internet Archive is a non-profit digital library of internet sites and other cultural artifacts in digital form. Not everything on the Internet Archive is creepy, but if you look around, you can find some shocking and strange items on this website, such as the US War Department's footage of Benito Mussolini's execution and a 1984 music album by Charles Manson. One of the creepiest cultural artifacts featured in the Internet Archive is a digitized copy of an audio cassette tape found by the FBI at Jonestown, Guyana. On November 18, 1978, over 900 members of the People's Temple cult, led by Jim Jones, committed mass suicide at Jonestown by drinking a cyanide-laced drink similar to Kool-Aid. Jones shot himself in the head following the death of his followers. This recording on the Internet Archive features Jones's final words to his followers. After some of his men killed Congressman Leo Ryan and others who were about to leave Jonestown, he tries to convince his followers that there is no other way for them to have peace except to die. While one person suggests the possibility of escaping to Russia as an alternative to suicide, others are thanking Jones for giving them the strength to choose death. Someone even tries to persuade the other followers that they should be happy about death. The background sounds of children screaming as they are dying are disturbing and haunting. What makes this tape even creepier is that it has slow, ominous-sounding music in the background that was not played live at this tragic death event. One expert speculates that all the music on the tape are shadows from an old recording that somehow leaked into this final, eerie recording.
Kuchisake Onna, or the slit-mouthed woman, a vicious spirit with her face covered with a mask. She stared back at young Shiro from the book of Japanese folk tales and legends, and he wanted to know more. Who was she? Why was she full of rage? And what was under that mask? Shiro's mother, Hina, was a devout woman who believed in the old ways, and she tried to pass them on to her son through stories. A strong believer in the spirit, she always wanted Shiro to tread carefully if he encountered a supernatural. Shiro's father, Kenichi, was another story. He only believed in one spirit, sake. He would frequently come home drunk and insult his wife, and he burst through the door just as Shiro asked his mother to tell him the story of the slit-mouthed woman. "Are you filling that boy's head with those foolish stories again? They're not foolish, they're—" As his father flung the book across the room, Shiro retreated to his bedroom. He knew what it was like when his father was in a mood, and listened to the shouting between his parents until he heard the telltale sound of a door slam. His father was no doubt out to get drunk at the tavern again, and wouldn't be back until late. He didn't care what his father said. He knew the spirits his mother warned him about were real, and he hoped his father wouldn't encounter any on his way to the watering hole. It was late and the moon was high in the sky when Kenichi wandered back from the tavern. He knew it would be another argument as soon as he got home, and he walked slowly, careful not to stumble. He had more than his fill, and the forest path between the tavern and home looked more winding and shadowy than normal. As he approached, he saw the faint outline of a woman in the moonlight blocking his path. "Hina, that you? Couldn't even wait till I got home to yell at me?" There was no response from the woman as Kenichi walked forward, and through his sake-blurred eyes, he could slowly see that this wasn't his wife. It was a dark-haired woman, her face covered with a mask, and she was holding what looked like an unusually long pair of scissors. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he bet she was beautiful under that mask, and suddenly he was in no hurry to get home. "Am I beautiful?" the woman asked softly as Kenichi walked closer. "Yes, you are," he said with a smirk. "Are you looking too?" The woman slowly reached up, removing her mask, and Kenichi blanched in horror. Beneath the cloth, her face was horribly mutilated. Her mouth split from ear to ear in a twisted, unnaturally wide grin. "Am I beautiful?" Kenichi screamed in horror, turning to run, but the slit-mouthed woman moved unnaturally fast. In a second, she was on him, her scissors in her hand, stabbing him repeatedly. Kenichi's screams echoed through the forest, but no one was around to hear or see him as the vengeful spirit dragged him away. Well, almost no one. Shiro had been watching from the window, wondering when his father would come back. He saw him approach the end of the path, his way blocked by a woman. He saw his father turn and run, the flash of large scissors in the moonlight, and he knew his father would not be returning home. He tried to tell his mother what had happened, but she brushed him off. Kenichi was notoriously unreliable, and she insisted he'd make his way home eventually. But as days went by with no sign of the man, their home was soon filled with aunts and cousins offering their sympathies. Clearly, Hina's unreliable drunk husband had run off and abandoned the family. Anytime Shiro tried to bring up what he had seen, he was told to be quiet and not upset his mother. But he knew. The slit-mouthed woman was out there, and she had taken his father away, and Shiro was determined to solve the mystery. Years passed, and Shiro grew from a boy into a young man. Although he was busy with school, he always made time to research the legend of the creature that had taken his father. He never got any closer to finding out the truth, but it was clear that he was far from the only person interested in the legend. It was hard to distinguish real reports of the creature from all the people making up stories about her. She had appeared in manga, anime, video games, and animated movies. There had even been a series of horror movies about her titled Carved, the Slit-Mouthed Woman. But few people seemed to believe she was anything more than a scary story to be told at summer camp or on internet forums. Shiro put out a post on the internet asking for people who had encountered the spirit, and was shocked when he got one response back. It was an old man, living about an hour away. After school, he told his mother he was going to the library to study and instead took the bus to the old man's town. He had been told to meet him in the library, and when he arrived, the librarian told him the man was waiting for him in the quiet study room. The room was dark, and the old man was busy reading a book. He didn't even turn around to greet Shiro. "You're the boy looking into spirits?" "Yes, sir," the slit-mouthed woman. Shiro could swear he saw the man shiver as he began to talk. "You encountered her?" "No, my father did, and I think she killed him." "I'm not surprised. She does that to most people who say the wrong thing to her. I was barely older than you when I encountered her, and she asked me the same question she asks everyone. Am I beautiful? She's a horror under that mask, and if you let her know you think that, there's no getting away alive. Me, I heard the stories. I knew what to say, or so I thought. I stared her right in the face, that horrible grin, and I told her I thought she was beautiful." "And you survived?" Shiro breathed a sigh of relief. There was a way to escape. "Yeah," the old man said with a pause, "but she wanted to know if I meant it, so she left me with a memory of our encounter." The old man put his book down and slowly turned around. On his cheeks were two long, healed scars marking his face, splitting his cheeks from ear to ear. The slit-mouthed woman had marked the old man just like her face. Shiro quickly thanked the old man for his time and beat a hasty retreat from the library. Who was this woman and what did she want? Would she just kill or maim anyone she encountered no matter what they said? He needed the answers, and he kept on researching. He needed to know her origin, but he soon found out there wasn't just one origin, there were many. Everyone seemed to think the slit-mouthed woman was the spirit of a woman who'd been horribly maimed in life and was seeking her revenge, but no one could agree on what had happened to her. The old man confirmed that she had been haunting Japan for decades, but there were legends dating back to the Edo period, the 17th century. Some versions of the legend said she was the wife or concubine of a cruel samurai who mutilated her when she had an affair. Others said she was the victim of a dentist or doctor who botched a procedure on her face, or that she'd been cut by a romantic rival who was jealous of her beauty. Others said she wasn't the spirit of a mutilated woman at all. They said she was a yokai, or supernatural creature, and that the slits weren't a cut, they were her natural mouth, and it was full of hundreds of sharp teeth that she used to consume anyone who crossed her path. Years went on, and Shiro never found the answers he was looking for. There were too many stories about the creature, all different, and no one was sure how to survive an experience with her unscathed. Some said you had to give her a gift. Others said that even if she let someone pass, she would return and kill them later. Soon, Shiro met a girl, Sakura, and they married and had children of their own. Life was busy, and Shiro rarely had time to dwell on those horrible memories from childhood, with one exception, the anniversary of his father's death each year. As the day approached, he found himself becoming increasingly obsessed with the slit-mouthed woman. He would pore over the books of folklore, looking for clues. His mother had told him to let the past go, to not let the spirits haunt him, but he was obsessed. His children would come to ask their father to play with him, but he would shoo them away, saying he was busy. Sakura came to pull him out of his study, and they quarreled. Soon he decided to take a walk to clear his mind. Maybe he'd get a drink, just to take the edge off. The night was crisp and clear as Shiro walked home from the tavern, and he was glad he had only one drink. He knew Sakura meant well, and he couldn't wait to get home to talk things out with her. In fact, was that her waiting for him at the end of the path? It wasn't. Shiro's blood ran cold as he recognized the figure blocking his path home. It was the same woman he had seen all those years earlier waiting for his father. The same white dress, the same black hair, the same mask over the face, the same scissors in the hand. And now her eyes were fixed firmly on him. One way or another, he was about to get the answers he was looking for. Am I beautiful? Shiro knew no one survived saying no to the slit-mouthed woman, and he answered yes. He braced himself as she reached up and took off her mask, revealing the horribly mutilated face underneath. He kept a steady face, not reacting. The wrong reaction could spell death. Am I beautiful? She repeated in the same haunted, dispassionate tone. You look fine, average. Shiro responded, hoping this would have an impact. Maybe she didn't want people to lie, but she didn't want them to acknowledge her deformity at all. The slit-faced woman didn't respond, just looked at him quizzically. This obviously wasn't a response she was prepared for, but she didn't move. She was waiting for something more. Shiro reached into his pocket and barely contained a laugh. His favorite hard candies. Her daughter must have slipped them into his pocket before he stormed out, in case he was hungry. He took them out and put the small sweets on the ground as an offering. The slit-faced woman tilted her head toward the candy, then quickly moved forward and gathered them. That gave Shiro the opportunity he needed to quickly move around her toward the end of the path and into the clearing. He'd heard the rustling behind him, but he didn't look back until he was safely to his front door. When he finally turned around, the slit-faced woman was nowhere to be seen, and he had a feeling he had seen the last of her. As Shiro entered his home and embraced his wife and children, he made a promise. He would remember what his mother taught him. He would pass down the stories of the spirits to his children and make sure they knew how to escape them. After all, the slit-faced woman was still out there. They say one man's trash is another man's treasure, but sometimes one man's trash is another man's deadly curse, and it's best left in the trash bin. Following the 2008 global financial crisis, many Americans were out of work and had to find ways to cut household spending. One such person was Janet Smith, who'd just been laid off from her job at a law firm and, unable to find work, had to move from San Francisco to a smaller college town of Chico, California. Needing furniture for her new house, Janet spent her first day in Chico exploring the center of town, looking for some affordable options. While she browsed the selection of pre-loved furniture at the local Goodwill, what she saw immediately caught her eye. An antique wooden rocking horse, just like the one that had been in her grandmother's house when she was a little girl. It was in good condition except for the worn paint, and Janet found it so charming that she was compelled to take it home with her. Little did she know that she just brought a force beyond comprehension into her new home. In previous videos, we've explained the terrifying faceless monster known as Siren Head, as well as the impossibly cruel reality-warping cartoon cat, both creations of Canadian horror kingpin Trevor Henderson. Today we've got something a little different in store, because while the being covered in this episode might not be as threatening as Siren Head or Cartoon Cat, it's easily one of the most memorable and bizarre of Henderson's beasties. This is the story of the enigmatic entity known simply as Long Horse. While the creature is most often called long horse, it's really not an accurate description. Long horse isn't simply a long horse, rather it's an entity that resembles the mummified head and neck of a horse. It has an almost skeletal appearance, with no eyes, lips, or lower jaw, but with a scraggly mane still growing from its neck. The neck itself is where the creature gets its name, as no matter the angle it's seen from, it stretches beyond the field of vision of whoever encounters it. Long Horse's body, if it even has one, is seemingly always hiding behind a corner, and the creature's neck can stretch as far back as it needs to. The bones in it are, according to Trevor Henderson's blog, more like finger bones than vertebrae, allowing for its unnatural degree of bending and curving. Henderson also has explained that the bends in Long Horse's neck can be as many or as few as needed. In contrast to Henderson's more outwardly malicious creatures, Long Horse has been called generally non-hostile but persistent, and Henderson has also called it the patron saint of forewarning, of disaster averted, of curiosity, for better or worse. Its origins are a mystery, but it seems to be able to travel through different planes of reality. For the most part, though, it only appears in dreams. As soon as Janet brought home her new rocking horse, she noticed a few things. She started to smell cinnamon around the house, which didn't bother her very much, considering that she had always liked the smell of cinnamon. She was also easily able to write off those strange dreams she started having. Each night, she would dream of waking up and walking out into the hallway of her new house. She would stand at the top of the stairs and watch as a skeletal horse's head would snake around through the arch that led to the living room. The horse never did anything, it just looked at her. Sometimes in the dream, she would try to see the rest of its body, but no matter how hard she looked, she would only see the horse's neck, curving out of the window and off into the darkness. Janet paid no mind to these dreams at first, but they started to become more frequent as time went on. That was when her run of bad luck started. It was the little things at first, like misplacing her keys, running into traffic, or ripping her favorite dress. Janet didn't make any connection in her mind to her minor misfortunes and the mysterious horse in her dreams, but one night the horse appeared to her again. This time, she was sitting in her car parked near a wooded area that she used to walk through in her old neighborhood. The horse's neck was curling around the trees, gliding silently as it came closer and closer to her with a sense of urgency that Janet had never seen from it before. She realized that in this dream, she could hear the horse's neck bones cracking as it wound itself through the trees. She woke up the next morning unsettled by the dream she just had, but still, she chalked it up to the stress of her move and her new job, and she got ready for work the way she always did. That's when she got a call. Her mother, who still lived in San Francisco, had just been admitted to the hospital after having a heart attack. Janet took the first day she could get off of work to go visit her mother in the hospital. When Janet got there, she was stable but still in a considerable amount of pain. Janet asked her mother how she was doing, and all her mother could say in response was, "I was having dreams about a horse." The doctor said it was just the morphine talking, but Janet knew better. When she returned home, she resolved to get rid of the rocking horse, knowing that all of her strange dreams and bad luck had started with her bringing it home. However, when she tried to take it back to the thrift store, the store's owner had no record of the item ever having been in the store's inventory. He couldn't remember having seen it before. On her way home from the store, she took a detour to the nearest dump and threw the horse away, hoping to be rid of it once and for all. But her attempts were useless, as that night, she again dreamed of the long horse. In her dream, she screamed at it to leave her alone, but the horse didn't respond. She could still hear its neck cracking, and the sound was even louder than it had sounded in the other dream. The next day, with no explanation, the rocking horse was back in her living room, where it had been before, and once again she noticed the smell of cinnamon around her house. Janet tried every possible way to get rid of the rocking horse, but no matter if she smashed it to pieces, burned it, or even just tried to donate it somewhere else, it would always come back the next day. And every night she would have another dream about the mummified horse with an impossibly long neck. Every night in her dreams, she demanded to know what the entity wanted. The only response she got was a blank, eyeless stare and the sound of the horse's neck bones cracking as its neck stretched longer and longer. She felt convinced that whatever it was, it had been responsible for her mother's heart attack, and if she didn't get rid of it, something even worse would happen. But still, the feeling the creature gave her was not a threatening one, rather a feeling of urgency. What Janet couldn't understand was that the long horse was not the cause of her recent misfortune. It was trying to warn her. Trevor Henderson has stated that the cracking is Long Horse's attempt at communication. Hearing the sound in a dream is a sure sign that a tragedy is about to happen in the life of the person hearing it. And the more bends that a person sees in the horse's neck, the more urgent the message. Eventually, the dreams got so bad that she feared sleeping at all. Janet stayed up as late as she could, knowing that to fall asleep would mean having to see that long, twisted neck and hear the horse horrible crack of its bones. She just couldn't take it anymore. She put on a pot of coffee and resolved that if she could avoid falling asleep, she would. But it was impossible for Janet to stay awake forever, and eventually she passed out on her couch at around 4 a.m. with the empty pot of coffee on the table next to her. The next day, Janet woke up in a panic. She hadn't meant to fall asleep. She looked at the clock and saw to her horror she was 3 hours late for work. Janet rushed to get ready and ran to her car. She started driving as fast as she could, hoping that her boss wouldn't fire her on the spot for being so late. As she got closer, she started to hear fire truck sirens and realized she could see smoke coming from the office building where she'd been working since she moved to Chico. To her horror, she realized that the whole office was on fire. She asked the firefighters what had happened. They explained that a gas leak, combined with an electrical fault, had triggered a huge explosion that had caused most of the building to catch fire. They told Janet that she was lucky to have slept in when she did, because her office had been completely destroyed. Had Janet come to work on time, there would have been no way she could have survived. That night, when Janet dreamt of the long horse, it was in her stairwell again. Its neck was much shorter and its bones no longer cracked. She approached it holding an apple. She held the apple out toward the horse's snout and it started to rot and wither, signaling that the horse had accepted her offering of thanks. After that night, Janet never had a dream about the long horse again. So that's the story of Long Horse, a silent, mysterious, but apparently benevolent entity that appears in dreams to warn of impending tragedy. It's another excellent concept from the mind that brought us Cartoon Cat and Siren Head. And just like those two characters, Long Horse is entirely fictional, right? Well, you might be surprised. Myths and legends of creatures similar to Long Horse go back centuries. The word nightmare itself even originates from one such legend. In medieval Europe, the mare was believed to be a demonic entity that could ride or possess horses while their owners were sleeping, resulting in the horses being mysteriously exhausted in the morning. The mare was also said to be responsible for sleep paralysis in humans, hence the word nightmare, becoming the name for night terrors or bad dreams over time. While the demonic mare wasn't initially thought to be horse-like itself, the fact that the word mare is also coincidentally the name of a female horse, the two concepts eventually became combined in the public consciousness when Henry Fuseli painted The Nightmare in 1781. The painting, which was hugely popular in its time and has been recreated by dozens of other artists, depicts a sleeping woman with a demon crouching on her chest. On the other side of the room, an ethereal white horse, not unlike our long friend, watches through the curtains. Long Horse also has similarities to the Mari Lwyd, another folkloric character originating in Wales. The Mari Lwyd, or grey mare, is a type of macabre puppet constructed of an articulated horse skull on the end of a pole, covered in a long white cloth that conceals the puppeteer and creates the appearance of the head and extended neck of a ghostly horse. Despite its gruesome appearance, in Wales the Mari Lwyd is actually associated with the holiday season. Its mane is made of green and red ribbons, and its eye sockets are usually filled with ornaments. And in part of Wales, groups of locals will carry the Mari Lwyd with them from house to house, singing carols, telling jokes, drinking, and looking for Christmas parties to crash. Much like the Long Horse, the Mari Lwyd appreciates kind offerings from the people it visits. But unlike the Long Horse, the Mari Lwyd is a party horse who definitely prefers mulled wine and eggnog to apples. Long Horse also shares a lot in common with the story of Mothman, a creature that silently haunted the residents of one West Virginia town in the months leading up to a catastrophic bridge collapse. Mothman was a terrifying figure, but like Long Horse, most people believe that Mothman was warning people of the impending disaster. We'd lay out more similarities here, but the story of Mothman takes a whole video to explain. Check out Could the Legendary Mothman Actually Exist after this for more information. So, has Trevor Henderson created Long Horse based on this storied history of harbingers and horse demons, or was he just the most recent in a long line of artists to be inspired by dreams and visions of a ghastly, skeletal horse? We may never know the answer, but whatever the truth is, Long Horse has captivated the internet, and after watching this video, there's a non-zero chance that you might dream about Long Horse yourself. And if that happens, just remember that the horse means you no harm. Just offer it an apple and pay attention to the sound of its neck cracking. You can never be too careful. It's late one night and you can't sleep. You toss and turn but can't seem to doze off. So you pull out your computer and head to some of your frequented online forums. You're on your favorite subreddit, r/infographic show, when suddenly a pop-up blocks your screen. The box is all black with red lettering. It reads, "Do you like the Red Room?" The Red Room, you think? What's that? You shrug and go to close the pop-up. As soon as you click on the creepy message, another window appears. A list of people's names who have accessed a Red Room before begins scrolling across your screen. The list ends. An ominous message is left for you to read. It says everyone who has accessed the Red Room is now dead. Will you be next? You slam your laptop shut and sit in the darkness. You're breathing heavily as sweat pours down your face. Well, that was creepy, you think? Your curiosity gets the better of you, and you begin doing research on what red rooms are. One of the first things you find after a quick search is an account from a blogger who knows about red rooms. The blogger explains he knows a friend of a friend who once paid to view a red room on the dark web using cryptocurrency. The red room user went deep into the dark web using the anonymous browser called Tor. It was the only way to watch the real red rooms because of the insane stuff that happens in them. The user logged in and waited. The live stream video was of a room covered in translucent tarps. In the middle of the room was a chair. In the top right-hand corner of the screen was a countdown. The user had 3 minutes to wait before the show would begin. When the countdown got to 0, one of the tarps was pulled back. A tied-up man was escorted in by a hooded figure. The captive was secured in the chair, and the hooded figure left the room. He then came back with a pushcart piled high with tools and instruments of torture. The man tied to the chair began to scream and plead for mercy, but there was none to be had in the red room. The user was able to vote for different ways to torture the man. The executioner would read the messages and do it, but there was a catch. The user said that in order to suggest a torture, people watching the stream had to pay using untraceable cryptocurrency. The person with the highest payment got their torture of choice carried out. The user explained that this went on for around 20 minutes until someone made a monstrous donation to have the captive killed. The execution was carried out live on the Red Room video for all to see. You are a bit skeptical that something as horrible as torture and murder could be found on the internet. Also, this description, like every account of Red Rooms that you find, all happen to be second, third, or fourth-hand accounts. It seems like Red Rooms are tied to the dark web, yet when you do a quick Google search for Red Rooms, a bunch of sites come up. Yeah, they're all scams or old sites that no longer work, but they were relatively easy to find. This makes you think that people made up Red Rooms to scam others and it evolved into an urban legend. But the weird pop-up from earlier in the night still haunts you. You need to learn more. You decide to uncover more about what the dark web is and how it's tied to Red Rooms. After some research, you find that the dark web is a relatively small collection of websites that are not indexed by search engines such as Google or Yahoo. In fact, you discover that there are only about 2,000 unindexed sites that make up the dark web. When you compare this to the regular internet, which contains well over 1 billion sites, you're surprised at how small of a niche the dark web actually makes up of total virtual content. Supposedly, the only way to access these sites is to use open-source anonymity tools to uncover the hidden IP addresses. Browsers like Tor make it incredibly difficult to determine what is on the dark web and who is there unless you know what you're looking for. The dark web is based around anonymity, so it appeals to bad people doing bad things. You scour the internet for more information about Red Rooms. It's clear they are video streams of people doing terrible things like torture and murder. But do they really exist? Can you actually find one that's streaming live? From everything you've read, it seems unlikely. Most videos that claim to be Red Rooms are obviously just scams trying to steal people's money. What a time to be alive, you say sarcastically. As you go deeper and deeper into your research, you find an interesting rumor. It's claimed that the term Red Room has been around for decades. The name may have its origins in the movie The Shining, where red rum is written out in lipstick on a door. Later, the movie reveals that what is really being written is murder backwards. Another hypothesis of where Red Rooms got their name is from the 1983 horror film Videodrome. In this movie, torture is shown on live TV in a room painted red. Both ideas for the name of Red Room seems plausible. What doesn't seem plausible is that they actually exist on the internet. People have been known to do terrible things on the internet, especially when their identity is a secret. You don't have to go to the dark web to find websites geared toward racism, hate, and cybercrime. All of that can be found right on the regular internet. As you dive deeper into your research on the twisted world of the dark web, you come across a site that's claiming to be currently live streaming a Red Room. You're hesitant, but you need to know if it's real, so you click the link. It takes you to a video in progress. You think it's odd that a Red Room video would be easily accessible on the regular internet, but like so many others, your curiosity gets the better of you. The video in progress shows a woman being tortured by a man. The torturer is using different tools to inflict pain. Blood sprays everywhere. The man disappears behind a curtain. This can't be real, you think. He comes back into view as the shrieks of the hysteric captive fill the room. In his hand is a bone saw. A look of terror crosses the female's face. She struggles against the ropes, holding her onto the top of a wooden table. The man holds up the saw and brings it down onto one of the female's squirming legs. He puts his back to the camera and begins sawing. He's blocking the actual leg, but you can hear the screams and see the spraying blood covering the tarps that line the room. You're horrified. But what is even more scary than the Red Room are the comments of the anonymous watchers. They seem to be enjoying the torture. They're making suggestions on what to do next. You can't stand it anymore. You pull yourself out of the shock and grab your cell phone. You're about to call the police when the screaming stops. The man turns toward the camera and smiles. The female sits up, unties the ropes, and hops off the table. They take a bow. It was all just a show. No real torture happened, but it was still really messed up. Now, you're convinced that Red Rooms are either scams or gruesome staged videos where no one is actually tortured or killed. But then you stumble across claims that have been circulating the dark web forums. The rumors say Islamic State terrorists have been captured and will be tortured in a Red Room. The live stream is set to begin in just a few minutes. This seems like a twisted form of justice, but could it be real? Deep in the dark web, the site where the Islamic State fighters are to be tortured and killed goes live. A countdown starts. More and more people join the Red Room live stream. There's a lot of hype around this video. It seems legit. But right before the Red Room is about to begin, the site is taken offline. Hours later, the site comes back with a page that thanks everyone for watching and a 21-minute video of a guy being force-fed bacon. It seems like it was all a hoax. Yet again, the Red Room was a fake. You uncover no real evidence that Red Rooms currently exist or have ever existed. At this point, you're convinced that Red Rooms are all just an urban legend. As you look back at all of the research you did over the past few hours, you find holes in the Red Room myths. For example, the Tor software may allow people to remain anonymous on the dark web, but due to restrictions in what can be run, it's virtually impossible to stream any videos. The buffer rate would just be too slow to be viable. Also, the fact that there's virtually no first-hand evidence of a Red Room viewing is a big red flag. All accounts are from people who heard rumors from a friend, or an account that was found on forums that can't be verified. It would seem the Red Room urban legend has captivated the minds of people who search for crazy stuff on the dark web, but no real evidence for their existence has been uncovered. Maybe it's because people are too ashamed of what they did or saw. But people are not too ashamed to cyberbully or spread hate on the internet, so watching a Red Room video does not seem to be something people would be afraid to admit they've done. Even on the dark web, people can be found, given enough time and resources. The FBI and other law enforcement agencies have arrested people who engage in child pornography on the dark web. If Red Rooms existed, there's no reason to assume that people committing torture and murder would not eventually be apprehended. This is just more evidence that the Red Rooms do not actually exist. There are clearly terrible people doing terrible things on the dark web and the regular internet, but when laws are broken, they tend to be brought to justice one way or another. There have also been reports that hackers who use their abilities for good have analyzed a number of different dark websites such as Red Rooms. They found these sites not to be genuine. One hacker named Cthulhu analyzed a number of dark websites and found they were set up with no real concern for security. If terrible things are happening in Red Rooms, which could land the creator in jail, you would think security should be their #1 priority, but this does not seem to be the case, which means that the Red Room sites are most likely scams or fakes. You close your laptop and lay back in bed. You're relieved that the horrors of Red Rooms have been shown to be fake, but deep down inside, you know that people are capable of some crazy things. Maybe if you went deeper and deeper into the black hole of the dark web, you would find a real Red Room. It's a scary thought, but the internet can be a scary place. You lay awake looking at the ceiling. So much for trying to go back to sleep, you think. You and your friends are gathered around the campfire. It's getting late, and it's pitch dark out here in the woods. You're already on the edge because you're worried that someone at home will notice that you're gone. In fact, you were just thinking about leaving when one of your friends has the bright idea to swap scary stories and urban legends. You can't leave now or your friends will know you're scared, so you tell yourself not to worry, they're just stories. There's nothing to be scared of, right? "I'll go first," said the friend who had this brilliant idea in the first place. "Have you guys heard the one about the lady who came back from vacation? No? Okay, so it goes like this. Once there was this lady who went away to some tropical place for a vacation or something. While she was there, she fell asleep on the beach one day, and when she woke up a few hours later, the side of her face was burning. She assumed it was a sunburn, and she was careful to use extra sunscreen on her face for the rest of her trip. But the burning feeling kept getting worse and worse, and by the time she got back home, the whole side of her face was swollen. She made a doctor's appointment, and by the time her appointment rolled around a few days later, a huge, ugly, painful boil had popped up on her cheek. Her doctor looked at it closely before deciding that he had better cut it open and drain whatever fluid was inside. But when he took his scalpel and carefully cut into her boil, nothing came out. No blood, no pus, nothing. The doctor leaned in to look closer and he noticed something that stopped him in his tracks. The boil seemed to be moving. He tentatively reached out with his scalpel and prodded the boil, and out crawled thousands of baby spiders. The group breaks out in shouts of "No way!" and "Gross!" as you all imagine how it would feel to have spiders crawling out of your face. One of your friends isn't impressed though. That's nothing, you guys. Wait until you hear this one. A man in India took a new job working on a construction crew in the busy city of New Delhi, a few hours away from his home village. The man had a large family to take care of, and he'd been drawn to the city by the promise of higher wages. Although it pained him to be away from his wife and children, he was comforted by the fact that he would soon be earning enough to provide for them. Best of all, the job included room and board, so more of his hard-earned money could be saved for his family. When he arrived for his first day on the job, he was shown to a small blue and white house. This must be my new home, he thought. He happily settled in and waited for the work to begin. But after a few days of waiting around the house, with no sign of work starting anytime soon, the man started to become nervous. Before he had a chance to do anything about it though, two masked men forced their way into his bedroom early one morning. One of the masked men held him down while the other one forced a needle into his arm. The last thing the man remembered before slipping into unconsciousness was a feeling of pure terror. Several hours later, the man woke up groggy and in pain. He was laying on a cot in the hospital. He was confused and disoriented. His right side was burning with pain. He lifted his shirt and looked down at his body and saw a large, bloody surgical bandage covering half his side. And that's when the man knew that there had never been a construction job at all. He'd been tricked by a gang of illegal organ dealers and they'd stolen his kidney. As your friends once again expressed their disbelief and disgust, another friend is eager for his turn to share. Okay, that was gruesome for sure, but this one is really creepy. Do you guys know the legend of Bloody Mary? As the legend goes, if you're brave enough, you can summon the vengeful spirit of Bloody Mary, a woman who was executed for witchcraft hundreds of years ago. My cousin told me about one of her friends who tried to summon Bloody Mary, and my cousin says her friend hasn't been the same since that day. To summon Bloody Mary, you need to stand in front of a mirror in a dark room and say her name 13 times. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. My cousin's friend and another girl decided to give it a try together, and as they stood in the bathroom chanting and spinning, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, the room started to grow cold, and soon they began to feel a malevolent presence. They kept going, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, and as they completed their 13th repetition, they turned to look at the mirror. There in the mirror was the face of a woman. She stared at them with hatred in her eyes before she opened her mouth and began screaming at them. "Why have you summoned me?" she yelled, and her hands reached out toward them. Suddenly, my cousin's friend screamed in pain as angry red marks appeared on her face. Bloody Mary scratched her. They ran out of the bathroom screaming in terror, but my cousin's friend's brother wasn't buying it. As he walked past the bathroom, he said, "You guys are such babies. I don't believe in Bloody Mary." Almost as soon as the words were out of his mouth, he tripped over his own feet, fell down, and broke his leg. My cousin has been to that girl's house many times since. She still swears there's an evil feeling in that bathroom to this day. After that story, there's less laughs and bravado. A few friends chuckle and try to look brave, but most of them are looking a little less sure that this was a good idea after all. But not everyone's done with the scary stories. Before you can suggest a change in topic, another friend pipes up. "Hey, guys, I got a good one." Late one night, a couple was driving home along a dark country road. The road was deserted and they were far from town, so they were surprised when they noticed a hitchhiker up ahead. As they got closer, they could tell that it was a very young, very pretty woman. The wife convinced her husband to stop and pick up the girl, telling him that they couldn't leave her out here all alone. They pulled over and the girl climbed into the back seat of the car. They asked her where she was headed and she gave them directions to her parents' house in the nearby town. She thanked them profusely for picking her up before falling silent. It was late, they were in the middle of nowhere, and they figured she must have been walking for a while, so they assumed she was tired and had fallen asleep. 15 minutes later, the car pulled up in front of the house she had given them directions to. The wife turned around to wake up the young woman, but when she looked into the back seat, it was empty. "Where'd she go?" she asked her husband in a panic. "I don't know," he replied. "We didn't stop anywhere along the way, not even at a stop sign. And we would have noticed if she'd opened the car door. She just disappeared." They were shaken, but it was late and they were tired too. Maybe they were imagining things, so they headed home and tried their best to put it out of their minds. And they did, for a few days, until the husband stumbled across an online newspaper article that chilled him to the bone. The article was about a young woman who had disappeared from this town, and the picture showed an older couple, her parents, standing on the front porch holding a photo of their daughter. The photo looked remarkably like the young hitchhiker they'd picked up just a few days ago, and the house they were standing in front of was most definitely the house they'd taken her to. But most disturbing of all was the date on the article. The woman had disappeared 10 years ago to the day that they picked up the hitchhiker, and she hadn't been seen since. As soon as he finishes the story, the group starts arguing. "That's a made-up story." "No, it's not. I swear it happened to my aunt and uncle." "No way, I heard that one before." Your buddies continue to bicker about the truth of these urban legends, but one of your friends isn't participating. In fact, he's been suspiciously quiet all night. The friend who originally suggested this fun game has noticed the other friend's silence, and he starts calling him out. "So why are you so quiet? What, are you scared? Don't tell me you're creeped out by a few made-up stories." Your friend slowly looks around the circle at all of you, and finally he says, "You guys want a scary story? I'll give you one. A true one, too. It was last summer, and I'd stayed up late playing video games in my room. Must have fallen asleep playing video games because I woke up around 3 a.m. and I was laying on my back, facing the wrong way in my bed. As soon as I opened my eyes, I immediately knew something was wrong. I felt this wave of terror and dread come over me. I had the strongest feeling that someone was in my room, staring at me. I tried to turn my head to look toward the corner where I felt the eyes on me, but I couldn't move. I was totally paralyzed, trapped in my own body, unable to move even a finger, even though my brain was screaming at me to run. As I was laying there in full panic mode, trying to breathe and desperately trying to move, I suddenly saw something moving out of the corner of my eye. My heart was racing as I started to be able to make out the figure of a tall, shadowy man. I couldn't make out his features. All I could see was blackness, an unnatural blackness in the shape of a tall man wearing a hat, and he was slowly moving toward me. The last thing I remember is the tall figure leaning over my bed and then feeling a crushing pressure on my chest like someone was sitting on me before I passed out. When I woke up in the morning, I was still laying in the same awkward position, but the shadowy man was gone and the feeling of being watched had disappeared. Still, that experience stuck with me, and I haven't been able to fall asleep in my room ever since. I've been practically living on my couch. As he finishes his tale, the group is eerily silent. Everyone seems really freaked out now. Something about this last story has really changed the mood around the fire. Even though you had no intention of joining in on the storytelling, you feel the need to break the silence, and you find yourself saying, "Hey guys, what about the hook story? You know, the one about the guy with the hook?" Uh-oh. You hate public speaking. You were hoping someone else knew this urban legend and would jump in and start telling the story, but it doesn't look like that's gonna happen. Everyone's staring at you, so you just start talking. It's an urban legend about this guy, right? So this guy, he was driving down the road one night and he sees a hitchhiker, so he stops and picks him up, and the driver asks the hitchhiker, "Where are you headed?" And the hitchhiker says, "To your grave, because I'm a murderer." And he rolls up his sleeve to show that he's got a hook for a hand, and the driver's like, "No way, I too am a murderer, and I only picked you up to murder you." And he shows the hitchhiker his own hook hand, and they lived happily ever after, or whatever. Your friends all stare at you for a moment over the fire, before the whole group breaks out laughing. You laugh right along with them. They all know you're not usually the scary story type, and you're just happy to have that tension broken for now. Your story might not have been very scary, but you have to admit, some of those urban legends will keep you up at night. Delta Force. It's one of the United States' most mysterious special operations groups, working under the direct authority of the Joint Special Operations Command. To many, this elite group of soldiers is known only as the unit, the team you send in when nothing else will get the job done. Since their inception in the 1970s, they've been involved in some of the most vital counterinsurgency operations of the 20th and 21st centuries. But today, some of them were about to embark on a mission like no other. They were going monster hunting. And not just any monster. We're talking about Siren Head, the 40-foot monstrosity created by Canadian horror maestro Trevor Henderson. But these unfortunate soldiers didn't know this quite yet. All they knew was that something evil was lurking in the woods. It was a situation so strange that to many it would feel like pure fiction. But Americans had been disappearing in scores within the dense forestry of the Pacific Northwest. Of course, the occasional disappearance is to be expected. The United States is a huge country, and people fall off the face of the earth all the time. But not like this. And what's more, whatever was causing these disappearances seemed to be growing bolder. Families and small communities near the forests were going missing from their homes. People were being stolen off the streets at night. Chaos reigned in the dark. Typically, disappearances like this would be the responsibility of local authorities or the FBI if disappearances could be connected across state lines. But given the increase in missing people, various national security agencies began to take a keen interest in the phenomenon. They began to theorize that some kind of woodland cult or insurgency group was behind the over 70 anomalous disappearances that occurred during the last 2 months, and if a group like this was growing in confidence enough to start snatching people from their homes, they could be preparing for a grander strike against a high-value target. Of course, the Pentagon didn't like the idea of dispatching high volumes of military operatives into the forests of the Pacific Northwest. Firstly, such a large mission could alert the insurgents and force them into hiding. Secondly, knowing that the military was pouring soldiers into the forests to address mysterious disappearances might cause a state of unwanted public panic. This is where Delta Force came in. We're talking about a special forces group with discretion in their DNA. Most of the group's most critical missions are still a complete mystery to the general public, and this would be no exception. Joint Special Operations Command authorized 6 Delta Force operatives to conduct a secret reconnaissance mission into the Hoh Rainforest, located in the Olympic Peninsula in the Pacific Northwest. It was both the largest forest in Washington state and had the highest concentration of recent disappearances. The 6 operators were drawn in from Delta Force's G Squadron. The Sabre Squadron specialized in clandestine operations, and few were more clandestine than a secret counterinsurgency operation hidden right in the heart of the United States. But still, they had a better fighting chance than most. The Chosen Six, known internally as the Snakes, had personally been involved in some of the United States' most vital operations in the Middle East and Eastern Europe, and their identities were considered so mission-critical that their true names and ranks were classified. They were known only by the following code names: Viper, Anaconda, Adder, Rattler, and Copperhead. They were organized under the authority of veteran Field Commander Jack Vasquez, better known to his men as Mamba. If they couldn't deal with the situation, then the situation couldn't be dealt with. The Snakes were dispatched from the Delta Force HQ, Fort Bragg, North Carolina, to their first checkpoint in the Hoh Rainforest. As the teams wandered into the depths of the rainforest, bordered on all sides by ancient spruces and hemlocks, they had no idea that they were already being watched. But the Watcher wouldn't strike just yet. It'd wait until it had the cover of night and darkness to make its first attack. As we alluded to earlier, the true cause of all the mysterious disappearances wasn't some crackpot insurgency group stationed deep in the forest. It was Siren Head, a mysterious living nightmare that seemed to enjoy one thing and one thing only: making people vanish without a trace. It stood among the trees, inhumanly still, as the Snakes walked right past it. It dulled the quiet crackle of its speakers, teeth chattering silently in anticipation. More easy prey. Yes, it would take all of them, every single one, and it would relish in the task. Though his prey may not have been as easy as the monster anticipated, they were outfitted with state-of-the-art ballistic armor and night vision goggles. Most were armed with HK-416 assault rifles, designed specifically for Delta Force by Heckler & Koch, with the Colt 1911 as a sidearm. A few members of the team, like Anaconda, were a little more traditionalist, favoring the pump-action M870 shotgun with the classic M3A1 grease gun as a secondary weapon. Mamba even packed a few frag grenades on his person as a kind of good luck token. Typically, Siren Head's most well-armed prey were hapless hunters, shouldering bolt-action rifles or double-barreled shotguns. The Snakes were in a different league. As the day began to creep into night, the 6 elite soldiers broke off into groups of 3, henceforth known as Beta Team, comprised of Viper, Adder, and Rattler, and Alpha Team, comprised of Mamba, Anaconda, and Copperhead. They formed 2 discrete base camps and established comms over a secure radio link. They'd perform secret reconnaissance missions and shifts, gathering potential intel on whatever could be causing all the disappearances to report back to their superiors. Alpha Team were first on patrol, locked and loaded, with their night vision goggles engaged. They were charged with exploring 6 predetermined quadrants before the end of their shift, and they would make short work of it. Mamba took point with Anaconda and Copperhead covering his 6. Things were relatively uneventful until Anaconda whispered that he saw something moving in the trees, something big. Mamba asked whether what he saw could have been an Olympic black bear or a Roosevelt elk, both native to the area. Anaconda said no, it was much too tall and thin for that. What he saw was human-shaped, but wrong. It looked somehow stretched, and he didn't get a visual on the head. That was strange, to say the least. Mamba realized immediately that they were dealing with a different situation to what they'd first assumed, and Beta Team had to be updated. Mamba pulled out his radio and called in, but he didn't get a response. There was a strange buzzing, crackling sound, almost like the device was malfunctioning, until suddenly a voice Mamba and the 2 others didn't recognize came shouting out of the speakers. It just repeated one word over and over: hate, 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 hate. Mamba shut off his radio and the team assumed it must be some kind of signal intercepting technology from the insurgents. They'd been rumbled, and their lifeline to the outside had been cut off. Mamba changed the directive. They needed to rendezvous with Beta Team as soon as possible and reassess the situation before moving forward. That was when they started hearing gunfire and screaming. It echoed through the rainforest with harrowing clarity. Bullets, pained yells, screams of pure terror, and it was coming from the direction of Beta Team's camp. Mamba, Anaconda, and Copperhead charged in to provide backup for their embattled teammates, but by the time they arrived, there was nothing left. The camp was decimated. The little supplies they'd brought in were destroyed. The trees around the encampment had been shredded by gunfire, and most bizarre of all was the fact that there were no bodies. There wasn't even blood, just Viper, Adder, and Rattler's discarded guns. Mamba was shaken by the sight, but he didn't let it show. Their survival depended on maintaining composure. He ordered his two subordinates to take the spare magazines of their vanished former teammates and proceed with him out of the forest. When they attempted to re-establish comms, all they got was a disembodied voice screaming the word "die" again and again. They were on their own. Their new mission: escape the forest alive. The Snakes already had the fastest possible escape route planned out as a contingency, just in case everything went sideways. Though none of them expected it to go sideways quite like this. The team formed a tight formation, their weapons pointing in all directions, knowing an attack could come from any angle. They just didn't anticipate it coming from above. A huge hand descended from the darkness of the canopy, gnarled and rotted, with fingers as long as a child's arm. The three men were shocked and horrified, only just dodging its grasping strike. Mamba raised the barrel of his HK-416 and fired off a staccato burst of gunfire, seeming to frighten the creature away. All that Alpha Team could do was press on, and they didn't have time to consider the nightmarish particulars of their situation. Whatever was attacking them wasn't human, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was survival. Anaconda was using his pump action to blast suppressing fire into the darkness around him when he was taken. The hand seemed to come from nowhere, grasping him by the leg and plucking him off the ground. The elite soldier managed to reach for his grease gun and rattle off some gunfire in the arm's direction, but ultimately it was futile. Mamba and Copperhead watched in horror as the third member of the trio was pulled, screaming into the dark. Needless to say, he was never seen again, just like all the others who'd gone missing in or near these cursed forests. As Mamba and Copperhead ran for their very lives, the forest came alive with a cacophony of horrific noises all around them. They heard the crackling hiss of radio static, the harsh screams and whispers of heavily modulated voices, and discordant fragments of old songs. The enemy was all around them. Was it one or many? It felt like it was everywhere, and even for these battle-hardened soldiers, it was nothing less than confusing and utterly terrifying. Copperhead was starting to crack. He was spraying gunfire all around him, hoping he might hit something, or at least frighten this mysterious assailant away. He didn't want to be snatched in the darkness like all the others. He'd take anything over that. Even though Mamba ordered him to keep his cool as they ran, Copperhead kept blasting until he was dry firing. At that point, he whipped out his handy 1911 and just carried on burning through ammo. Not that it'd save him. Suddenly, two legs, long as tree trunks, planted themselves in the ground between Mamba and Copperhead. The latter looked up and screamed at the monster standing before him. 40 feet of rotting flesh, topped by a rusty metal siren that screamed enraged nonsense. Mamba leveled his rifle at the creature but was batted aside like a rag doll. The creature would deal with Mamba later. For now, it wanted Copperhead. The soldier fell backwards in terror as those gnarled hands darted down toward him. His screaming, flailing body was snatched and pulled into the darkness. Only Mamba was left now, alone with a monster that had taken 5 others like him, and his ammo was starting to run low. Mamba regained his footing, his body still stinging from Siren Head's first strike. The beast had once again retreated into the dark, biding its time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. He leveled his rifle and aimed into the inky blackness in front of him. A sudden movement out in the dark caused him to pull the trigger, firing off the last of his ammo for nothing. It was in that moment that he felt the looming presence of Siren Head standing behind him. He'd been outplayed. Game, set, and match. Now the creature would have its fun, just like it had with all the others. As it encroached, Mamba fell and began crawling away, the hissing sirens full of chattering teeth growing ever closer. The desperate soldier reached into his jacket and pulled something out, something that the creature couldn't quite make out, but it didn't matter. The prey was right there, for the taking. The creature reached out with a long, probing finger toward Mamba's chest, as though to deliver a taunting jab. That's when Mamba tore open his jacket and revealed his final trump card, 10 frag grenades, with the pins pulled out of all of them. just for luck. In his last seconds, Mamba smiled as the creature seemed to twitch in final hesitation. The following boom echoed out through the forest, shaking the birds out of the trees. A brief flash in the dark that soon faded until only darkness and silence remained. Mission accomplished.
Welcome to the Infographics Horror Piece Theater.
Today we're taking a look at one of the internet's most famous urban legends, Laughing Jack, the demonic killer, and exploring his origins to discover, was this hideous monster real? Could he be out there right now, probably behind you or under your bed this very second, waiting to claim his next victim? Stay tuned and find out. It was Christmas Eve in the late 1800s in a small wooden home in the poor outskirts of London. Isaac, a 7-year-old boy, looks wistfully out the window into the dark night. He can see families celebrating together through the grimy windows of the apartments and homes around him, joyfully singing as they wait together in anticipation for the Christmas morning to come. In young Isaac's home, though, there was no singing, no warmth, and no celebrating. There's only the silence that normally pervades. Silence that's only occasionally broken by his mother's shrill voice calling for him to come and do some chore or to attend to his daily homeschooling lessons. That is until inevitably Isaac's father comes home. He can always tell it's him by the heavy bootsteps that follow the front door opening, shuffling and erratic, his father wavering and stumbling as he throws off his heavy overcoat and lurches toward a chair or straight to the bed. Sometimes he can hear his mother yelling at him, blaming him for spending their meager income on alcohol or other vices. He'll hear his father's thunderous response, and then the fighting really starts. In the morning, Isaac would exit his room to join his mother for breakfast and discover her with a black eye or some other fresh bruise, staring out at the happy homes and saying goodbye to the warm singing of Christmas tunes from the families inside. Isaac retreated to his bed, covering himself with a threadbare blanket and surrendering to sleep. Shortly after sunrise, Isaac is awoken by a strange feeling. His nose twitched at a pleasant fragrance in his room, almost like a perfumed lady had walked by him on the street. It was a comforting, pleasant smell, and familiar too. He thought he'd even felt the soft brush of lips on his cheek, as if some flowered stranger had kissed him good morning before disappearing into the ether. Rubbing his eyes awake, Isaac found a large, garishly colored box sitting on his bedroom floor. This wasn't like any gift Isaac had ever received. His possessions were all worn and battered, hand-me-downs from local churches and poor shops. His toys' paint faded from long, sad years of neglect. No, this box was covered in fresh, bright paint and adorned with silly clown faces. The wood was perfectly sanded and expertly joined together, only a very thin seam revealing the lid on top with a small metal crank inside. Attached to the lid was a simple paper tag on which was written Isaac's name. As he examined the box, he noticed a small metal panel underneath, Laughing Jack in the Box. Isaac was confused. He'd heard of Jack in the Boxes, but he never heard of a laughing Jack in the Box. Curious, Isaac began to turn the metal crank and heard the turning of gears from within. As the gears turned, a slow melody began to build, taking shape as Isaac sped up his cranking. Isaac recognized this tune. It was Pop Goes the Weasel, and giddily Isaac began to sing along. Half a pound of tuppenny rice, half a pound of treacle, that's the way the money goes, Pop goes the weasel. Isaac was laughing along to his singing and winced as he finished the final verse, tensing his body for the expected Jack in the Box to come springing out. But as the song ended and Isaac stopped cranking, nothing happened. Sighing, Isaac put the box back down on the floor. It was wonderfully decorated, but broken. As he changed out of his sleep clothes, Isaac was suddenly startled by a rattling noise coming from within the box. Eyes wide in surprise, Isaac stared as the box began violently shaking. Then suddenly the box top burst open with a puff of colorful smoke and an explosion of confetti. From the smoke, a figure hopped out and bent at the waist to an exaggerated bow in front of Isaac. Dressed in colorful and ill-fitting clothes, with bright red hair and a swirly rainbow-colored nose, the foppish clown held his exaggerated bow before Isaac, before snapping back up and spreading his arms wide. Come one, come all, whether big or small, to see the best clown of them all, the one, the only, Laughing Jack in a Box. Isaac's eyes went wide with delight. Who are you? Why, I'm your new best friend, Isaac. I'm Laughing Jack, the bestest clown of all the bestest clowns that's ever clowned. And you and I are gonna be best pals for the rest of your life. We can play together? Isaac asked. He never had a friend and barely left his room out of fear of his abusive mother and father. Play? Well, we can do more than play. I know every game in the world, even the ones that haven't been invented yet. And to boot, I'm a whiz at the accordion and know every song that's ever been sung. With a magical puff of smoke, an oversized accordion appeared in the clown's arms, and he began to play the instrument, albeit very, very poorly. His singing voice wasn't much better, but Isaac was delighted and fell over in laughter. But then, though, the fun and games came to an end as Isaac's mother called out for him. Isaac told his new best friend that he wouldn't be able to play this morning. There was homeschooling and endless chores to be done. Maybe, though, he could see him again tonight? Isaac asked. Laughing, Jack smiled at Isaac, pinching him on the cheek. You can see me tonight and every day from now on. We'll be best pals forever. Smiling, Isaac hurried out of his room as his mother's voice again rang out, this time louder and angrier. That night, Laughing Jack was true to his word, waiting for Isaac as he returned. Isaac and Jack played together every chance they could, and no matter how loud they got, Jack's magic kept Isaac's parents from hearing. One day, unable to hold it in any longer, Isaac finally told his mother about his new magical friend, but she just shushed him. Such things are fantasies, child. You ought to keep such nonsense to yourself. Isaac was crestfallen, but as the afternoon neared, he couldn't help himself and pleaded with his mother to come meet Jack. Relenting, she followed Isaac to his room. She opened the door and discovered nothing. No Jack, and no wonderfully colored wooden box either. Isaac's mother gave him a swift smack across the face. I am tired of this childish silliness. Now you're to stay in your room without supper for the evening. The door slammed behind her, leaving a dejected Isaac alone in his room. I'm sorry, kiddo. Isaac turned to see Jack there. I'm not supposed to let anyone else see me. Just you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean for you. But Jack's words were cut off as Isaac threw himself on the clown, wrapping his arms around him. A giant smile spread across his clown face. Jack hugged his best friend back, holding him tightly as hot tears streamed down Isaac's cheeks. Playing with Jack every day, Isaac's loneliness and home troubles were soon forgotten. One day, though, as the two played pirates in the back garden, Isaac spotted the neighbor's cat prowling across the grass. Ahoy, matey! We got ourselves an enemy spy off the starboard bow. Snatch him up first, mate Jack, or I'll make you walk the plank, Isaac called out.
Aye, aye, Captain. I'll pluck yonder bilge rat right out of the water.
Jack's arms began to extend, reaching out and snatching up the terrified cat. As the two laughed and giggled, going back and forth in their best pirate speech, Jack became caught up in the game. His arms continued to coil around the helpless cat, tighter and tighter, until finally, snap! The small, sharp sound stunned Isaac, and Jack quickly returned his arms to normal, dropping the dead cat to the floor, its neck clearly broken. Horrified, Jack gaped at the dead creature. Why, I didn't mean to. But Jack's words were cut off by an uproarious laughter. Isaac's cheeks flushed red as he laughed at the dead cat. Looks like cats don't have 9 lives. Nervously, Jack began to chuckle as well. Isaac grabbed the cat and flung it over the fence into the neighbor's yard. That evening, however, Isaac's father's thunderous voice summoned him from his room. Jack pressed his ear to the door to listen, but couldn't make anything, save for Isaac's crying. After what seemed like an eternity, Isaac shuffled back into the room, closing the door behind him. The cat had been discovered and Isaac was to blame, but he was now being sent off to a boarding school for unruly children where he would stay until he finished his education. His drunk father claimed it was to discipline Isaac, but he knew the truth. His father hated him and always wanted him gone. If his mother had objections, she didn't voice them. Tearfully, Isaac bid his best friend goodbye, telling him he would be unable to take any of his personal belongings with him. Jack returned to his box, promising to still be there when Isaac returned one day. The weeks soon turned to months and into years. From within his box, Jack was still aware of the outside world, and despite the long, disappointing wait for his best friend, couldn't help but perk up every time he heard the front door open, hopeful it was Isaac, but it never was. It was Isaac's father coming home night after night. Each had seemed drunker than the last. As the years passed, Jack's colored makeup and clothing faded along with his hopes. The once colorful clown turned into a sad, monochrome version of his old self, the memories of his happy times with Isaac seeming more dream than reality now. One night, there was the usual drunken sound of boots stumbling into the house, followed by yelling and fighting. This time, though, Jack heard a scream, cut short by a swift, heavy thump, and Jack heard Isaac's mother's voice no more. The next morning, the constable arrived with a squad of armed men, taking Isaac's father away for the murder of his wife. He too would be dead within the week. The home lay empty and forgotten for what seemed like an eternity after that. Jack aware of every passing second in his lonely prison. Suddenly, one night, the sound of the front door opening raised Jack from his dreary vigil. Expecting to hear the heavy, shuffling sound of drunken footsteps, Jack heard something different instead, lighter footsteps, 2 of them, and the sound of a young woman's giggle. Also, the voice of a man, familiar yet unrecognizable to Jack. The duo entered Isaac's room, and Jack immediately recognized his old best friend, now a fully grown man. Had it really been that long? Jack couldn't believe it. Just how much time had he spent in his lonely box? Jack called out to Isaac, "I'm here, right here.
just like I said I'd be."
But his voice echoed off the invisible walls of his prison, stuck, as he had been for years, on the top of a dusty old dresser. Isaac and his new friend moved toward his old bed, and Jack's eyes narrowed. Who was this person, taking Isaac's attention away from him? Isaac had promised to come back to set him free, so they could dance and sing and play together again, but now here he was, after so many lonely years, but he was ignoring Jack, and it was all this woman's fault. The two giggled together until the woman accidentally knocked a glass onto the floor, breaking it. Isaac's face suddenly changed, taking on the look of his dead father. Isaac went into a rage, yelling and screaming at the woman just as his father had done to his mother so many nights. Jack listened to Isaac's screams becoming louder and angrier until suddenly a thump, and then it was quiet. A bloody candlestick was on the ground next to the woman, who now lay dead on the floor. After 13 long years, a slow, thin smile began to spread across Jack's face. My, what a wonderful little game, Jack mused to himself. Still forgotten on the shelf, Jack watched as over the next few days Isaac used his learned skills as an upholsterer to fashion the remains of the young woman into a small leather chair. Her tanned skin was turned into leather, stretched over a frame made from her own bones. Everything else that remained of her was dissolved in caustic chemicals and poured into the sewer to be washed away. Over the next few weeks, Isaac grew his macabre collection of human furniture. Sometimes it was rude children who'd been nasty to him in public, abducted and dragged back into Isaac's torture chamber in a large burlap sack. Other times it was ladies of the night, paid for their services only to end up as another piece in Isaac's collection. The pain and loneliness of the little boy he had once been had festered in his heart, fed by terrible abuse from the adults at his boarding school, and created a terrible cancer within him. This malice slowly infected Laughing Jack as well, and he began to look forward to witnessing fresh torture sessions, still trapped helplessly inside the box. But Laughing Jack longed even more to play the wonderful new games Isaac had been teaching him. One night, the rough frame with restraints Isaac had fashioned for his victims collapsed on one side, knocking into the forgotten dresser, now home to not just Jack's prison but an array of torture implements. Jack's box teetered for a moment before finally falling with a crash onto the filthy, bloodied floor, along with some of Isaac's tools. Curiously, Isaac entered the room, eyeing the collapsed frame with a sigh. Picking up the ice picks, razors, and other torture instruments, Isaac's hands stopped upon discovering the box. How curious, he thought to himself, memories flooding back to him. His rough, calloused hands worked over the forgotten box, its bright colors faded with age, wooden panels warped with neglect. The hand crank was still there though, and Isaac began to turn it for the first time in over 13 years. That familiar song began to play. Though distorted, the delicate gears inside rusted and worn. Isaac couldn't help but singing along, though once more, slow, and matched the tortured, labored melody. Half a pound of tuppenny rice, half a pound of treacle. That's the way the money goes. Pop goes the weasel. Isaac didn't flinch this time, as he had once in his youth. He looked down at the box as the melody ground to a halt, then simply shrugged his shoulders and, tossing the box to a dark corner of the room, busied himself with tidying up his torture tools. Isaac. A low, rasping voice sent a deathly chill up Isaac's spine. As he slowly turned to face it, eyes wide in disbelief, Isaac couldn't believe it. There he was, Laughing Jack, or at least some horribly twisted, shadowy version of himself. The clown's fiery red hair was pitch black now. The outrageous colors and makeup faded into monochrome. His spiral red nose now shaped into a cruel spike. Face the same deathly pale of Isaac's victims. You can't be real, you were just imaginary, Isaac cried out, feeling the same growing terror that many of his victims must have felt. Oh, I'm real, Isaac. I always was. Remember? Best buds, you and I, for the rest of your life. And I've been waiting to play fun games with my best bud. Oh, Isaac, I've waited so long. And now you're back and you've taught me such delicious games to play. Jack's arms stretched once more as they had years ago to wrap around a helpless, struggling feline. As they wrapped around Isaac, though, where once had been just a silly game that had gotten out of hand, there was now malicious intent, the snake-like arms wrapping tighter and tighter around Jack's former playmate, the playmate that had abandoned him, the best friend that had left him to wither and shrivel up alone for years and years, then come home only to ignore him. A series of audible pops rang out as Isaac's ribs snapped one by one under immense pressure. Jack let go and Isaac's body crumpled to the floor. Ragged, hoarse breaths came from Isaac, his body broken but still alive. With a wicked grin spreading across Jack's face, he stepped forward out of the darkness. Jack had been waiting to play for a long time, and now there was nobody to interrupt them anymore. So glad you've survived our horrific tale and at last come to the end, but was any of it real? Is there any truth to the Laughing Jack urban legend? There exists no historical evidence to support the existence of any of these characters, but Laughing Jack's origins come from before the dawn of modern police investigation and reporting. So who knows? Perhaps this is another tale mixed in with equal parts truth and equal parts lie. Or perhaps it's all true and Laughing Jack is out there right now, probably hidden in some shadowy corner of your room, waiting for night to fall so he can strike out and claim one more victim. As we said in our last infographics creep show featuring tales about things that go bump in the night, some cultures take their ghosts very seriously. You could say that much of the Western world has perhaps grown skeptical of specters that come back to haunt the living, but the West has a very rich history of ghost stories. We might recall Henry VIII's second wife, Anne Boleyn, whose spirit was said to haunt the Tower of London after her hubby ordered the removal of her head with an axe. Since then, there have been sightings of the headless woman in the tower or elsewhere. Or did you know former American President Abraham Lincoln has been seen in spectral form all over the US, including the White House? There are plenty of chilling ghost stories out there, and today we're gonna give you the best, the Grey Lady. Let's start with some history, and we'll get on to more contemporary ghost stories later. This is the story of Lady Glamis, a Scottish noblewoman who was accused of witchcraft in the early 16th century. The ruling king of the time, James V of Scotland, didn't much like this unfortunate woman or her family, and what better to do in those days than to accuse someone of witchcraft? James had her imprisoned, and it said he had absolutely no evidence relating to her meddling with the dark side. So, as happened often back then, he just brutally tortured her servants and family and got them to say she was a witch. That's 16th century Scottish justice for you. On the 17th of July, 1537, he had her burned at the stake on the esplanade of Edinburgh Castle. He also made her son witness this horrific spectacle, her screams no doubt giving him a very bad case of PTSD. So if anyone had a right to come back and start haunting people, it was her. Since her death, her ghost has been seen countless times running around the gardens of the Glamis Castle and running up the stairs to the clock tower. The ghost then got the name the Grey Lady. Many of those that have said they have seen the Grey Lady have remarked on how sad she looks. If you go into the chapel of this castle, even now, it's said a knocking sound can be heard. Word on the street is that this knocking is the sound of the workmen who had built the pyre on which she was burned. Okay, so that might not have scared you too much, but we thought we had to give you a bit of a history lesson. Now for some tales you might better relate to. The Haunted Prison. The Eastern State Penitentiary is not only said to be one of the most haunted places in the USA, but in the entire world. In its later years, it housed big-name criminals such as Al Capone. But before that, this frightening-looking place housed mainly petty criminals. It's now open to the public, and there have been many sightings of ghosts there. Why would the dead want to come back and haunt people? Mainly because this place was a hellhole. Some prisoners were kept in their cells and not able to go outside much, and even if they did, they had a hood placed over their head. The only light was a hole in the roof, which the prison called the Eye of God. What this all meant is that God was watching them, and only God. They had no other prisoners to communicate with. If by any chance a prisoner was caught trying to communicate with someone, he might find himself wearing an iron gag. This was an iron collar which was clamped onto the tongue of the inmate. Worse still, the collar was also connected to the hands, which were tied behind his head. So if he moved his hands, his tongue bled or even ripped. There were many other horrid punishments here, and that's why the spirits are still roaming around today and scaring the hell out of people. Well, at least that's what some people say. Home from school. This is a story about a young man told online about when he was a boy. He doesn't mention where the story takes place, but we guess it's somewhere in the USA. His family had just bought a really big old house, and they were doing it up. It had many rooms, creaking floorboards, and wasn't a place he liked to be alone. He had no brothers or sisters. The problem was, when he got home from school, it would always be just him, alone, in the house, as both his parents worked. One day, he came home a bit later in the evening, and so shouted, "Mom," as he entered the house, as he thought she might have gotten home already. From upstairs, he heard, "Yes," in a way he described as his mom's singing voice. Something wasn't right though. He shouted "Mom" again, and again he heard "Yes." He went up the stairs to try to find her and was sure that the noise had emanated from the right side of the house. There were many bedrooms though, so he started looking in each one. As he was just about to open the door he was sure the voice had come from, he heard a shout from downstairs. "Sweetie, are you home?" It was his mother. She had just come home. The Hitchhiker. There are many iterations of this tale, but this is the story we hear most. A couple are driving down a quiet highway late at night. They don't know the area well, as they've come from another town. For miles, they see no cars, and with just the flashes of lights at the side of the road, both the man and woman feel quite tired. Then, out of nowhere, they see a figure at the side of the road. The couple are going too fast to stop suddenly, but the man slows to a stop ahead of the girl. Was she hitchhiking out here? Alone at night? Asks the woman. "We better pick her up," says the man. He reverses and the girl appears in his mirror. He rolls down the window and tells her, "Get in." The girl is very polite and she tells the couple she's grateful they picked her up. "You're very kind," she tells them. She then hands them a piece of paper with an address on it. She says she's lost, but needs to go to this place. It's not far from where they are, so the man says no problem. Then they drive ahead in the dark, transfixed by the intermittent gleam of the lights. At an intersection, sometime later the man asks, "Is it right here?" No answer. He then looks in the mirror, and there's no girl in the car. His wife is sleeping, and he wakes her up. "She's gone," he exclaims. "What?" The wife says, still half asleep. "That's impossible." But the girl had gone, and the couple are perplexed beyond belief. The address on the paper the girl had given them doesn't seem far away, and out of curiosity, they head to that house. When they get to the house, they're greeted by an elderly couple. They tell them, "You're not going to believe this, but we picked up a girl and she gave us this address, and we don't know where she went." The elderly woman then suddenly breaks down in tears. She tells the couple that her daughter had been killed in a hit and run on that very highway more than a decade ago. The Seven Barns. This is the story of a family from Ohio in the early 20th century. The farming family had done well in life and had money to spare. When the couple had their first child, they built a barn in the child's name. And then when they had their second child, they did the same thing. At one point, they had 6 kids and 6 barns. And then the woman became pregnant once again. But this time, there would be no extra barn called after a child because the woman died during childbirth and the child did not survive either. After this, the farmer, who had been under some stress from falling crop prices and having such a big family, had a breakdown. He became mentally unwell, was aggressive to his kids he could barely look after, and couldn't function as a farmer. The farm fell into a state of disrepair and the kids ended up looking after each other for the most part. Then one night, it all fell apart. It's said the farmer, rather than admit failure and try to sell the farm, burned the whole place down. Rather than give his kids to the authorities where they wouldn't have a pleasant life, he walked into each of their bedrooms and killed each of them with a shotgun. He buried all their bodies next to the barns he had set on fire, and then he hung himself at the 7th barn he had built for the new arrival that never came. It's said from then on, no one wanted to buy this property, fearing it was cursed. We're all told the barns were pulled down, but that 7th barn no one wanted to touch for fear of reprisal from the farmer in spirit form. To this day, the land is empty, but many people have gone to visit what remains of that 7th barn. The people in this rural community know all about the curse and stay well away, but from time to time, young folks end up in town, having heard there was a haunted barn. They tell them to stay away, but there's nothing much they can do. It's said one couple went there with their only child, an excursion on a road trip. They did not treat the curse seriously and thought the locals were just superstitious crackpots. A few days later, the family was reported missing. Police knew they'd been in the area and asked the locals if they've seen this family. They replied in the positive and told the cops they'd gone to see the cursed 7th barn. When the police arrived, they found the mother and child bludgeoned to death. The man was hanging from the rafters of the barn. Unrequited love. This is a love story and a nightmare. It begins with a hardworking fella called Jim. He doesn't have much ambition and came from the wrong side of town. But whatever he does, he puts his all into it. But people like this often get taken advantage of, and that's what happened to poor Jim. He was working in the countryside for an unscrupulous farmer who had Jim working all hours and paying him little, and certainly no overtime. This was back in the day when people would work on farms in large numbers picking fruit by hand. They lived in wooden huts and the work was backbreaking at times. But Jim never complained, and at the end of each week he collected his meager earnings with gratitude, even though the farmer had been paying way less than he paid some other workers who had a higher IQ. Jim was handsome and, as you might expect, incredibly strong. For this reason, and perhaps because of his childish innocence, the farmer's daughter, Emma, took a liking to him. This relationship developed, and it didn't escape the eyes of the farmer. He was not only overprotective of his daughter, given that she was surrounded by vagabonds and tough guy laborers, but what on earth was she doing speaking to a fool like Jim? Then one evening, when he'd been out looking for his daughter, he found the pair lying without clothes in one of the huts. He was more than angry, taking a belt to his daughter and having Jim beat up by some of his other workers. The daughter was then told to stay with her aunt in another state. What she didn't know is that this beating Jim had taken caused internal bleeding that the farmer couldn't of course see, and so he ignored Jim's calls to take him to the hospital. Jim died one night, and out of fear of the authorities, the farmer buried him on the farm, paying some of his workers to keep quiet. It said Jim's last words were, "Emma, Emma, come back to me." Over a year later, Emma returned to the farm. She told her father it was foolish what she did with Jim, but still asked how he was. The father told her he quit and moved on. Then one day she was out in one of the orchards and she heard her name being called. She knew the voice immediately, but she couldn't see where it was coming from. Suddenly, the voice got closer and she turned around. Doing so, she dropped her handkerchief on the floor. But as she was bending down to pick it up, a man crouched and grabbed it. It was Jim, right in front of her. She then heard her father shouting from the distance, again out there looking for his precious daughter. Turning back, Jim was no longer there. She thought he must have been scared, fearing another beating. She told her father she saw Jim in the orchard, and he said, "It's not possible. He left a long time ago." "He was here, right here," she exclaimed. For days, she protested that she saw Jim and kept sneaking out to look for him. Eventually, the father gave in and told her the ugly truth, that Jim had died and they buried him right there on the farm. "I don't believe you," shouted the daughter. The farmer realized that the only way to make her believe him was to show her Jim's corpse. They went outside and he started digging. At the sight of a leg, Emma screamed. More earth was moved, and to both of their surprise, clutched in Jim's cold, dead hand was her handkerchief. It's late at night, and you're driving down a dark road, when suddenly the car behind you flashes its brights at you. You look up at the rearview mirror and see the vehicle flash them again, then get back to driving, slightly annoyed. 30 seconds later, the driver flashes them again, and once more you look in your rearview mirror annoyed. Finally, he does it a third time, another fast series of flashes, and at last, you pull over to the side of the road to let this impatient driver pass. As he pulls up alongside your car, though, the driver rolls his passenger side window down and starts frantically yelling and pointing at your car. "There's a man in your back seat," the driver screams. Terrified, you whip around to look at your back seat, but it's too late. You're now another victim of a knife-wielding, car-jacking madman. The urban legend of the backseat murderer is exactly that, an urban legend. But there's far more creepy urban legends that turned out to be more fact than fiction. If you're in the mood to check your toilet bowl before you sit on it, sleep with all the lights on at night, and hesitate before you pull over for police officers who may be murderers in disguise, then stay tuned and keep on watching. We warned you. Monsters in the toilet bowl. It's a horror movie trope dating back to the early 80s. Some helpless victim wanders into the bathroom and plops down on the toilet to do their business. Suddenly, they're attacked from below. A horrible monster claws at them, or a venomous snake bites, or insects invade their most sensitive areas. The monster in the toilet bowl is probably so terrifying because of how very vulnerable we feel when we're using the bathroom. This is us at our most vulnerable, our pants around our ankles, and our guard completely relaxed. The last thing anyone's hoping for or expecting is any sort of confrontation. This is such a deeply ingrained vulnerability in mammals that the reason your dog follows you to the bathroom is not because they don't want to be left alone, but because they don't want you to be alone. Your faithful Fido is actually guarding you as a packmate would in the wild, and making sure you're not attacked while helpless and vulnerable. But the monster in the toilet bowl urban legend is one based on truth, with plenty of examples of horrors discovered in toilets, and often only after they've struck. If you're a fan of camping and using public outdoor toilets, then count yourself lucky you haven't been attacked in your most vulnerable of areas. These outdoor toilets are lousy with ants, scorpions, centipedes, and all matters of stinging, biting, creepy crawlies. The smell of human waste is basically an invitation to a feast for a lot of insects and animals, and the warmth of these holes in the ground can also be appealing to reptiles seeking shelter. That's why snakes are all too often found in porta potties and outdoor toilets. But maybe you think you're safe because your toilet is indoors. Think again. In Florida, because of course it was in Florida, a man was bitten by a 4-foot python as he opened his toilet bowl. The 4-foot snake was curled up in the toilet and lashed out the moment the man exposed it. Luckily for him, pythons aren't venomous, and a python bite in the arm is painful, but not lethal. Our next victim, however, was bitten by a large python in exactly the place you fear most. In Thailand, a man went to the bathroom to relieve himself and promptly unzipped his pants, prepared himself, and lifted the toilet seat. What greeted him was a jack-in-the-box from hell, as a large python struck with lightning speed, sinking its fangs directly into the man's penis. The man struggled to free himself from the snake's bite, and luckily he was able to pry the snake off. When emergency workers arrived, they found the bathroom covered in blood and the man suffering from severe blood loss. He would live, but he probably would never use a toilet again. Snakes aren't the only thing to show up in toilets though, so if you think you're safe because your area has no snakes, think again. In New York and other big cities, rats have been frequently found swimming out of toilets, and some have even bitten individuals as they sat to relieve themselves. The small rodents can hold their breath for long amounts of time and have little problem navigating the extremely tight confines of house plumbing, following it to your home all the way from the sewer. With their ferocious little teeth, rats can cause a lot of damage in a short time and carry all matters of disease. So next time you're going to use the toilet, look twice before you sit, and open your toilet bowl lid at your own peril. Candyman. Candyman's popularity exploded with the horror film of the same name, which tells the story of the vengeful specter of a freed slave who fell in love with a white woman and got her pregnant, only to be brutally murdered by her father and his accomplices. Now given over to a dark and terrible rage, Candyman will brutally attack anyone who's foolish enough to stare into a mirror in the dark and repeat his name over and over again. Surely, this is a myth, and being murdered by someone coming through your bathroom mirror is pure legend. Think again. In 1987, Ruthie Mae McCoy was home alone in her project's apartment when she made a terrifying 911 call. Panicked and in terror, McCoy told the dispatcher that her life was in danger by men emerging from her bathroom cabinet. The 911 dispatcher believed this to be a dispute with a neighbor and sent the police car. But given the low priority of the car tended to other business before responding. Then came more 911 calls from neighbors saying that they were hearing sounds of gunshots. 2 police cruisers were immediately dispatched, but when they arrived on the scene, they found the front door to McCoy's apartment locked. With no answer to their knock, the police were hesitant to force their way in, fearing being sued if there was no disturbance. Thus, they left the scene. The next day, however, a woman who regularly had contact with Miss McCoy called the police to let them know that she hadn't been seen that day. Now, with concern over her well-being, the police broke into her apartment, only to discover McCoy shot to death and laying in a pool of her own blood. Her apartment had been ransacked, and yet there was no sign of forced entry. That's when the police decided to check the bathroom and discovered the horrible truth a panicked McCoy had been trying to tell the 911 dispatcher. The bathroom cabinet had been knocked out of place, revealing an area of pipes behind it, which had been used by McCoy's attackers to move in between apartments unseen. This was a design feature of the apartment building meant to make it easier for maintenance workers to service the building's piping. Instead, it ended up being an avenue of attack that got Miss McCoy killed. In fact, the crawl space behind the bathroom cabinets of each apartment was widely used by gangbusters and thieves, who would utilize them to break into people's homes or escape police. Sadly, Miss McCoy, whom the thieves probably didn't expect to be home, would end up a victim of the hidden but not so secret crawl space. The real question for our viewers who live in apartment buildings themselves is, how well do you know your building? The Leaping Lawyer. There's an old cliche about lawyers and bankers finally at the end of their rope leaping to their death from high-rise offices. While these are 2 professions with high instances of suicide, the leaping to one's death from a skyrise is extremely rare, and more urban legend than truth. On a Toronto July day in 1993, though, the urban legend would become true in a terrifying and truly tragic way. Gary Hoy was a senior partner with the law firm of Holden, Day & Wilson. On the upward track, life was all peaches and cream for the 39-year-old lawyer. Or it would have been if it wasn't for his propensity for a particularly dumb practical joke of his. Gary was fond of scaring young law partners and new employees, and his favorite way of doing this was to run full speed into one of the high-rise building's ceiling-to-floor glass windows. These massive panes of glass are designed to withstand very high winds and strong impacts, and for the 99 times that Gary had pulled this little prank off, the window had always held. Number 100 was the exception. As Gary ran full tilt into the window held. Not satisfied with the reaction of the crowd of young articling students, Gary repeated his body check to the window. This time the window gave. Falling from a height of 23 stories, Gary had seconds to consider his very stupid practical joke before pancaking on the street below. Gary's accidental death became so infamous that it was an overnight urban legend, firmly rooted in a real-life event. Shows like Mythbusters and 1000 Ways to Die all retold the story of Gary's tragic death, and he himself became the recipient of the 1996 Darwin Award. But how had a window that had withstood so many impacts simply given way that day? Experts believe that on this attempt, Gary hit the window with such a leading edge of his body first, concentrating the impact force on a much smaller area than normal. This might have been with his wristwatch, as hypothesized on 1000 Ways to Die, but it could have been with any part of his body really. With so much impact concentrated on such a small point, the glass would have much more easily shattered, sending Gary to his death on the street below. Killer in the back seat. Now we turn back to our original urban legend that we opened the show with. An unassuming motorist is driving down a dark road when they're attacked by a killer hiding in the back seat. In some variations, other motorists try to warn the person by flashing their brights at them, each time flashing just as the killer rises up to strike the killing blow. While that version of the urban legend is definitely false, and the legend as a whole has been around since the explosion of car culture in America around the late 1950s, in at least one tragic incident it was more fact than fiction. In 2013, a young woman parked her van at a gas station and went inside to pay for some items. While she was gone, a man snuck inside her unlocked van and hid in the back rows. As she drove away from the station, a man made himself known and forced the woman to drive to the back of an alley where he assaulted her. After that, he made her drive to an ATM and forced her to withdraw cash before finally leaving her to flee into the night. When police reviewed the gas station's surveillance cameras, they found that the man had been trying car doors before running into the woman's unlocked van and sliding inside. While police never found the attacker, they warned that anytime you exit your vehicle, you should always make sure you lock all of your doors. Because next time that you park somewhere and just hop out for a moment, it could be you with a criminal lurking in your back seat.
Do you believe scary movies could curse the cast or crew? It seems highly unlikely if you are a rational sort of person, but what we are about to tell you is uncanny. Take the Poltergeist franchise, for instance. The little girl that starred in the movies died mysteriously from toxic shock while making part 3 when she was just 12 years old. Her older sister in the movie was killed by her boyfriend just after part 2 came out, and 2 other main actors died either just before or just after a release. This could just be a coincidence, but it also sends shivers down the spines of those apt to believe in the unbelievable. The Exorcist curse story is far worse. There are plenty of movie curses, but today we'll focus on just one. In this episode of the Infographic Show, the Amityville Horror, Fact or Fiction, and Was There a Curse? So let's start with what the movie was based on. There was a book published in 1977 called The Amityville Horror by Jay Anson, and it was about what is now called America's Most Haunted House. This is what we know from the book. The house in question was situated at 112 Ocean Avenue in the neighborhood of Amityville, Long Island, New York. It's still there, in fact, described as a 1927 Dutch colonial. It was sold for $605,000 in 2017, much less than it was on the market for. It could get annoying living there, as so many people visit the place on a horror sightseeing pilgrimage. That's because in 1975, the mass murderer Ronald DeFeo Jr. killed his mom, dad, 2 brothers, and 2 sisters in that house. At first, he was said to be insane, stating that voices had told him to do it. It was a strange scene for police, as all the bodies were found face down in their beds, and it seemed there had been no struggle. It's bizarre because the gun had no silencer, so no one could figure out why people in the house hadn't tried to escape or at least move from their beds. No sedatives were found in the victims either. Were other members of the family involved? An outsider? Demons? By the way, DeFeo has changed his story several times over the years. Just over a year later, in 1975, George and Kathy Lutz and their 3 children moved into the house. They knew about the murders, but the $80,000 they paid for a large old house with a swimming pool and a boathouse was nothing short of a bargain. Now, it must be said that Mr. Lutz was a very religious person, and because of what he knew about the house, he asked Father Ralph J. Pecoraro to bless the place. According to the author of the book, who interviewed the father, when he turned up that day on December 18th to bless the house, he heard a voice of a man demanding he get the hell out of there. "Get out!" shouted the voice, and the holy man didn't need much persuading. Later in an interview for TV, the father said, "I was also sprinkling holy water and heard a rather deep voice behind me saying, 'Get out.' It seemed so directed toward me that I was really quite startled. I felt a slap at one point on the face. He called George and told him what had happened and warned him not to stay on the second floor where he had heard the voice. After this, crap got real. George started waking up every night at exactly 3:15 a.m., so awake that he would go for a wander. He later found out that that's when DeFeo had killed his family. The others slept, but for some reason, they all slept on their stomachs. Mrs. Lutz started dreaming about the murders, and she also dreamed something weird. She knew who had slept in each room and what order they had been shot in. It goes on. They found a hidden room that frightened the life out of the poor dog. This room wasn't in the plans for the house. They called it the Red Room. The house would fill with flies occasionally. Parts of it would turn ice cold, and now and again a putrid odor would emit from certain areas. The parents saw demon faces in the fireplace, green stuff coming out of keyholes, and if that wasn't bad enough, their 5-year-old daughter made a new friend that didn't actually exist, something described as a demon pig with green eyes. Doors slammed shut on many occasions, locks bust open on windows, cloven hoof prints were found in the snow outside, a crucifix turned itself upside down. You can watch George on YouTube talking about another occurrence. Earlier that day, I saw Kathy turn into an old woman. During that night, she lifted up off the bed about 3 or 4 inches. Yep, nothing to see here. But perhaps the defining moment was some invisible force stamping on Kathy's chest, causing injury, or the fact that George saw all the members of his house levitating. With the kids tripping, hearing voices and singing weird songs, and the parents at the end of their tether, they moved out. The family had lasted just 28 days. The parents even claimed at one point that the demon had followed them to another house, but they didn't talk much to the press as they were just about at the point of breakdown. By the way, George and Kathy both took lie detector tests from some of America's top polygraph people, and they both passed. Some people said it was a huge hoax to get money from a book, but the Lutzes lost money on the house and their belongings. The priest backed them up, as did paranormal investigators Ed and Lorraine Warren. Those names should sound familiar if you've seen The Conjuring. 25 years later, when interviewed by the History Channel, George said, "It's really easy to call something a hoax. I wish it was, but it wasn't." And so, this is America, where no good mass murder / breakdown / demon story could escape the silver screen. The movie came out in 1979, called The Amityville Horror, starring James Brolin and Margot Kidder. As for the curse, well, there are little things, such as Brolin saying that while he was reading the script, his pants magically dropped from their hanger, but that's not such a big deal. As for Kidder, things got a little darker. The woman who was also famous for playing Lois Lane in Superman went through a series of bad marriages, was hurt badly in a car crash, went bankrupt, and ended up having a nervous breakdown. She once told the press that what she had to do was face her demons. She wasn't referring to the house, but it might have been a choice of words some people looked too much into. In 2018, she died of throat cancer at age 69. But that's not suspicious. Okay, so what about the famed writer Jay Anson, who got the ball rolling regarding how this house became public knowledge? Well, he died at age 58, less than a year after the movie came out. He did have a bad heart though. But the man that was first invited into the house to check it out was a journalist and author named Paul Hoffman. Apparently, the Lutz family thought he was a criminologist. Anyway, he died a few years later after the film's release in a fire at age 49. As for Ryan Reynolds, who starred in the 2005 remake, he had this to say. A lot of the crew were waking up at 3:15 in the morning, which was when all these atrocities in the house took place. I think it was a subconscious thing. You read the script and suddenly pop awake at 3:15 in the morning. Still, there are many that say the entire thing was a hoax, and they've tried, perhaps sometimes successfully, to debunk some of the family's claims. There was no snow, for instance, when the family said they saw hoof marks in snow. It depends who you believe, though. Even the son still stands by his assertion that the house was haunted, and he has little to gain from lying. A man named James Cromarty bought the house in 1977, and he lived happily there with his wife for more than a decade. He told the press nothing weird ever happened, except for people coming by because of the book and the movie. So, was the family lying? Or was what they were seeing a case of mass hysteria? Or had the demon just moved on to greener pastures when Cromarty and company arrived? We may never know, but we'll leave you with this. A guy named Stephen Kaplan, who was also a paranormal investigator, didn't believe the Lutzes, and so set out to write a book about the case and to prove once and for all that it was a hoax. His book was called The Amityville Horror Conspiracy. It was published in September 1995, 3 months after he died.
A young boy is sitting on a landing outside his dormitory. His pants are wet because during the night this traumatized child could not control his bladder. What he needs is a soft, reassuring hand on his shoulder, a hug, to hear some kind words. Instead, he's ordered by a wicked sister to stop his blasted weeping and adhere to the strict code of silence. He is scolded and told that he is a disgusting and dirty little wretch who was rightly abandoned by his parents. The sister, someone who has vowed to show some mercy to the child, takes out a leather strap and whips him until blood oozes from his already scarred skin. The boy is then sent back to his bed and told he won't be eating for the next 24 hours. As for a change of clothes, maybe he'll get that in a day or two. The scene we just described to you is not an exaggeration, and in fact, much worse things happened to children who were in the care of a group of Roman Catholic nuns called the Sisters of Mercy. Abuses such as this went on for decades, and it was only recently that the sisters admitted their guilt and agreed to pay out many millions in compensation. But who were these Sisters of Mercy? Were they always so ruthless and cruel? Are they still this brutal? The foundation was started in Ireland in 1831 with the intention of helping the most needy in society. Over many years, the Sisters of Mercy spread globally, taking the deprived into their orphanages, their workhouses, and their boarding schools. The woman who started the foundation was one Catherine McCauley. She was what's called a religious sister, which is slightly different from being a nun in that a nun leads a much stricter monastic life. Sisters take a vow and they dedicate their lives to the Catholic religion, but they don't have to live confined to a type of monastery. So back in the day, Miss McCauley dedicated her life to teaching poor kids about Catholicism and the way of the good Lord. As an adult, she inherited quite a lot of money, and so she decided that she would build schools where homeless and destitute women and poor or parentless children could learn. So far, so good. One can't fault the intentions of McCauley, but charity, it seems, would turn out to be far from next to godliness. She got more women together, not just religious women, to help run the schools. They wore the black and white outfit that you might associate with nuns today. She called this group the Sisters of Mercy, because mercy was what they were supposed to be all about. The people they helped really were at the end of the line. Many of the kids lived on the streets, and many of the women sold their bodies to get by, and had been abandoned or, in some cases, had merely been accused of sleeping with too many men. By the time McCauley died in 1841 of tuberculosis, there were around 100 Sisters of Mercy working in 10 institutions. Soon those sisters would spread the word and institutions would open in different countries around the world. You can go to their website now and you'll see the charity calls itself the Mercy International Association and says it's dedicated to bring mercy to people who are poor, sick, and uneducated. These days, there are something like 5,500 Sisters of Mercy, as well as hundreds of thousands of people helping them. Their present track record doesn't seem so blemished and steeped in controversy. So, what went wrong in the past? McCauley might have had the right idea, but after she died, hell literally broke loose in those institutions. We might look at St. Vincent's Industrial School in Dublin, Ireland. Industrial schools were for the neglected, orphaned, or abandoned kids or women, and as the name suggests, the people sent to live in them were sent to work, sometimes making rosary beads or working in a laundry in such a fashion that today it would be called illegal child labor. The children living there were as young as 3 and as old as 16. In the 1900s, this school was put under scrutiny for the conditions there, and it was revealed that some of the sisters and some of the lay teachers were far from merciful people. The girls and boys that lived there had absolutely no time for leisure. In fact, leisure was not permitted. They either worked making beads, worked in the laundry, or they did chores that would leave them with calluses on their hands. What happened if they broke the rules? Well, firstly, there was a strict code of silence at the school. The kids, while living in large groups, were not supposed to talk to each other, laugh, or fool around. This kind of thing was seen as unwholesome. A commission would reveal that if they weren't physically beaten, they would often be humiliated by the nuns and lay workers, which would leave them with mental scars for the rest of their life. As you'll soon see, some of those kids grew up and are presently talking about these physical and mental scars. There were many schools for the destitute in Ireland run by the Catholic Church, so not all were run by the Sisters of Mercy. But since poverty was so pervasive, many young boys and girls and women without much hope ended up at various schools under different names, but belonging to the Catholic religious order. They didn't get away with it, of course. Many years after these kids faced the horrors of their orphanages in schools or workhouses, they came out and told the world what happened to them. One man at the age of 70 described how his dormitory was full of kids who'd spend the nights banging their heads against the walls. He stayed at a place called the Nazareth House in Scotland, and he said the nuns would beat him regularly, and if they weren't beating him, they would humiliate other kids in front of him. He said the nuns would enter the rooms of the boys in the early hours, and if it was found that they had wet the bed, they'd take the kid out and beat him on the landing. Such trauma, of course, is one of the reasons for bedwetting. He said he lost his mother when he was young, and after that, his sister had tried to take care of him. This didn't work out, and he spent most of his time skipping school and hanging around the local shops. One day, he was just picked up off the streets and sent to Nazareth House. Hundreds of people came out and talked about the regime of violence they had suffered as children, with some of those people taking the Catholic Church to court for cruel and inhumane treatment. Some called the schools and workhouses a house of hell. Another person who experienced this said all the nuns were committed to was the destruction of will. Then you have the notorious Magdalene laundries run by certain Catholic orders. These were where so-called fallen women were sent to work in brutal conditions. What was a fallen woman? Well, perhaps it was a woman who wasn't living her life as society wanted her to live her life. Maybe they'd been prostitutes, or maybe they were just promiscuous, or perhaps they were merely poor and had nowhere to turn for help. The laundries were just another kind of industrial school. But the work was grueling and there was little or no pay for the workers. The abuses that happened there are similar to what we've already described. In this case, the systemic brutalization of young women. One former inmate who stayed with the Sisters of Mercy and worked in a laundry explained how she was stripped naked and beaten regularly. She said once a sadistic nun grabbed her by the hair and swung her around the room. She said she was starved, locked in cupboards, and not allowed to go to the toilet. When she was let out of the temporary prison, she had to stay in her soiled clothes. At the age of 12 or 13, she had enough and tried to set herself on fire, and although she didn't manage to kill herself, she was badly burned. As she screamed out in pain, the nuns told her she would not get to see a doctor, and she was refused any kind of medicinal painkiller. She was then sent to work at one of the infamous Magdalene laundries, where girls stayed in a cell with a bucket for a toilet. She once had to spend 3 days in a solitary confinement padded cell for merely being accused of stealing a candy. In that cell, there was no bed, no light, and no blankets. This is what she told the New York Times when she was a middle-aged woman. It was in the padded cell that it dawned on me that I would be there for life, that I'd be buried in a mass grave. There were whispers that went around. Like many others, she suffered from years of PTSD and anxiety and had constant nightmares about what happened to her when she was staying with those merciful people. As for rumors of a mass grave, in 1993 a mass grave outside of one of the laundries was discovered and it contained the remains of 155 people. The discovery happened when an order called the Sisters of Our Lady of Charity lost money on the stock exchange and had to sell some land. The discovery led to a massive scandal, and soon people who worked in those laundries or anyone who'd been allegedly taken care of by one of the Catholic orders came out and talked about the abuse they'd suffered as children. Still, some members of the Catholic Church denied any wrongdoing, with 2 sisters formerly belonging to the laundry saying, "Apologize for what? Apologize for providing a service? We provided a free service for the country." The Sisters of Mercy, however, has apologized for any abuses that took place over the decades and paid out around $140 million in 2009 in compensation to the many victims that came forward. Other orders that were made to make payments were the Christian Brothers and the Daughters of Charity, and the Sisters of Charity and the Daughters of the Heart of Mary, and the list goes on. But as we speak, groups of people who say they were abused at the hands of the Sisters of Mercy and other purported charitable orders are still trying to get some compensation for what they went through. In 2019, a group of women who as children had been shipped from the UK to Australia said they still suffered from trauma. The woman said they all had to wear hearing aids because as kids they were smacked in the side of the head so often. One woman said there were 20 nuns where she stayed, and only 4 of them treated the girls like human beings. She said to the media, "In the evening, we had to sit on buckets to use the toilet before we went to bed, with the nuns standing and the older girls standing just watching us. That was dreadful, even for a little kid, to sit on a bucket and have an audience." None of the kids had toothbrushes and they were allowed only 1 shower a week, which is worse than today's prisons, even the most notorious places in the developed world. When the girls got their periods, the nuns told them that it was God's punishment, and if that was showing mercy, then perhaps those nuns might have picked up a dictionary. If you spend enough time on the internet, it's just a fact of life that you'll see something you really wish you hadn't. Maybe it's perennial shock site classics like 2 Girls, 1 Cup, or some of the truly horrific photos and footage of real-life death and murder floating around on the web. But what if we told you there was something even worse out there? An image that just by looking at it, you might be driven to pain, madness, or even death. That's exactly what we're here to discuss today. The terrifying internet legend of Smile Dog, the photo with the power to kill. Smile Dog is the colloquial name for a seemingly innocent image file called smile.jpg that's been floating around the internet since as early as 1992. According to most sources, because of the image's place in internet folklore, there are thousands of copycats out there, none that have the sinister and deadly power of the original. From the scattered reports of the image's victims, we do have a vague description. It's a scan of a Polaroid photo featuring a dog that appears to be a Siberian Husky against a dark background. The dog has a wide, almost human grin, with teeth that look like they simply don't belong in the creature's face. Worse yet, in the darkened corner to the left of the dog is a red hand, outstretched toward the viewer. Many of the people who've actually seen the image have described the hand as beckoning, as though it's calling them into the darkness of the photo. Some viewers have even speculated that this is the hand of the devil himself, calling them down to the depths of hell. Naturally, as an intellectually curious viewer of the infographic show, you'll want to search for the cursed image. And don't worry, we're going to show it to you. That's right, the real, original smile.jpg. But before we subject you to that, you have to understand what you're getting yourself into here. After all, if the legends are true, it might just change your life. While the stories about smile.jpg have circulated the internet since the internet was a publicly available commodity, the first true, solid, and widely available account of a person's experience with smile.jpg and SmileDog appeared on 4chan's Paranormal board in 2008. The Paranormal board is the birthplace of a number of terrifying internet urban legends and creepypastas, such as the malicious shape-shifting goat man, the deadly Daruma-san bath ritual, and an infamous porcelain doll with living, wriggling innards. A frightening tale like that of SmileDog would be right at home on this hub of the strange and paranormal, but the story's haunting details still stick with everyone unlucky enough to read them. It began with someone who was just curious, not unlike you. They were a young, aspiring writer in college, searching for interesting stories that might inspire some exciting new fiction. But they stumbled on a horror that was all too real. They put out the call for people with interesting stories on the internet and got plenty of duds. You know, all the stories about that time someone's weird uncle caught a big one while out fishing, or a kid could swear they saw something moving under their bed. The young writer, identified only as Mr. L in the account, was ready to throw in the towel and give up when he received a strange correspondence from a man named Terrence E. in the summer of 2007. According to Terrence, if Mr. L was looking for scary stories, his wife Mary had one that would beat out all the rest. Something genuinely terrifying, genuinely paranormal. According to Terrence, Mary had experienced a real encounter with the original smile.jpg image, and nothing has been the same ever since. It just so happened that Terrence had contacted exactly the right person, as Mr. L had been fascinated with the concept of SmileDog ever since he was in the 10th grade, back in 2005. He could feel the mystery of the thing drawing him in, the desire to discover what nobody else had discovered before. Terrence consulted Mary and she agreed to an informal interview with Mr. L around a month later. The couple were based in Chicago and Mr. L just happened to be in the area on unrelated business. Everything seemed to be falling into place until Mr. L actually arrived at the home. When he got there, eager to conduct his interview and potentially discover the truth behind all this hearsay, Mary had barricaded herself in her bathroom. She appeared to be having some kind of psychotic break, screaming and sobbing uncontrollably, like she was afraid for her very life. In particular, Mary was screaming about some strange nightmare she was experiencing, but it was largely too incoherent to even tell what she was saying. Terrence tried his best to console her for Mr. L's interview, but it didn't do any good. From hours of sitting outside the bathroom and taking notes, he only managed to glean the following story. Mary was a system operator for a small Chicago-based bulletin board system back in 1992, when the internet was still in its relative infancy. One day, a seemingly innocent hyperlink was posted on the board system, and she was one of around 400 to actually click the mysterious link, and was immediately transported to smile.jpg. The other people who were exposed on that day remained anonymous and their fates are unknown, but if Mary's accounts and the legends are anything to go by, their stories are unlikely to have had happy endings. As Mr. L pressed for further details, Mary just sobbed and cried harder. The woman was inconsolable, and Mr. L realized he'd probably gotten as much as he was going to get from her. Terrence apologized for his wife's strange behavior, and Mr. L thanked him and left. This may have seemed like the end of things for most people, but for Mr. L, this was just the start. The hunt was on, and Mary's brief account had given him the scent. He began gathering all the information he could on the mysterious file, its effects on its victims, and the people it hurt. But as the famous quote from German philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche goes, "He who fights with monsters should look to it that he himself does not become a monster. And if you gaze long enough into an abyss, the abyss also gazes into you." Mr. L found that information on smile.jpg wasn't available anywhere on major internet information sources like Wikipedia. In fact, he found that if anyone did attempt to add a reference to the cursed file on a Wikipedia page, it would quickly be struck down by editors. Who was trying to keep this thing buried, and why? He also managed to discover a great deal more about the supposed effects of viewing the file. The most common effects included, on the mild end, severe anxiety and persistent night terrors, and on the more severe end, hallucinations and temporal lobe epilepsy, with seizures most commonly occurring at night. Naturally, as with anything on the internet that can cause harm, it was weaponized by trolls and bad actors. The image was often circulated on forums in the early Usenet days, and was allegedly once used to flood the forums of humor and satire website Something Awful back in 2002. The result was a number of users developing severe anxiety, nightmares, and epilepsy. Back in the mid to late 90s, the image circulated as all spooky things on the internet did back then, by chain email. The email would disguise itself as one of the number of feel-good chain emails that did the rounds back then, with the innocuous subject line, "Smile, God loves you." But by the time you've opened the email and its attachment, it's already too late. Plenty of people on the internet claim to have had experiences with Smile Dog, but the veracity of these claims are in dispute. During his investigations, Mr. L did notice some other legends with eerie commonalities to the Smile.jpg tale he was investigating. The most prominent was a story known as the Grinning Man, about a person who received an email from a recently deceased friend with an image of, you guessed it, a grinning man. However, after witnessing the image and an accompanying key phrase, the man's life spiraled out of control, with the only way to lift the apparent curse being to pass it on. From the smiling to the horrific nightmares to the inevitable tragic end, could the two things be connected? There was no conclusive evidence on the matter, but Mr. L was sure to make a note of it for further study. Mr. L continued compiling research for an entire year, always haunted by the cries of Mary coming through the bathroom door and the thought of that smiling hound. He discovered that many of the people who'd originally claimed to see the thing had fallen off the map, and that some had tried to use medication to prevent the nightmares and the epileptic fits that seemed to naturally accompany an incident with the image. All it took was one look, just one little look, to change your life. It felt like a somehow more eerily plausible version of the tape from The Ring. At times, Mr. L wondered if the whole thing was just some elaborate hoax, an online inside joke, and it was all on him. Truth be told, he felt almost ready to give up when he finally got a massive break in the case. An email from Mary herself explaining the whole situation. Mr. L eagerly opened the correspondence, excited for his next lead, but what he saw shook him to the core. Mary explained that the image of the Smile Dog had been haunting her in her sleep for years, repeatedly saying one thing: spread the word, spread the word. She experienced symptoms akin to sleep paralysis, being frozen to the bed and unable to do anything but listen to the words of the demonic dog sitting in front of her. Spread the word, spread the word. She told Mr. L that a week after initially seeing Smile.jpg, a floppy disk containing the image was mysteriously mailed to her home. Finally, she understood. Much like the Grinning Man that Mr. L had been investigating, the Smile Dog wanted her to pass the image on and use it to inflict the curse upon others. That would be the only way to stop suffering from the symptoms herself. The nightly seizures and visions she was experiencing were so horrific that she was tempted to pass it on to others, and even contemplated potential options: a co-worker, a stranger, or even her husband Terrence. Mary decided against it and instead hid the floppy disk away for years, until she finally found a person she could potentially pass the curse on to: Mr. L himself. However, as she was plotting to pass on the curse to him and ruin his life, she decided against it at the last minute. Hence her breakdown in the bathroom upon his visit. Realizing it's already too late for her, and racked with guilt over what she almost did, Mary signed off the email with a harrowing final message for Mr. L: stop while you are still whole. Later that month, Mr. L received another email from Terrence telling him that Mary had taken her own life shortly after sending that last email to him. She just couldn't take the suffering anymore. Terrence also informed Mr. L that he'd found and destroyed the floppy disk by setting it on fire, adding that the plastic gave a snake-like hiss as it burnt and shriveled, destroying yet another copy of the cursed image once and for all. Mr. L was ready to hang up his hat and close the investigation into Smile.jpg. People had suffered and even died, and just as Mary had advised him to, he was going to quit while he was ahead. It was a couple months later, when he'd almost forced the whole nasty affair out of his mind, that he saw a new email appear in his inbox with the subject line, "Smile." Without even thinking, he clicked on it, and by that point, it was already too late. The text in the body of the email, littered with spelling and grammatical errors, said, "I found your email address through a mailing list to your profile, said you're interested in Smile Dog. I have saw it. It is not as bad as everyone says. I have sent it to you here. Just spreading the word." And the rest is spooky internet history. Now you've heard the story and you know all the horrors this strange little photo is said to be able to unleash. Maybe it's all just an urban legend, a hoax, or mass hysteria. After all, how much damage can one picture do? But hey, if you want to be safe, you can always send this video to a couple friends and spread the word. What started as a day like any other would soon become the battle of the century, and at the center of it all was a teenager named Lindsay Banks. She was a relatively normal kid with a quiet life, and of course, she was a huge fan of the infographic show. 3 videos fascinated her in particular, namely the ones concerning 3 terrifying monsters created by Canadian horror artist Trevor Henderson: Siren Head, Cartoon Cat, and Longhorse. She'd become obsessed with the characters and wanted to consume any information about them she could find. Things had gotten so out of hand that it was starting to affect her schooling. As Lindsay sat at the work desk in her bedroom trying to make sense of the algebraic equations laid out on the page in front of her, she found that she just couldn't hold her focus. As the hours dragged on, Lindsay felt herself growing increasingly tired. Before she knew it, she'd fallen asleep on top of her homework. She found herself standing in the courtyard of her high school, enveloped by total darkness. She attended one of the smaller local schools, sitting out on the edge of a vast forest, with practically no civilization around. It was a night of perfect dark, not a single star in the sky. Something was wrong, terribly wrong. Then suddenly she heard it, the rattling of bones, and soon she saw it, a seemingly infinite stretch of bone. The endless parade of vertebrae that the monster-obsessed teen knew could only belong to one creature, the Longhorse. Its countless bony coils hung suspended in the air, defying all laws of physics. The creature's skeletal head bowed out of the sky to meet her, tufts of black hair flowing in the cold breeze. She was frozen, just staring at it as its bones clicked and clattered, like cracking knuckles. Thanks to gaining an expertise in all things Longhorse from her infographic show viewing habits, she knew this could only mean one thing: something terrible was going to happen soon. But what? The length of the Longhorse's neck and the sound of its clicking bones indicated some approaching tragedy, but the otherwise silent beast didn't have the power to indicate any specifics. Moments later, Lindsay woke up, her algebra homework stuck to her face. She looked at her alarm clock and saw to her horror that it was already past 10 a.m. She was late for school. The details of her strange nightmare were already fading into the ether as she got dressed, grabbed her backpack, and started running to school. Thankfully, the building wasn't far from where she lived, but Lindsay already feared she was in serious trouble. If she only knew the full extent of that trouble. When she approached her school, everything seemed eerily quiet. Maybe it was the grim feeling of last night's visions finally weighing on her, but Lindsay felt deep in the pit of her stomach that something was different today. The first confirmation of this belief came to her when she walked up the steps to the front gate and found that inside the school's main foyer all the lights were off. The inside of the school was almost completely dark, save for the odd rays of light piercing through the half-shuttered windows. Was the place closed? Had she gotten her days mixed up? A quick check of her smartphone revealed that no, it was currently 10:30 a.m. on a Wednesday. Something really was amiss here. She turned on her phone's flashlight and began creeping down the halls, hoping to find some form of normalcy hidden amongst the strangeness. Deep down, Lindsay felt terrified, but tried her best to quell the worst of her assumptions. She just watched too many YouTube videos. Monsters aren't real. There has to be some kind of rational explanation for this. That's when she reached the door of classroom 6C, where she was supposed to be taking Mr. Wither's algebra class at that very moment. However, when she opened the door, she saw that the room was totally empty. That was creepy enough, but what truly caught her attention was the sheen that her surroundings seemed to have under the intense beam of her phone's flashlight. Like everything was covered in a thin film of liquid. It shone red. Blood! The whole classroom was covered in blood. Lindsay's breath caught in her throat. She was so scared that she couldn't even scream. However, as she began backing away from the bloody classroom, she heard a tinny giggling echoing down the hall behind her. Lindsay gulped and turned to face in its direction. Her eyes widened in horror at what she saw. A huge pitch-black figure with skin that seemed to move and undulate like ink. Its long rubbery arms, terminating in grasping white gloves, were stretching out toward her. She recognized that killer smile and huge staring eyes anywhere. It was Cartoon Cat, and he was coming right for her. Pushed on by a sudden intense burst of adrenaline, Lindsay ran in the other direction, out toward the courtyard and away from the cartoon monster chasing her. Had the creature taken her entire school? How was this possible? She knew that Cartoon Cat was an evil monster of pure sadism, but this seemed like a step too far even for him. Still, she didn't have time to consider these questions with the monster still on her tail. She could hear it giggling and its huge bloody teeth chattering right behind her. Lindsay could practically feel its hands extending to grasp her when she finally breached the door out into the courtyard, but she wasn't out of the woods just yet. In fact, she was quite literally in them. As we mentioned earlier, Lindsay's school sat on the edge of an expansive evergreen forest. Perhaps this would be the one place she could escape the rampaging monster that just destroyed her school. Lindsay ran through the tree line and into the forest as the giggling and chattering became distant behind her. She ran, tears streaming down her face, until there was a silence that felt closer to safety than any moment since she'd woken up. But it wasn't long until that silence was broken by something just as horrible crackling out over some old speakers. 9, 18, 1, child, 17, remove, vile. Lindsay would recognize that garbled electronic nonsense anywhere. She turned to see it looming over her, easily 40 feet tall. Its flesh was rotten and mottled. Its limbs were impossibly long and thin. Up above, the creature's megaphone head contained sets of filthy teeth that gnawed and gnashed. It was the one and only Siren head, standing right next to her. Naturally, she screamed and started running in the other direction. Siren head darted through the trees after her, its gnarled fingers stretched out and ready to receive its prey. Lindsay kept running, not knowing what else she could do. The only options were to run and hope. And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, it did. Cartoon Cat, all vicious grins and wriggling limbs, appeared amongst the trees in front of her. Suddenly, Lindsay was trapped between two of the most terrifying monsters in the Henderson-verse, with no way out. With Siren Head advancing toward her from behind and Cartoon Cat charging in from the front, all she could do was fall to her knees and try to prepare herself for whatever unthinkable fate was coming. Siren Head reached down toward her with its terrible hands ready to strike, but Lindsay never felt its hands upon her. She looked up astonished and saw the wriggling arms of Cartoon Cat stretching out and grabbing Siren Head. It wouldn't be denied the prey that it felt it was rightfully owed, and it was willing to fight for it. Immediately, Siren Head lunged toward Cartoon Cat with startling speed, clawing at its inky flesh. Siren Head was quadruple the size of Cartoon Cat, but Cartoon Cat had the edge in terms of intelligence and brutal cunning. As Lindsay cowered and watched in horror, Cartoon Cat's arms ensnared Siren Head, stretching and wrapping around its body like tentacles. In response, Siren Head dug its long fingers into the inky membrane of Cartoon Cat's head. The ferocious pseudo-feline never stopped smiling, not once. Even when Siren Head tore off its head and dropped it to the ground, Cartoon Cat's arms went limp and fell away from Siren Head's body as inert as rope. Siren Head shook the last of them off, victorious, and turned its attention to Lindsay. She began backing away, almost frozen in terror as the creature approached, spitting hateful nonsense from its crackling megaphones. Siren Head could be faster than the human eye could perceive when it wanted to, but when all it had to deal with was one lowly human, it could afford to take its time and savor the fear. Of course, as any animation aficionado will tell you, it takes a little more than a simple decapitation to keep a good cartoon down. While Siren Head was inching toward the terrified Lindsay, Cartoon Cat was rising up and putting its head back on as though it were little more than a hat. Before Siren Head could even realize what was going on, Cartoon Cat leapt onto its back and sunk its teeth into the creature's mottled flesh. The monster screamed out of its speakers, trying to reach behind itself and yank the snarling cartoon monster off its back. But the Cartoon Cat wouldn't let go. It just kept sinking its huge teeth further into the rotted body of Siren Head. It was an unstoppable force going up against an immovable object. Both powerful flesh avatars of even greater cosmic nightmares, each with their own terrifying powers. Cartoon Cat, a malleable, shape-shifting sadist that seems immune to all physical damage. Siren Head, a giant, lightning-fast monster that can make short work of everything from families to military squadrons. They wrestled and brawled in the darkness of the forest, Siren Head's claws digging and Cartoon Cat's teeth carving. The one thing Lindsay knew was that regardless of which of these two titans won, neither result would be good for her. That's why, while the monsters fought, she decided to make a final run for it. She turned and sprinted out of the forest, the sounds of deranged cartoon giggling and violent radio static fading into the distance behind her. Eventually, she managed to escape past the tree line and the now empty school and run back to the center of town. Only there would she be safe, though the nightmares of the horror she'd witnessed would stick with her for years to come. Later investigations found the true scope of the tragedy that occurred that day. 400 children disappeared, along with over 60 teachers. No suspects, no witnesses, nothing. Only Lindsay knew the truth, but who could she possibly tell? Her obsession with the monsters dried up after that. Nothing quenches a thirst for horror like encountering the real thing. She never found out what transpired between Cartoon Cat and Siren Head that day. Who won that fight, if either of them did, would remain a mystery. Though there was one factor in all this that Lindsay couldn't quite shake. Longhorse, perhaps the real winner in this whole conflict. It had been him and his warning after all that had saved her life. Let's face it, dolls are creepy. Unless you're a serial killer, you probably wouldn't want to spend a night in a room full of porcelain faces and beady little eyes watching you. And no doll is creepier than Chucky, the murderous plaything with a body count higher than some small wars. Almost everyone knows the iconic red-headed terror by name and looks alone. But how many of you know who this freaky doll really is? Sit tight, keep an eye on your toys. This is Chucky 101. Before he became a demonic, possessed good guy doll, Chucky was actually a flesh and blood serial killer named Charles Lee Ray, also known as the Lakeshore Strangler. Ray murdered a number of innocents in the south side of Chicago, including children, and even stabbed a pregnant woman in the stomach. While fleeing from that final crime, he was abandoned by his getaway driver Eddie Caputo. Ray was then chased down by Detective Mike Norris, who'd been pursuing him for years for his bloody crimes. The two engaged in a tense firefight in the streets of downtown Chicago. It was a close call, but Norris was able to finally get the jump on Ray and fatally shot him inside a toy store. However, before Ray died, he used a voodoo incantation learned from his mystical accomplice to reincarnate his soul into a nearby doll. This red-haired, overalls-wearing little fella would continue to be the vessel for Chucky's soul for the rest of his undead existence. This toy then ended up in the hands of a 6-year-old Andy Barclay, who learned Chucky's true name. This bound the two of them together, as Chucky, who's forever in want of a human vessel, can only usurp the body of the first person to learn his name. Over the course of his time with Andy and his mother, Chucky in his new doll body tracked down and murdered all of his former associates, like his flaky getaway driver and his no longer useful voodoo instructor. As his doll body slowly became more mortal and therefore inched closer to being a permanent residence for his soul, Chucky urgently attempted to usurp Andy's body. However, he didn't count on Andy, Andy's mother, and Detective Norris turning the tables on him. Chucky was burned alive and shot to death, freeing Andy from the pint-sized menace. Or so they thought. Turns out you can't just keep a good guy doll down, and 2 years after the incident with the Barclays, the Play Pals company responsible for producing the good guy dolls from which Chucky gets his body resumed production on a new batch of the cursed playthings. Components of the original Chucky doll got mixed in at the factory, causing the 3-foot menace to rise again. He murdered the corporate assistant sent to dispose of him, then hijacked a nearby car, killed the driver, and rode into the city. And just like that, the world's most dangerous doll was back in action. Chucky only wanted 2 things: to get a human body again and to murder anyone who so much as looked at him funny in the process. Andy had been placed into a foster home with Kyle, his new big sister, since the incident. His biological mother was deemed unfit to raise him after being found ranting and raving about killer dolls. This new household was then infiltrated by Chucky, who replaced a more benign good guy doll and waited for his chance to strike. In the process of stalking Andy, Chucky managed to murder his teacher, both his foster parents, and several other innocent bystanders. Things then came to a head when Chucky chased Andy and Kyle to the good guy doll factory, where they engaged in a battle to the death, or in Chucky's case, undeath. He attempted to perform his soul-transferring ritual on Andy, but found he'd waited too long and that his soul was trapped in his tiny plastic body for good. Enraged by this development, he tried to kill both of them, but got burnt, melted, and dismembered in the process. Andy and Kyle once again struck the killing blow, this time by forcing a pressurized air hose into Chucky's mouth, causing his head to inflate and explode. Talk about a run of bad luck, Chuck. Well, not quite. The thing you need to understand about this devilish doll is that what he may just lack in height, he makes up for in determination. And when it comes to Chucky, death just doesn't seem to stick. That's why when his blood dripped over into the vat of molten plastic used to make more good guy dolls, the nightmare started all over again. This time, he even brutally murdered the CEO of the Play Pals company with a selection of his company's own toys. Hungry for vengeance, Chucky mailed himself to Kent Military Academy, the current residence of, you guessed it, Andy Barclay. By this time, however, Chucky's new body was first discovered by a younger recruit at the academy, Ronald Tyler. Chucky revealed his true name to the naive little cadet and began making preparations to turn this kid into his newest earthly vessel. Andy, however, was wise to Chucky's plot and began a series of cat and mouse games that left a number of people at the military academy dead. After essentially causing mass murder by replacing non-lethal paint rounds with live rounds at the Academy's annual War Games, Chucky fled to a nearby carnival with Ronald to complete his soul-transferring ritual. However, Andy and his surviving allies managed to chase the malicious chunk of plastic down and put a stop to his brutality yet again, this time by first slicing off half his face, then throwing his body into a large industrial fan, effectively blending the little creep. Surely that should be the end of him, right? Who could survive being cut into 1,000 itty-bitty pieces? If you look down and check the runtime of this video, you already know this childhood terror isn't over, though Chucky is at least done with Andy for now. He came back from the dead with the help of his murderous admirer Tiffany Valentine after she stole his mutilated parts from an evidence locker and killed a guard in the process. She rebuilt Chucky and brought him back to life with another voodoo incantation. Now he looks less like a standard doll and more like a gross, stitched-together mess. And how did Chucky thank her for giving him the gift of life? By murdering her, of course. He then transferred her soul into another doll to give himself a matching doll bride. After discovering two teenage lovebirds, Jesse and Jade, who would make perfect human vessels for both their rotten souls, they set out on a journey to isolate them and possess them. Naturally, in the process, they murdered a hell of a lot of people, doing everything from sticking a cop's face full of nails to slicing up a sleeping couple with falling glass. In the course of their murder spree, the twisted pair even fell in love and, well, we'll leave the rest to your imagination. We don't want to lose any monetization on this one. Anyway, in order to transfer their souls into the bodies of Jesse and Jade, they needed to first obtain a mystical amulet that was buried with Charles Lee Ray's body. After luring their victims to the gravesite and preparing to perform the ritual, Tiffany had a change of heart and decided that both she and Chucky were better off dead. And frankly, considering how many people they'd killed, it's hard to argue against that. Tiffany stabbed Chucky before dying herself. Jade and Jesse then finished Chucky off by shooting him dead. By this time, he at least left a twisted living legacy as Tiffany gave birth to a demented doll child. And it all gets crazier from there. Oh, you thought it was pretty horrifying already? You have no idea. While Chucky and Tiffany were killed, it wasn't for long. Their doll offspring, who goes alternatingly by Glenn and Glenda, managed to find and resurrect them. Chucky, now with the whole murderous doll family in tow, set his sights on actress Jennifer Tilly and rapper Redman as new vessels for their souls. However, trouble was brewing right under his plastic little nose, as his wife and child were beginning to develop doubts about their murderous lifestyle. Chucky, however, still got his way. After murdering a number of actors and journalists and production staff in Hollywood, he finally managed to get his tiny hands on Tilly and Redman. Though, while attempting to perform the ritual, Chucky decided that he might actually prefer living as a killer doll, seeing as he never ages, it's a heck of a lot harder to kill, and is practically below suspicion for his murders. While Tiffany's soul is successfully transferred to the body of Jennifer Tilly, Chucky's child turns against him, hacking him to pieces with an axe and sending him on an express trip to hell once again. But even that wouldn't be Chucky's last hurrah. He'd return nastier than ever 9 years later. This time, he'd patch things up with Tiffany, still taking advantage of her new human form, as well as patching up his nightmarish face. With Tiffany's help, he mailed himself to the home of a paraplegic woman named Nika Pierce and her family, and after murdering Nika's mother, Sarah, and making it look like a suicide, he managed to score himself an even bigger selection of victims as Nika's sympathetic extended family piled into the home, including her young niece Alice, who took a real interest in Chucky. Over the course of the night, Chucky killed his way through almost everyone in the house like a classic Agatha Christie whodunit, some with details so violent and gruesome we couldn't even tell you about them here. He kept Alice tied up and hidden in the closet throughout, hoping to use her as a vessel once everyone else was dead. Nika, however, put up way more of a fight than he was anticipating, managing to give this experienced killer a real run for his money. Why was Chucky even so interested in this family in the first place? Because they were his final victims as human serial killer Charles Lee Ray. It was him stabbing Nika's pregnant mother through the stomach that caused her paralysis in the first place. Nika did, however, manage to survive her Chucky ordeal, though this came as a price as she was framed for Chucky's murders and sent to an insane asylum for her trouble. Chucky was liberated from his new home in the police evidence locker by Tiffany, who once again helped him mail himself to another victim, the now adult Andy Barclay. Chucky wanted to settle an old score, but Andy was prepared and immediately blew Chucky's head off with a shotgun. He kept Chucky's still living severed head and proceeded to torture it for 4 years in revenge for his countless horrible crimes. However, this time, Chucky had a frightening new trick up his sleeve. He discovered a voodoo incantation that allowed him to split his soul and inhabit multiple vessels at once, essentially giving him the ability to create an entire army of himself. Tiffany helped deliver another Chucky-possessed good guy doll to the mental hospital where Nika Pierce The other one, who got away, was being treated. In his new demented playground, Chucky began tormenting Nika and killing off both patients and staff. With Tiffany's help, he was able to sneak in even more dolls to the asylum, creating an entire squad of nasty little Chuckies. Andy, realizing Chucky's sinister plans, got himself committed to the hospital in hopes of thwarting them, but he was too late, as the small army of Chucky dolls managed to overpower and possess Nika, trap Andy, and finally escape. The result? There's now a whole bunch of Chuckies running around out there, some in the form of not-so-good guy dolls and others hidden in human bodies. None of them play safe with others, so you better watch your back if they end up anywhere near you. It's been a little while since you got some decent fresh air and exercise, so you decided, hey, why not put on my running shoes and go for a hike on a nearby forest trail? But on this very specific occasion, some light exercise is about to be extremely bad for your health, as you've just wandered into one of the hunting grounds of Siren Head, a 40-foot-tall monster from the demented mind of horror king Trevor Henderson. Before you can even figure out what's going on, you're hearing random words and numbers being screamed at you over a crackly old intercom. You look over your shoulder and see it approach, a huge, gangling figure emerging from the trees, arms outstretched to grab you. That's right, Siren Head is coming for you, and he means business. Are you gonna end up like countless others, spirited away to an unknown but surely horrible fate? Will the details of your disappearance be playing out in Siren Head's Siren Head as he stalks his next victim? Not if we have anything to say about it. The chips may be down for you, but listen up. We're about to figure out how to go toe-to-toe with this mythical internet monster, and you versus Siren Head, how to defeat and survive him. Pay close attention. If ever this monster catches you with your pants down, remembering this video might just save your life. But first, you know the drill. It's a truth universally acknowledged in the art of combat that you can't defeat what you don't understand. What exactly is Siren Head? What makes this creature so dangerous? What are its combat capabilities? And does it have any apparent weaknesses? According to the wider Trevor Henderson mythos, Siren Head is the physical expression of a more cosmic being interacting with our universe. As mentioned before, he's 40 feet tall with incredibly long yet powerful limbs. His body appears to be withered or rotted flesh. As the name suggests, the creature's head is in fact a functioning siren with 2 siren horns. In each horn, the creature has working jaws and teeth, though he apparently doesn't need to eat in order to survive, so you won't be starving this thing to death anytime soon. While it's unknown whether Siren Head has any higher level intelligence or abstract reasoning like human beings and some of the other entities we've fought on this show, like Pennywise the Dancing Clown and the Predator, the creature undeniably has a killer instinct. It knows how to isolate its prey in remote locations, camouflage itself as trees, telephone poles, and street lamps, and effortlessly swoop in for the kill. While hearing this might be sending shivers down your spine already, don't fret. This is actually a good thing. Allow us to explain. Like most real-life predators out in the wild, Siren Head follows certain tried-and-true behavioral patterns in order to capture its prey. This not only makes the creature predictable and gives you certain solid do's and don'ts if you want to avoid an encounter altogether. By analyzing the predatory patterns of Siren Head, you can gather valuable information about some of its strengths and weaknesses. For starters, let's take a look at the creature's natural habitat and hunting grounds. According to official lore, Siren Head avoids population centers, instead prowling around remote areas or on some occasions quiet rural areas. On occasion, Siren Head has appeared in more urban areas, such as behind isolated motels, but the consistent factor is that Siren Head avoids engagements with large groups of people at all costs. The greatest number of recorded people Siren Head has been able to engage with at once has been a family of 4 who disappeared from their suburban home. But considering 2 of those 4 were children, the point still stands. Siren Head is an ambush predator, not the kind of combatant comfortable with taking on a large group of adults. It's even been known to spend long periods of time utterly motionless between attacks, blending in with its surroundings. We can learn 2 extremely valuable things from this. First, you can potentially avoid a Siren Head encounter altogether if you stick to densely populated areas. Second, if Siren Head is hesitant to engage with large groups, it does imply that the creature is vulnerable to being defeated or even killed if enough people with enough firepower back it into a proverbial corner. While it may be the physical expression of a more powerful cosmic being, that physical vessel can still presumably be destroyed if you're smart and/or lucky enough. But let's get back to what intel we have on this mysterious being. We now know that Siren Head is an ambush predator that isolates its prey before moving in for the kill. What does Siren Head have in the way of actual combat abilities? While this may not seem possible for a being of uncertain higher intelligence, Siren Head is a master of psychological warfare. It has certain traits and abilities that can induce such a state of terror that victims may be tempted to throw in the towel before it even gets within grabbing range. The creature's immense height and its zombie-like rotten skin makes it extremely frightening at first glance, and its grotesque siren head is enough to make anyone freeze up. And that hesitation can be deadly, as Siren Head is known to move at startling speeds. If you let your guard down for even a few seconds, it'll probably be the death of you. But it's more than just the look of Siren Head that drives its victims into states of mortal panic. This beast has a terrifying mastery over sound. Not only does it speak in creepy, gargled snippets of music, numbers, and recorded dialogue out of its two sirens, it also plays the disappearance reports of its previous victims, heightening the sense of doom that surrounds the creature. But it's not just the psychological advantage either. Trevor Henderson has stated that Siren Head is capable of manipulating any device that can play audio, from car radios to cell phones. Not only is this terrifying, it can also effectively prevent you from calling for help in your hour of need. Without backup already on the way, Siren Head can stalk, isolate, and attack you when you're most vulnerable. This is one of the things that makes the creature so deadly. It never engages in a fair fight. It waits until you're most vulnerable and alone. Whether you're hiking in the forest or just walking home from work down a quiet suburban street, then it strikes with overwhelming force, ending things before they've even really begun. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but if Siren Head has caught you while you're alone, unarmed, and not expecting an attack, then there's probably nothing you can do to save yourself. Though if it's any consolation, you'll at least find out what happens to all the other people who disappeared before it happens to you too. In other words, there are only two ways to come out on top when it comes to Siren Head. Either stick to a densely populated urban area and avoid the conflict altogether, or arm yourself and take the fight to him. Seeing as humans actually looking for Siren Head would probably surprise even the creature itself. That's right, the time for cowering and fear is over. We're gonna teach you how to go Siren Head hunting. Firstly, you're gonna need to find some like-minded individuals with nerves of steel. As we've already discussed, Siren Head will avoid a group engagement whenever possible, so pulling together a competent hunting party of at least 10 people will be your first priority. How you do this is up to you. Whether it's putting up a flyer outside your local biker bar or posting a Monster Hunter's Wanted ad on Craigslist, as long as you can find some tough, motivated individuals willing to follow you into a nightmare, you're good to go. Next, equipment and weaponry. Seeing as nobody has ever engaged in active combat with Siren Head, we can't know for certain what its physical vulnerabilities are. So it's better to be safe than sorry, but first, let's quickly discuss what you shouldn't bring. Rifles and machine guns are a no-no. Siren Head has the unfortunate combination of being rail-thin and lightning-fast, and as a result, you're unlikely to land a shot on this thing unless you have John Wick-level marksmanship skills. And let's be honest here, folks, none of us do. And with a machine gun, you're also unlikely to hit the beast, as well as probably scare it into hiding with the noise of sustained gunfire. Unless you plan on going full Joker and burning the forest down with Siren Head inside, which by the way we don't recommend, leave the machine guns and Molotov cocktails at home. In terms of firearms, we'd recommend arming your party with some sturdy, reliable pump-action shotguns with a nice wide spread. Considering Siren Head is likely to be unseen until it strikes, you'll want a defensive firearm where accuracy doesn't matter quite as much. If the entity does attack and you're lucky enough to land a shot at center mass, even if it doesn't kill it, it'll likely reduce its speed and combat effectiveness. A battle with Siren Head is less likely to be a straightforward one-on-one confrontation and more like a tense and deadly game of cat and mouse. If possible, you'll want to equip yourself and your team with body armor, with durable stab vests probably being your best option. We don't exactly know how Siren Head kills its victims, but it's unlikely that it's with a well-concealed Glock 40, so ballistic armor wouldn't do you much good. Taking a leaf out of Silent Hill's book, equipping each party member with a radio is also a good idea. And we're not even talking about communication here. We already know that Siren Head has the ability to disrupt any kind of audio technology, but while this seems like a strength, it can also be exploited as a weakness. Strange audio disruption can can be used to track the beast, and the more messed up the transmission becomes, the closer you are to your target. To find where Siren Head is currently located, your best bet will be using records of local disappearances to triangulate the general position of his whereabouts. He's been known to lurk in forests, abandoned graveyards, mountainous regions, and occasionally suburban neighborhoods with street lamps. Focusing your attention on streaks of disappearances in these areas will probably be your best bet at setting up a Siren Head encounter. Finally, battle tactics. What actions will you need to perform in order to make sure this encounter goes your way? We recommend designating one member of your Siren Head hunting party as bait and sending them out at around 30 to 50 feet in front of you, mimicking the kind of isolated prey that Siren Head typically goes for. The rest of you will want to maintain stealth to ensure that the entity doesn't realize it's being led into a trap. If it realizes what you're doing before you have a chance to spring your trap, then at best it won't show, and at worst, you and your party are in real trouble. If you have time, utilizing booby traps like bear traps and pits could also potentially increase your chances. Siren Head is an agile creature, but if one of its feet happen to end up in a bear trap, that'll almost certainly slow it down a little. Like almost any combat engagement, the decisive moments of battle will likely only boil down to a few key moments when everything unfolds. If Siren Head does indeed attempt to take the bait or gets caught in one of your traps, you and your hunting team can't hold anything back. Once the creature's in your sights, it's time to blow it to smithereens. If your team all train their shotguns on the creature and give it hell, then chances are it won't come out feeling swell. Even if you only manage to wound the creature and it retreats, you can turn the tables and give chase as the predator becomes the prey. If you're relentless enough, you may even be able to chase this creature down and finish it off once and for all, and forever rid the world of the horror of Siren Head. And all it took was a little planning, teamwork, and firepower to finally win the day. It's just a real shame that even without Siren Head, the horrifying monster mythos of Trevor Henderson has plenty more nightmarish entities that can still make you disappear, but that's a problem for another video. With an ominous click, the lights to the small bathroom go out. There are 3 giggling teenage girls. It's one of their first sleepovers, and inevitably the topic of ghosts came up. Each teen told their own scary ghost story, the girls hyping each other's fears up throughout the night until finally came the dare. It was time to call out to Bloody Mary, perhaps the most famous ghost story of all. The ritual is simple. The girls snuck down to the kitchen and grabbed an old candle kept for power outages, along with some matches. Then, cramming into the small bathroom, they lit the candle and turned out the lights. Bloody Mary. The first of 13 incantations is nothing more than a whisper. The ritual to summon this specter requires a slow but steady repetition of her name, each one louder than the last. There's nervous laughter among the girls as they repeat the name a second time, slightly louder. The nervous laughter dies off somewhere around the 7th repetition. The candle's flame, sitting perfectly still until now, suddenly dances for a moment. The girls gasp in shock as a cold chill overtakes the bathroom, but they brush off both events as coincidences. Maybe the AC kicked on outside the bathroom. Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. 10 repetitions, the whispers loud now, almost at full speaking voice. The girls are practically chanting the name at this point, but as they come to the last incantation, they hesitate. Just once more, and the ritual will be complete. The candle's flame is perfectly still. The house, quiet. Bloody Mary. 2 of the girls jump with a start as the 3rd braver member of the trio suddenly shouts out the name for the 13th and final time. The 3 girls hold their breath, waiting in the dark. Water drips from the leaky faucet, one slow drop at a time. Drip, drip, drip. After 30 seconds, the girls start nervously giggling again, their courage slowly returning. They begin to make fun of each other, talking about how scared the other person was and firmly filing away the dancing candle flame and cold breeze in the back of their minds as nothing more than random weirdness. But the candle flame is dancing again. The girls hold their breath, peering at the dancing candle, not daring to breathe, hoping that it was their normal respiration causing the candle to dance in the small, claustrophobic bathroom. But the candle is still dancing. A hand suddenly reaches through the mirror, grabbing the nearest girl, the one who had finished the ritual by shouting Bloody Mary's name. The girls scream as their friend is dragged toward the hideously deformed face in the mirror. They tear open the door, 2 of them running out of the bathroom and screaming for help. From inside the bathroom, the sounds of screaming and struggling suddenly cease. The legend of Bloody Mary has been around in some form or another since about the 19th century, and it's no surprise that it's remained a popular game with adolescents all around the world. While the Western version of Bloody Mary is believed to summon the specter of a Protestant woman accused of witchcraft, or perhaps even Queen Mary I herself. What's curious is that other cultures have a similar ghost story, with a very similar ritual to summon spirits from beyond through an ordinary mirror. Peering into mirrors and seeking the supernatural is nothing new for humanity, and in practices that stretch all the way back to ancient Greece, people have been trying to seek out ghosts or divine their futures by looking into a mirror. Typically, the goal is to discern future events by performing a specific ritual, such as looking into a mirror and seeking either a healthy face that looks back at you or a terrifying apparition. If you saw the healthy face, then you would overcome whatever illness you were currently suffering. If instead you saw a scary visage, then you would surely die. The ritual to summon Bloody Mary has some basis along the lines of predicting your future, but is mostly believed to be about testing one's courage. Bloody Mary may indeed impart some knowledge of the future if successfully summoned, but she can also simply try and murder you. Whatever your intent is, though, the ritual is always the same. First, everyone taking part in the summoning must gather together in a pitch-black room with a mirror. A single candle, or in modern times a flashlight, is the only source of light allowed. Every other source of light must be completely blacked out, so for obvious reasons doing the ritual at night is best. Next, you and anyone else partaking in the ritual look into the mirror and makes eye contact with their own reflection. Slowly, you begin to chant the name Bloody Mary, starting out quietly and growing in volume. After the 13th repetition, which should be delivered with finality, everyone must stop chanting and sit quietly, keeping eye contact with their own reflection. At this point, Bloody Mary may make her appearance, and if she does, you must be cautious. Most important of all is to stay out of arm's reach of the mirror, for it's said that Mary can lash out at anyone standing too close and seriously injure them, or perhaps even drag them into the mirror itself with her. Next, you must make sure to never ever allow the mirror to be broken until the ritual is complete. Doing so might allow Bloody Mary to escape, letting loose a demonic spirit that will surely attempt to attach itself to you. If successfully summoned, Bloody Mary may answer a question from one of the members of the ritual, but it's just as likely that she will instead shriek and scream at you, lashing out at anyone foolish enough to stand too close to the mirror. Her scream has been compared to that of the legendary Banshee herself, though instead of killing you on the spot, Bloody Mary's screams are known to cause severe and long-lasting psychological issues for those who hear them, including depression, suicidal thoughts, and mania of various forms. Once summoned, there's no known way of dispelling Bloody Mary, but it's recommended that you simply leave the room immediately and don't return for a significant amount of time. If Bloody Mary refuses to leave, she may choose to instead continue visiting you through the same mirror, though if it happens, you must resist the temptation to simply shatter it or throw it away carelessly into a dumpster. Instead, you should safely store the mirror and prevent it from breaking, or risk letting Bloody Mary loose into our world. Sometimes, Mary won't appear the first time she's summoned. Instead, she may choose to answer the call later, at an unexpected time, when you may have completely forgotten about the ritual. So if you attempt to summon Mary, keep your guard up. She may be biding her time before striking out. But who is Bloody Mary exactly? Some believe that she is Queen Mary I, daughter of the infamous Henry VIII. She was England's first queen to rule on her own without a king, but she is far more famous for being a devout Catholic. During the English Reformation, English Protestants had splintered off from the Catholic Church, and Mary didn't take kindly to that. By the time she died from an influenza pandemic in 1558, she had executed hundreds of Protestants for refusing to recant their faith. Even for the normally bloodthirsty English, Mary's executions were too much, and often seen as being overly cruel in their methodology. Most people sentenced to burn at the stake were strangled before burning, but Mary often refused to offer such mercy and burned men and women alive. The next suspected Bloody Mary was Mary, Queen of Scots. This Mary lived a rather tumultuous life, used as a political pawn by various men seeking the throne thanks to her legitimate claims to both the Scottish and English thrones. Eventually, Mary fled and sought protection from her cousin, Queen Elizabeth I. But instead of finding hospitality, Mary was imprisoned for 18 years by Elizabeth. Eventually, Mary was accused of being part of the plot to overthrow Elizabeth, and she was executed. But the execution wouldn't go as planned. Despite attending her own execution with a dignified grace and even a cheerful manner, the executioner made a real mess of things, granting Mary far from a merciful or dignified death. Sentenced to have her head chopped off, the first axe blow struck her in the back of the head, missing the neck entirely. The crowd gasped at the horror as the executioner quickly attempted to rectify his mistake, but the second swing failed to completely decapitate Mary. With blood gushing everywhere, the executioner was forced to saw away at the sinew that still kept the head attached to the neck, and eventually Mary bled to death. The last Bloody Mary candidate is perhaps the most bloodthirsty, and probably who the real legend is based on. After all, this Bloody Mary suspect more than lived up to the bloody reputation. Elizabeth Bathory is considered by many to be the greatest serial killer in history. Known as the Blood Countess, Elizabeth Bathory would routinely invite young peasant girls to her castle under the guise of caring for them. Peasant families would gladly send their daughters away, confident in the better life that they would have learning to be servants for nobility rather than forced to back-breaking farm labor. The truth, however, was that none of the girls would live for long. Bathory's cruelty knew almost no bounds, and she routinely tortured the young girls she took in. Eventually, she killed all of the young girls in the nearby villages, forcing her to look for victims further away. She visited countless horrors on her victims and was fond of taking baths in blood of the young girls, believing the act would rejuvenate her and reverse aging. It's not known how many girls Bathory killed, but it's estimated to be in the hundreds, which in our opinion makes her the likeliest Bloody Mary candidate of the three. The real question, though, is if you're brave enough to try and summon her yourself tonight. Or maybe you did years ago, thinking it was nothing more than a childhood game, not realizing that Mary could simply choose to wait to answer your summons until you're no longer expecting it. Like perhaps the next time you wake up in the middle of the night for a quick bathroom trip. Our advice? Don't stand too close to the mirror. Your hands are bound together. It's pitch black, but every 10 seconds or so, a flash of light reveals the masked faces of men. They drag you into a corner. You can hear the petrified screams of your friend through the wall. You've never heard him sound like that before. What have they done to him? Another flash of light reveals cockroaches scurrying all around you. They run up your legs, and some of them get into the onesie you've been forced to wear. Suddenly, a mirror is held up to your face. When those lights flash, you see one of the guys shaving your head. Another flash, and a great big tarantula is crawling over your shoulder. The masked men then grab you and take you to another room, where they push your head into freezing cold water. You plead for them to stop, to show you some mercy. But you've signed up for this, and there's no get out clause. What we just explained to you isn't an exaggeration. In fact, this haunted house experience can get much worse than that. It is so bad that if you can actually get through enough hours of it, you'll be handed $20,000. There's actually a long list of thousands of people in the US in the queue waiting to experience this haunted house. But we can assure you, most of those that do get the full experience regret it. Has anyone gone back for more? Has anyone ever completed the experience? The place we've described is called the McCamey Manor, and that to most people would look like any suburban house in the USA. But this house in a now undisclosed neighborhood in the USA doubles as a kind of extreme attraction, or what you might call a horror survival course. When we say haunted, well, it's been called that, but regarding horror, it's less about ghosts than it is about torture. It's closer to the Saw franchise than it is Paranormal Activity. Things don't move around by themselves in the dark. If you don't count large, burly men in masks terrifying you psychologically and even roughing you up a bit. We are not kidding. There are pages on Facebook that criticize this outfit and say it should be illegal. Those detractors say the manor can cause lasting psychological damage, and they state that those who do the terrifying things are sick and sadistic human beings. Still, you'll find middle-aged bored accountants and young beauticians giving McCamey Manor a go. They actually want to be scared out of their wits, and they don't give a hoot what some other people have to say on social media. The experience is no joke though, that's for sure. You won't even be allowed to get your foot in the door if you haven't signed a 40-page waiver, are 21 or at least 18 and have your parents' approval. You'll need a doctor's letter saying you're in good physical and mental shape, and you'll be screened first. If you don't have any medical insurance, forget about it. Here are two very important clauses in that 40-page waiver. Clause 20. Participant agrees there is no quitting unless serious physical or psychological injury is present. Clause 25. Participant fully understands that many times they will be in a panic state of anxiety in which they feel that they will drown and they may die. That's why it's called a survival horror challenge. Maybe something our dear challenge writer could do one day. After all, the only payment you have to make is some dog food. That's right, a few tins of mashed mystery meat and gristle, and you're in. But would you really want to get in? That's the question. The tour of the house lasts 8 to 10 hours. Yeah, that's possibly a good chunk of the day with a bunch of very large, seemingly angry, vengeful men. They want to terrorize the life out of you, and you will believe they're for real. These guys have practiced the art of physical and mental torture, and while that torture might not be anything like what you saw in that movie called Hostel, it's going to be bad enough to make you want to quit. In fact, while your average plumber and office worker have given up after only a few minutes, even cage fighters and Marines have tapped out. There are other extreme haunted house experiences out there in the US, but this one has a major difference in that you don't have a safe word, so you can just drop out. Why would anyone do this, you might be wondering? Besides trying to get that 20,000 bucks. The guy behind the house is one Russ McCamey. He said people do it to escape the daily grind of life. Sure, some folks might be masochists, but others are just hankering for something to knock them sideways. For McCamey, it's theater, an extreme kind of theater. He's ex-Navy and has studied theater, so he knows what he's doing. He said that while he'll take people to the edges of their fear and sanity, he records everything on tape and nothing they've done at the house has broken laws. It's awful, but lawful. We kinda like that tagline. Maybe we should get in touch with them and make a deal. Just watch these videos of people going through the experience and you can watch them crumble, uttering words with a shaky voice. You beat me, I can't do it anymore, I'm done. I'm flying home tomorrow, I don't need any of this. They might have been covered in insects, stomped on, dragged around like a doll, held under dirty water, and even made to eat their own vomit. But they only get to stop when their torturers think they've had enough. In an interview, McCamey said every year it's gotten more crazy and more aggressive. We wouldn't be infamous if we weren't able to deliver the product. The product, he says, is fear, 100% unadulterated fear, non-stop for as many minutes or hours as a person can take. How long would you last? You might first get kidnapped and soon realize that the guys aren't messing around. They might not break your arm, but they will certainly stress your body in ways that are uncomfortable for you. They start with things that will psychologically stress you, but then they escalate it until you're absolutely broken. McCamey says no one suffers any bad injuries, and it's all one big show, otherwise the place would have been closed down a long time ago. Some people disagree with him, saying that he must be a sadistic psychopath to do what he does. People have even protested outside his gates, and so he's had to change his location at times. It's kind of a gray area because you can see with your own eyes that people are literally scared for their lives. They absolutely do get broken, so you might ask if the torture is real, not just a show. We found one woman, a US government logistical analyst, who lasted just 5 minutes in the house, a far cry from 8 hours. She actually returned again the year after to see if she could go a bit longer. She got her chance, and one day she went through the ordeal with a female nursing student and a young man who was hoping to become a DEA agent. After a couple hours, the latter two participants were asking to quit. The nurse was tied up, the guy was fastened in a straitjacket, and both were screaming out that they'd had enough. They didn't get what they wanted right away and faced some more agonies before they were let go. When the masking tape was taken off the young man's face, he was visibly traumatized and almost sobbing. He said, "Please, Russ, I'm done." The nurse was the same, and through tears she exclaimed that she would never, ever do that again. The analyst held on for longer. Not only did she last longer than 5 minutes, but she passed the 4-hour mark. She'd been force-fed, showered with freezing cold water, dragged through the stinking sewage, and had her head shaved. At one point, she just cried out for help, and of course, no one came. She said she was proud to last that long, and she admitted that she had been pushed to her limits, but she didn't feel like she'd been abused or tortured. She even said she'd give it another go if she ever got the chance. In fact, around 25,000 people are waiting in line to see how long they can last in this house of horrors. No one, and we mean no one, has ever gone the full 8 hours or 10 hours. Sweat stung Marie's eyes. Her drab gray dress clung to her damp and itchy skin. No matter the time of year, the laundry room was always humid. It was Marie's job to feed the heavy, damp sheets through the large hot rollers to dry them. The nuns walked back and forth supervising the long rows of women washing, mending, and ironing. Each nun carried a long, thick strap tied to their belt. If you worked too slow, you got the strap. The room was quiet. In fact, the only sounds were the clanking of machinery, rasp of scrub brushes, and the hiss of steam. Singing or chit-chat was not allowed. The Magdalenes needed to work hard, contemplate their sins, and be penitent in order for God to forgive them. A nun paused by a girl just down the row from Marie. The girl was new. Marie thought the girl's name was Grace, but wasn't sure. The nun said something to Grace. Before Grace could answer, a strap whistled as it flew through the air before landing with a loud crack on her arm. Marie flinched. She knew well that pain. The last time she'd been whipped, her bruises had taken several days to fade. Grace cried out and tried to back away down the aisle, but she was trapped. A second nun approached her from the other direction. One of the nuns began dragging Grace by her ear toward the door. She screamed for someone, anyone, to help her, but the other women kept their eyes on their work and pretended not to hear. They wouldn't come to her aid, lest they be punished too. In 1993, Sisters of Our Lady of Charity in Dublin, Ireland sold part of the land of High Park Convent to a developer for £1.5 million. However, there was an unusual provision to the sale. The land contained a mass grave of 133 Magdalenes, or women who had been institutionalized in Hyde Park's Magdalene laundry. In fact, Hyde Park had been the largest such laundry in Ireland. The plan was that the nuns and the developer split the costs of exhuming and cremating the bodies. Then the ashes would be reburied in another mass grave in Glasnevin Cemetery. But when the project got underway, the mass grave was found to have a dark secret. The first Magdalene Asylum was opened in 1758 in London, England, by a trio of philanthropist businessmen. They wanted to create a place where prostitutes could be rehabilitated. In addition to attending church and learning manners, the women did household chores and various crafts to contribute to the institution. Generally, the women earned a small sum of money for their craft work. The idea of Magdalene Asylums spread. Soon there were homes in several countries, including the United States, Canada, and Sweden. The asylums were run by several different religious organizations. Each group had different regulations governing its homes and experienced varying degrees in successfully rehabilitating the Magdalenes, or penitents as they were now called. Over time, the asylums began to function as a penitentiary workhouse where the women were required to labor. That was especially true of Ireland, where after the Great Famine, the Magdalene Asylum started to evolve into forced labor laundries run by 4 female Catholic religious orders. By the late 1800s, instead of just sex workers, Magdalene laundries also came to house any women considered outside the bounds of regular society. That meant women who had become pregnant outside of marriage, women who were seen as promiscuous or wayward, etc. Not only did this open up a larger labor pool for the laundries, but it promoted a Catholic viewpoint and removed undesirables from the wider populace. Following Irish independence in 1922, there were 10 Magdalene laundries throughout the country run by the 4 orders. They operated with quiet support from the state and even received lucrative laundry contracts from the army and other government departments. The judicial system even sentenced women to the laundries. It would make sense that some penitents of Hyde Park ended up buried on the convent grounds. However, instead of the 133 bodies the nuns claimed were buried there, 155 bodies were exhumed. 22 were unlisted. Also, despite it being a criminal offense to fail to register a death which occurs on one's premises, only 75 death records were found. Many records were missing names, and the penitents were listed as Magdalene of St. Cecilia, Magdalene of Lourdes, etc. The discovery of the extra bodies in the mass grave, not to mention the shoddy records, ripped open a poorly healed wound in Irish society, creating a public scandal. How could the Magdalenes have received proper care in these institutions, yet their burial records didn't even state their names? Survivors began coming forward telling stories of what their lives were like in the laundries. It wasn't pretty. Many described harsh conditions, enslavement, starvation, severe psychological and physical abuse. The Magdalenes' reasons for ending up at the laundries were varied, in many cases arbitrary. Unwedded mothers, promiscuous women, outspoken women, women deemed too pretty, orphans, women who had been sexually abused, women who had broken the law, and on and on. All were neatly tucked away in laundries out of the view of regular society. Unwed mothers were especially harshly treated. In many cases, the women were separated from their newborns. Their babies were adopted out or sent to orphanages. After a short stay in the infirmary, new mothers would quickly be sent back to work. One woman recalled being warned by other penitents to pad her chest. The nuns hated any evidence of unwed mothers, and she would be singled out for punishment if she leaked milk, a common problem for new mothers. Some mothers were punished by the nuns for begging to see their babies one last time before the child was adopted. In other cases, the nuns ran the orphanages, industrial schools, and Magdalene laundries all on the same plot of land. Though they lived but a few buildings away, mothers were not allowed contact with their illegitimate children. Many survivors spoke of being held prisoner. Some had their names changed or were assigned and called a number when they entered the institution. Also, the women were forced to cut their hair and give up personal mementos. Their clothing was replaced with coarse, drab dresses in dull colors such as gray or brown. Magdalenes were not permitted to make friends with their comrades. They were only there to work. Their correspondence with the outside world was limited, and in some cases nuns hid or stole letters from family or sweethearts. The women were made to work 6 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Schedules mentioned by the survivors varied, but generally they involved waking very early in the morning, going to morning prayers, then a quick breakfast, working a 12 or 13-hour shift before dinner, and having an hour or so afterwards for more prayers or quiet contemplation before lights out. The dormitories had bars on the windows, and the women were locked in at night. When penitents were allowed outside, they were confined to the grounds of the laundries by high bricked walls topped with glass or barbed wire. When women did escape, if caught, they were sent back to the institution. Girls as young as 12 or 13 were sent to the laundries. One girl was only 8 when she entered. Some Magdalenes ended up functionally illiterate because they were pulled out of school and sent to the laundries. Even when women were of legal age, they were not allowed to leave. Some Magdalenes were poorly fed. Bread and water was a common diet. They were kept just shy of malnourishment while the nuns allegedly ate well. The laundry work was hot, tedious, and dangerous. Many survivors described being burned by steam or hot irons. The long hours, spent standing or bent over sewing, caused varicose veins and lifelong back problems in young women. All the while, nuns would watch the women work and hit them with straps if they were too slow or made mistakes. After their laundry shift, a penitent might have had further chores contributing to the upkeep of the institution. Every moment of their waking hours, the penitents were governed by the nuns. Verbal abuse and beatings were common. Many Magdalenes also experienced religious, emotional, or sexual abuse. Nuns shamed them for vanity, being wicked, and their burgeoning bodies. Some penitents were made to bind their chests because they had large breasts. Some were made to feel useless, worthless, and that the world didn't want them. Many nuns took delight in their positions of power, punishing every little infraction, including Magdalenes looking them in the eye and not showing proper authority. Most penitents ended up staying at the laundry for an average of 3 years. Rules stated that a woman could only be released if someone, generally a family member, requested their release. When the women left, they were not given wages or were given an insultingly small amount of money for their years of hard labor. Long after they had left the laundries, the memories heavily affected some Magdalenes. Many women suffered nightmares or struggled with healthy sexual relationships when they married because of ideas of purity and sin so ingrained. After the initial scandal over the mass grave of Hyde Park, several Magdalene survivors bravely provided their testimonies for documentaries or other media. This helped to alert the public about the abuses that had happened at the laundries. After several years of lobbying, in 2001, the Irish government acknowledged that the women enslaved in Magdalene laundries were victims of abuse. Despite calls for a thorough investigation, the Irish government refused, claiming that the institutions were privately run and it would be outside the bounds of the state to probe their history, completely ignoring the fact that the government repeatedly awarded lucrative contracts to laundries with no oversight of how their operations were being run. Furthermore, it was an open secret that the state even used the laundries as a de facto jail or a halfway home. In 2001, an advocacy group called Justice for Magdalenes presented its case to the United Nations Committee Against Torture. They claimed that the exploitation of women that took place at the Magdalene laundries amounted to human rights violations. At the urging of the UN panel, the Irish government finally created an inquiry into the laundries. After an 18-month investigation, the government issued a report that found considerable state involvement in the admission of thousands of women into the laundries. The report also found that while the penitents suffered significant levels of verbal abuse, there wasn't evidence of physical and sexual abuse. Some survivors felt that the report swept some of the abusive treatment they endured under the rug. The nuns in the Catholic Church felt vindicated. Sure, maybe the institutions were overly strict, but they provided a service, taking in women who had nowhere else to go. About 2 weeks after the government report was issued, the government bowed to pressure from the survivors and advocacy groups, and the Irish Prime Minister issued a formal state apology. The government also created a £50 million victims' compensation fund. Most of the laundries closed in the early 70s. Irish society was changing, and new, advanced, and cheap technology for laundering was making institutions obsolete. The last Magdalene laundry closed in 1996. It was a small institution with only 40 women. The women were mainly elderly or developmentally disabled and chose to stay with the nuns despite the closing of the laundry. The horrors of the Magdalene laundries will never be fully known. Many of the victims passed away long before any inquiries began. It's estimated that some 11,000 women were confined to these institutions in the 20th century. Today, various historical and media groups continue to collect the stories of survivors and delve into the history of the Magdalene laundries. The Catholic Church is adamant that it did nothing wrong and that the institutions were run as nonprofits. As a result, the Church has refused to contribute to any victims' compensation fund. Also, the religious orders have declined to provide records and archival information for investigators and historians. A young man sits in his bedroom late at night, his glum face illuminated by the light of a computer screen. Man, he feels bored. He's sick and tired of scrolling through social media posts that detail his friends' allegedly perfect lives. He's done with politics and left and right and everything that's wrong in the real world. He wants to escape, and then he finds it, a video written, designed, and produced by the infographic show. It's a list of the scariest creepypastas on the internet. What will this young man learn as he's listening to this gripping list of well-told lies? He'll learn that there are some utterly frightening and disturbing stories out there, tales that lie like bloodied, broken car wrecks on the information superhighway. Number 10. Jeff the Killer. Okay, so some of you creepypasta fans will be thinking, come on, Jeff the Killer deserves to be higher than number 10. Well, we do think it's good. It's deranged. It's creepy enough for sure. But we also think there are better stories out there. The rest of you will be thinking, who the hell's Jeff the Killer? Good question. Let us explain. Jeff the Killer is a kid with an annoying mom who's likely got a bad case of narcissistic personality disorder. Jeff has his own mental problems too, and it doesn't take very long for the story to show them off. He has a fight, and you might say that Jeff goes a bit overboard with the violence thing. He protects his brother from receiving a good old-fashioned beatdown from some kids who live on the street Jeff's family just moved onto. Jeff is evidently a bit messed up from his mom and pop, and he doesn't seem to have embraced the family move. On top of that, he keeps having these small trance-like psychosexual episodes described simply as a weird feeling. He beats up those kids on the block while waiting at a bus stop. He does this with aplomb, easily taking out a stereotypically cool kid, fat kid, and thin kid, and nerdy kid. Young Jeff breaks their bones and uses a knife he's taken off one of the kids, all in a morning's work in this white picket fence neighborhood. Jeff's brother takes the blame for the vicious beating. He gets carted off to prison, and the family deals with it so well they're at a party not long after. His mom is so unaffected by losing a son to prison she almost seems perverse. She waltzes into Jeff's bedroom one day and announces to him that it's party time. That said party is full of overbearing, to Jeff, alcoholic parents. Jeff retreats to the garden, but doesn't find much solace in there since it's full of small kids, one with a speech impediment. Believe it or not, the gang that Jeff single-handedly broke to pieces shows up in the garden. What ensues is an end of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood-style beatdown in which Jeff yet again proves that he's good with his hands. Guns are pulled. Yeah, those little school kids are armed and ready to shoot. Parents scream and prove to be eternally ineffective. The fight's crescendo involves implausibly flammable vodka and Jeff's face going missing. The best part of the story is when Jeff pulls off the bandages and finds his face is like shiny white leather and he no longer has eyelids. And then the story says, "Jeff," said Louis' brother, "it's not that bad." "Not that bad," said Jeff. "It's perfect." Naturally, he lets out a mad laugh at that point. Fast forward to the next chance Jeff gets to make use of a kitchen knife and the scene in the family bathroom. Jeff's mom walks in on him and she sees her son has carved a Glasgow smile into his face. He goes on a stabbing spree which ends with his brother. Sticking the blade into him, Jeff says his tagline, "Go to sleep." That's pretty much what he'll say to you just before he sticks the cold metal into your chest. Do stories get any better than that? Yeah, they get a lot better. Number 9. The Rake. So, Jeff the Killer was a simple feel-good story about a boy growing up and feeling frustrated. The Rake, however, is out of this world, akin to something you might see in the SCP Foundation. What's the Rake? Well, it's a kind of monster. A monster that's occasionally spotted and either causes a person to spoil their underwear or do quite the opposite. The other reaction is closer to how a person might greet a puppy dog. Documents that refer to this monstrous being date back to the 12th century. This is one document from 1880 translated from Spanish. "I have experienced the greatest terror. I see his eyes when I close mine. They are hollow, black. They saw me and pierced me. His wet hand. I will not sleep. His voice. Unintelligible text." This is from 1691. "He came to me in my sleep. From the foot of my bed I felt a sensation. He took everything. We must return to England. We shall not return here again at the request of the Rake." Who is the Rake? Some kind of succubus, incubus, an SCP? That's for you to find out. The Rake is well written and interesting. It also led to numerous theories regarding what it is. Number 8. Honora Petrova. This one might not be the most horrific of stories, but the concept is great. Hats off to the writer that came up with it. Basically, a young person is bored at home and decides to Google herself. You can only imagine how surprised she is to find a Wikipedia page dedicated to her. She's not famous, by the way, so that's why it's weird. That page contained all her personal information, her age, where she grew up, etc. It also talked about her love of ice skating. At first she was like, "Dad, did you do that to impress me?" And he said, "No." She should have known that it's not all that easy to create a new Wikipedia page. Anyhow, she then creates her own account and tries to edit the page, but then finds that the page is blank except these words. Lenora Petrova is a selfish little bitch who is going to get what she deserves. Excuse the language, don't shoot the messenger. She ends up losing a lot of friends for this and other things, and then after a series of snubs in school, she finds the page has changed to this. Lenora Petrova is a pathetic little orphan. 2 years pass and she doesn't get any more popular. She's so unpopular, in fact, that she moved to Switzerland. Still, you can't hide from the internet. She looked at her wiki page there and it said Lenora Petrova died friendless and alone. It also stated her death date for the first time. We know all this because she wrote it in an email sent to one of her remaining friends. The last thing she says is that she's locked in a room in unfriendly Switzerland waiting for her death date to pass. You could call this an internet parable about cyberbullying and how being hyperconnected isn't always a great thing. Number 7. No End House. Who doesn't love a good haunted house story? This one we think is the best on the Creepypasta wiki. Basically, a heroin junkie convinces his buddy to try and win $500 by agreeing to walk every level of a haunted house. Okay, we know that sounds a lot like the very real McCamey Manor in the US, but people don't really get hurt here. Not a lot of people anyway. What happens next is part psychological horror, likely written by someone who likes to smoke a lot of weed, and part McCamey Manor style horror. It all gets very weird from there, with the rooms of the house sounding like the days of Sodom from the Marquis de Sade's seminal book on torture. Yes, sadistic, that word comes from the author's name. Suffice to say, the last room is the worst. We won't spoil it for you. Number 6. Robert the Doll. There's actually a doll called Robert. It's real. This story is not entirely fiction. Robert the Doll is a sailor with an ugly head that looks a bit like a potato. The story revolves around a kid who was named Robert Eugene Otto. He receives the doll as a child and he names it after himself. He loved Robert the Doll, but it seems that the doll wasn't all that keen on his owner. After a while, he started playing tricks on the kid. Sometimes his parents would hear two voices when Robert was in the room with the doll. Sometimes he'd scream in the night only for his parents to go into his room and find a sleeping child near his doll. All the furniture in the room would be overturned. This kind of thing went on for a while, and although Robert's parents didn't believe in sentient straw dolls, Robert the Doll was retired to the loft. Better safe than sorry. But then Robert grew up and he inherited the house. We won't tell you what happened to Robert and his wife after the doll was introduced again to the lower floors, but we'll say that things went a little crazy. We like this one because the house and the doll are real. You can go visit them today. Number 5. Doors. In this story, we learn right away that the narrator is adopted. He talks about his adopted family, the loving mother, the strict but decent father, a sister who he's protective of. In the first part of the story, everything seems pretty much normal apart from a few family quirks. It then goes into hyperdrive and a lot of blood is spilled at the hands of a madman. We really can't tell you much more, otherwise we'd spoil the shock ending. That's why we like this story. We just didn't expect this particular ending. Number 4. The Bad Dream. Some stories on the Creepypasta are what you might call short and sweet. So much so that this one is over before you can picture what something would look like wearing your mother's skin. You'll know what we're talking about once you read it, but don't go yet. We've saved the best until last. Number 3. Psychosis. What could be scarier than losing your mind? Have you ever been paranoid before? Have you ever thought everyone was out to get you? Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. It's not the knowing that's scary. Just because you're paranoid, it doesn't mean they're not after you. And that's how this tale goes. It's about a young man that lives alone and is afraid to go out in the outside world. He has contact with people, but not so often, and only in the form of electronic communications. His isolation begins to bother him. The phone rings and it's a wrong number, but is it? Outside, it's dark and gray and foreboding, which kind of mirrors what it's like inside his head. He tries to go outside, but never seems to make it any further than the hallway. Whenever he looks through the window, all he sees are dark clouds and rain. The tension keeps building, making the story one of the best creepypasta noir tales. We won't spoil it for you, but what we will tell you is that this man's diary starts to sound very, very weird. Number 2. Slender Man. This faceless ghoul is known as the Slender Man, and it hunts the young folks that are obsessed with it. It has long arms and is seen wearing a smart suit. And if you get too near this thing, what'll likely happen is you'll end up looking like someone has jammed pencils in your ears and thrown boiling water over you. Be careful, because one day you might see it slip by the window looking like a shadow, but with the strength to kill. The story literally came to life in 2014 when two 12-year-old girls from Wisconsin were playing hide-and-seek with a third girl. They lured the girl into a wood, whereupon they stabbed her 19 times. She survived, but only just. Just before the attack, one of the girls said to the victim, "Don't be afraid, I'm only a little kitty cat." They then proceeded to stab her in the arms, legs, stomach, liver, and pancreas. The victim shouted out through the pain, "I hate you, I trusted you." When the cops interviewed the girls and asked why they'd done such a thing, they both said they did it for the Slender Man. It was kind of a blood sacrifice, something to appease the monster. They believed that if they killed the girl, they would be protected by it and would be able to live with it as servants in the forest. That didn't happen. Instead, they were charged with attempted murder in the first degree and sent to a juvenile detention facility. That's a testament to the hold this story has on some people, and that's why it's number 2. Number 1. The Russian Sleep Experiment. But our favorite creepypasta story is the Russian Sleep Experiment. Like many stories on the wiki, it's easy to believe that it's true. It isn't, but it's convincing enough. As the story goes, the Soviets were covertly experimenting on people back in the 1940s. That's believable because, hey, which superpower back then wasn't doing terrible things in the name of science and war? This experiment was simple enough. Soldiers in the field needed to stay awake for longer periods of time. So the Soviets were testing a kind of stimulation gas that was sprayed into a containment chamber. The test subjects were prisoners who were falsely promised that they'd be let go if they completed the 30-day experiment. What happens next is nothing short of horrendous. In short, screaming leads to self-harm. Self-harm leads to test subjects tearing out their own organs. That leads to test subjects engorging themselves on said organs. It's pretty disgusting and brilliant, and it gets crazier. People were dropping like flies, the young, the middle-aged, and the old. One day these people were healthy, and the next day they came down with something quite awful. It was as if the devil himself moved through towns like a miasma, filling the mouths of the innocent and silently killing them, draining them of their blood, of their very life force. "Vampires!" screamed the townsfolk. "Here they be vampires! Evil has announced itself in this town!" It seemed a good enough theory to good Christian people who believed evil was as omnipresent as the air they breathed. During the night, the mobs got together, the flames in their tiki torches blowing in the wind. They went out in search of the maleficent spirits, the dead that had risen again to plague the town. They would find the vampires and exorcise them so they could cause no more pain and death. This happened late 1700s and throughout the 1800s in the USA, a time of vampires that most of America has now forgotten. Fast forward to the year 1990 and some kids are playing on a hillside in a small town called Griswold in the state of Connecticut. One of those kids finds something that makes his blood run cold. He runs home to his house and says to his mother, "Hey mom, look what I found." In his hands is a human skull. The mother almost drops the dish she's holding and gets on the phone to the police. It turns out that this kid had discovered a cemetery that dated back to what archaeologists thought was the late 1700s or early 1800s. They started digging and soon discovered a number of skeletal remains, many of them children. That wasn't too unusual. Back then, life was tough. People died young. Folks didn't have the money to erect large gravestones. But what was certainly unusual was the fact that some of the graves contained the bones of people who'd been accused of being vampires. Let's take you back to the start. So when this kid revealed to his mom the skull, her first thoughts of course were not, that could be the remains of a vampire. What she thought was, oh my god, someone might have been murdered. That's exactly what police thought too, since a serial killer named Michael Ross had killed 8 people in the 1980s and 3 of the victims were from Griswold. Maybe there were more victims, and so the cops made the hillside a crime scene. But then more remains were found, 29 in all. A forensic archaeologist was called to the scene, and he soon explained that there was no way those skeletons were once the living victims of Ross. They dated back to the colonial era, a time when people in that area buried their loved ones in uncomplicated wooden coffins. The remains, for the most part, were found in the normal position. They were laid down with arms folded over the rib cage or down by their side. But not burial number 4. This was a special case, and it confounded archaeologists. They had to dig deeper to get to this crypt, and unlike the others, it was made of stone. It was as if this person had been buried in a way so that it could not rise again. The archaeologists struggled to remove the heavy stones that were guarding the coffin, a box that strangely had been painted red. What they found was not the skeletal remains of someone laid to rest intact, but bones that had been severed. The limbs had been cut up, and the head had been chopped off, and the bones had been rearranged to look something like a pirate's Jolly Roger flag. Not only had the remains been smashed and taken apart, but the coffin had been partly wrecked. Someone had dug those remains up and proceeded to tear them apart. How unusual, thought the team of archaeologists. Those guys and some historians were confused by what they saw before them. None of the bodies were buried with any valuables, so it wasn't a case of grave robbing. And it seemed highly unlikely that anyone would have made the effort to dig down that deep, cut apart what was left of a dead body, and then rebury it for no good reason. Then one historian's mind lit up and he believed he knew what had gone down. He asked his colleagues working on the case if they'd ever heard of the Jewett City vampires.
What?
His colleague said, vampires in the USA? Yep, said the historian. New England was once plagued by vampires, or at least that's what people thought. Jewett City was a settlement in the US that now is the town of Griswold. In fact, that hillside cemetery is located in Jewett City. In 1845, a young and healthy man from the Ray family suddenly became very sick and he died shortly after. The next to go was the father a few years later, and a couple years after that, another child of the family died. A year later, and yet another member of the Ray family died, and people began to think the family was cursed. Perhaps evil spirits were at work, namely vampires. Word got around, and soon various parts of New England thought they were under attack from vampires. People indeed were dropping like flies, and the townsfolk weren't exactly familiar with medical science. The dead were rising again and taking others down with them. So someone had the bright idea of tearing out the heart or lungs or head of the deceased and burning them. This, they thought, would keep the dead down and no one else would die. But more people kept dying despite the ad hoc surgery and the burning of the vital organs. More drastic measures had to be taken, and that meant exhuming more bodies and cutting the remains apart. The rationale was that the dead couldn't rise if they were legless, heartless, and headless. This wasn't only happening in Griswold. In New Hampshire in the mid-19th century, there were many small towns where people believed they were under attack from the evilest of spirits. A newspaper clipping from 1840 explains how vampire pandemic was moving through other towns in New Hampshire. This was what was written about what people did to the corpse of one alleged vampire. This was disinterring a human body which belonged to a family all strongly predisposed to consumption for the purpose of removing the heart, which was burned, the ashes of which were considered a sovereign remedy to those of the family who were still living and might be afflicted with the same disease. The practice didn't only happen in New England, and historians now think that if bodies all over certain parts of the USA were exhumed, it would be found that ribs had been cracked open and heads had been chopped off. Sometimes this happened right after death, but at other times the bodies were dug up and the dismantling and burning began. There were reported cases in Massachusetts, Ohio, and Vermont, and each involved many members of families suddenly getting very ill and dying. In each case, in each state, to save anyone from an early death, either the head or the heart or the lungs, or all three, were removed from the deceased and burned. They watched the burning of the heart, each clinging to the belief that now they were safe from this man turning into a vampire and taking their family members out. Newspapers across the U.S. gained knowledge of this strange practice pervading small towns in the Northeast, with some of them calling the townsfolk superstitious and ill-educated, writing that entire communities believed they'd been stricken by evil spirits rising from the grave. Some newspapers called it vicious and barbaric, and said in this day and age people should not believe in vampirism. As for the townfolk, they thought they knew better. And as you'll soon see, it wasn't only the uneducated rabble that believed in vampires. Why were they doing this? Where did the belief come from? Well, vampirism in the USA goes back a long way. In 1793 in New England, a dead man's heart was burned at a blacksmith's forge, and this is what was written about that at the time. Timothy Meade officiated at the altar in the sacrifice to the demon vampire, who it was believed was still sucking the blood of the living wife of Captain Burton. It was the month of February and a good slaying. And this happened during a period called the Age of Reason, the Age of Unreason, more like. In Woodstock, Vermont in the early 1800s, a 20-year-old man named Frederick Ransom suddenly fell ill and died. He was buried, but then his father decided to have the body of his son exhumed and had his heart burned on a blacksmith's forge. Was he under pressure from the townsfolk to do this, or did he do it to save the rest of his family? We ask that because hundreds of local people turned up to watch the burning of this recently deceased dead man's heart. The whole town was possessed by the belief that vampires were killing their young. Now we can fast forward to the year 1892 and look at the death of a 19-year-old girl named Mercy Brown. Her death and subsequent accusation of being a vampire is perhaps the case that was most reported in the media. She died in Exeter, New Hampshire, but not before her mother and elder sister died. Mercy and her elder brother then got sick, and soon people living within the vicinity became very scared, believing that this family would rise again and infect them with the illness. More members of the Brown family died, and one of the last surviving members, under pressure from the townsfolk, granted the town permission to exhume the bodies. The mob got their shovels ready and headed over to the place where the dead were buried. Most of the corpses were horribly decomposed, but not Mercy. Mercy looked almost as sweet as she'd been when she was alive, and it was said blood was still in her heart. An actual newspaper report from back then said the heart and liver were removed, and in cutting open the heart, clotted and decomposed blood was found. What the people didn't understand was that Mercy had been stored in a cold crypt during the winter, and so her body was preserved. Nope, they believed that this girl was undead and she was to blame for the numerous other Browns' deaths. Her brother at the time of her death was now very ill, and the people thought that maybe he could be saved. At the time, the Providence Journal wrote that Mercy had likely been surviving in the afterlife by consuming the living tissue and blood of her brother. The journal mentions the word vampire, but it's unlikely that this word was used by the locals. That's debatable, at least. The locals burned Mercy's heart and lungs and turned them into ashes. They then mixed those ashes with a tonic and gave the drink to Mercy's brother, since he was now knocking on death's door. Did the drink save him? The answer is no. The boy died 2 months later. Still, that didn't stop local communities in various stages digging up more of the dead. Historians and folklorists now say this vampire panic swept through many towns and communities in the region, and there are newspaper clippings and other historical data that show it. Even the great American philosopher Henry David Thoreau wrote about the vampire superstition. In 1959, he wrote, "The savage in man is never quite eradicated. I've just read of a family in Vermont who, several of its members having died of consumption, just burned the lungs and heart and liver of the last deceased in order to prevent any more from having it." There is evidence that this wasn't only ignorant locals that got down with burning parts of corpses. Sometimes local doctors and even members of the church gave their blessing or even took part in the ceremonies. The people were not possessed by any kind of evil spirit, and we think we don't need to point that out to you. What they were dying of was tuberculosis, which was then called consumption. In towns throughout the northeast of the US, many of them blighted with abject poverty, the disease was killing about a quarter of the people in the 1800s. The problem back then was that there was no cure for the disease and it wasn't understood very well. So the townsfolk were pretty much constantly worried out of their minds. Organ burning was their only hope, albeit one that was macabre, unholy, and just plain wrong. But then what could they do? People would watch in terror as their once healthy family members became horribly feverish and later started coughing up blood. This is how it was described by one writer back then. The emaciated figure strikes one with terror, the forehead covered with drops of sweat, the cheeks painted with a livid crimson, the eyes sunk. They'd then start coughing up blood, and it seemed to onlookers that the blood was being drained from them. What kind of evil thing would do such a thing? A vampire, of course. These people, isolated as they were from most of the world, did in fact believe in evil spirits. They hung things in their houses to ward off the devil. Some of them even thought that dead people bled when in the presence of the person that killed them. How's that for police work? It wasn't always the family that wanted to exhume the bodies to save the rest of the members, but pressure came from the people of the town. They didn't want those undead to enter their houses. It was simply a case of mass hysteria in a time when many seemingly healthy people were dying. It was the historical equivalent of hoarding toilet paper. To be fair to the townsfolk, there was nothing they could have done to save the victims. There was no cure until the 1940s, and until then, people died a horrible death, and indeed, it seemed that something sinister was draining the blood and life force from entire families. They prayed and said things like, "I blow the wind of God on you. You are destroyed forever and you'll never be back." Unfortunately, their prayers were never answered, so they went after the devil by themselves. Are people still superstitious in those parts? Well, there are rumors right now that when the spirit of mercy hangs around, a person's olfactory sense notices the sweet smell of roses. In the cemetery where she's buried, some people believe her voice can still be heard. As for the devil, he's still doing his dastardly business for a lot of people in those parts. It's the middle of the night. You're sound asleep when suddenly your eyes pop open. You're not sure why. You didn't hear a noise, but you feel something. Is it in the air? Your room does feel colder than usual. You look around your room. Nothing. Relief washes over you and you start to close your eyes when there is something there. A shadow in the corner. Something that wasn't there before. You can't quite make it out, but it looks human. It's so dark you can't tell. You pull the blankets up just below your eyes. It must just be a weird shadow, right? Or your brain playing tricks on you. You close your eyes and count to 3. You know when you open them, it'll be gone. 1, 2, 3. It's gone. No, it's on the other corner now and it's coming towards you. Its eyes open, glowing red in the dark and staring at you. You're so scared you can't scream. You can barely move. It's getting closer and closer. You reach out, and just in time, you hit the switch on your lamp and see your coat rack. You laugh to yourself. It does look a little like a person in the dark, and maybe the eyes you saw were just the lights reflecting in from the street outside. Do a quiet search just to make sure there's nothing in your room, but you can't shake that feeling that a few minutes ago you weren't alone. It's not going to be easy to fall asleep again, but you assume you're safe. The strange shadow person at the corner of your room begins to fade from your mind, but you can't help but feel like it's not the last you've seen of it. It's a week later when you're on the bus home. It's been a long day and you're very tired. trying to keep awake, but you keep dozing off when then, out of the corner of your eye, there it is. On the side of the road, you see the same shadowy figure that was in your room, glowing eyes looking right into yours. The bus is moving fast and you only have a second to glimpse it before it disappears, but your heart is pounding. You try to put it out of your mind, but there it is again on the side of the road. Is it following you? Or is there more than one of these shadowy things chasing you? You don't want to keep looking, afraid of what you'll find, so you close your eyes and you wait for your stop. As you get off, you don't see anything around you, but you're not taking any chances as you run to your home. Who are these shadow people? Or more accurately, what are they? Are you just hallucinating and seeing them when you're tired? Or is something more sinister going on? You're definitely not going to sleep anytime soon. So you turn all the lights on and get on the internet to search. You Google shadow people and start clicking through the results. You're not sure what you're hoping to find, but you learn that you're definitely not alone. Lots of people report seeing these things, which is good since it means you're not losing your mind. And the reports aren't new either. You feel your chest get tight as you see that people have been talking about shadow people for hundreds of years, with these mysterious creatures appearing in countless religions, legends, and belief systems. There's lots of different theories, but whatever they are, people have been scared of them for a very long time. You're starting to feel a little better, actually, knowing that you aren't alone in having seen them. When you click on a website and your heart nearly stops, there, staring back at you, is a picture of the shadow person from your room. So, what are the shadow people? Not many mainstream media outlets have talked about them or the possibility that they are real, usually dismissing them as urban legends. But there's no shortage of information on alternative radio devoted to cryptozoology and the supernatural. The shadow people first broke into the sort of mainstream in 2001 on the conspiracy theory-centered radio show Coast to Coast AM, when Art Bell introduced the concept with Native American elder Harley Swift Deer Reagan. Bell decided to spice up the show by inviting listeners to submit their own shadow people stories, and was stunned when hundreds of people wrote in, sending drawings of the supernatural shadow beings they had supposedly encountered, drawings eerily similar to the being you yourself encountered multiple times. The shadow people gained a new investigator only a few months later, when paranormal investigator Heidi Hollis published her first book on the shadow people. Hollis went further than Bell and Reagan, who normally portrayed the shadow people as neutral entities. Hollis argued that they were hostile alien entities that were stalking us and claimed they could flicker in and out of peripheral vision, getting close enough to jump on people's chests and choke them. Many people say they feel a strong, hostile energy from these beings and believe them to be angry spirits from beyond the grave, stalking the living, while others think they might be the psychic remnants of inhabitants from another dimension and that they're either trying to make first contact with us or trying to warn us about something. A theory advanced by the late paranormal writer and researcher Rosemary Ellen Guiley is that there's something else entirely, a supernatural being known as a jinn. These creatures frequently appear in Middle Eastern mythology and are more commonly known as genies. Yes, that kind that grants wishes. But jinns aren't bound to a lamp or a bottle and are filled with magical energy. These shape-shifting beings can take any form they want, and many believe the shadow people are remnants of jinns from ancient times. Whether they're a genie spirit or from another dimension on a spirited journey, the abundance of evidence from shadow people is quite disturbing. The internet is full of stories of people recounting their experiences with shadow people. Paranormal investigator Chad Stombaugh even claims to have captured video footage of shadow people, but the footage is blurry and inconclusive. A still photograph of a basement in the supposedly haunted Gaslight Inn in Indianapolis shows a creeping black mass in an otherwise brightly lit room. The most disturbing story of the shadow people comes from the sleep study GR16, which was supposedly conducted in 1971 at Camden College. A brief clip claiming to be from the study shows a group of people who said they were haunted by shadow people in their dreams. The experiment aimed to track their brain patterns, but according to the story, something went horribly wrong and the shadow people killed the subjects. But no records of this study exist beyond some unsubstantiated video clips. The more you look into shadow people, the more you're left with questions and no answers. One of the strangest elements of the shadow people is how closely one person's description matches that of another. They're almost all the same, a shadowy, vaguely human-like figure lurking just far enough away from the person that it can't be made out clearly. Many people report glowing red or yellow eyes staring at them. Some of the shadows look more like an amorphous blob, as in the case of the famous phantom at the Gaslight Inn, which resembled a creeping mass slowly expanding over the basement. But many others report a clearer, more disturbing figure, which has come to be known as the Hat Man. This is a distinctly humanoid figure dressed in a black three-piece suit, wearing a black hat. His eyes glow red and he holds a pocket watch that he occasionally checks, as if he's waiting for something or someone. He's very tall, at least 6 feet, but he's also been described as being up to 10 feet tall. Many people believe the Hat Man could be linked to the popular urban legend Slender Man, another abnormally tall, sharp-dressed monster with ties to supernatural terror. Most people thankfully only encounter the shadow people for brief moments, seeing them out of the corner of their eye or in the dark corners of rooms, only for them to disappear when the light falls on them. But some people have had longer and far more terrifying experiences that suggest there may be some truth to these encounters. Author Daniel Pinchbeck, a paranormal expert, reported that he began seeing other dimensional beings that resembled the shadow people. Pinchbeck believes that he was able to see into another dimension, and that somehow these creatures came back with him, haunting him for weeks before they stopped, and he was able to return to his normal life. But not everyone believes that the shadow people are a supernatural entity. Scientists who have analyzed the sightings propose a much more down-to-earth explanation, that these shadow beings are a product of our mind playing tricks on us. The most common times for people to see shadow people are when they're under intense emotion, isolated, or very tired. The mind is experiencing heightened stress at this point, so mundane things like a coat rack or a shadow become a potential threat. Sleep paralysis, which is where the body's motor functions take longer to wake up than the mind, also causes hallucinations that can take the form of shadowy demonic figures and may be the origin of the mysterious figures. Two more factors that might be influencing shadow people sightings include sleep deprivation and addiction. Dr. Jack Potts has studied those addicted to substances that keep them in a heightened state of awareness and keep them from falling asleep, and he observed that they became paranoid and conspiratorial. They kept reporting hallucinations of people following them and believed them to be supernatural beings that posed a danger to them. While descriptions of these beings varied, many of them matched up with the descriptions we see over and over for shadow people. Potts believes the shadow people are our body's natural reaction to stress, albeit a terrifying one, rather than a true supernatural phenomenon. But if that was the case, why have so many people, even those who have no substance abuse issues or bouts of sleep paralysis, seemingly spotted them out of nowhere? One thing's for sure, the shadow people have captured the attention of everyone who loves ghost stories and paranormal phenomena. These mysterious creatures have shown up in countless movies and TV shows, with perhaps the most famous appearance being in an episode of the rebooted Twilight Zone in 1985. In the episode titled The Shadow Man, the shadow person lived under the bed of a teenage boy and was a danger to everyone besides him until the twist ending. The 2013 film Shadow People spun out of the legendary GR16 sleep study, dramatizing it with terrifying results. And plenty of popular video games have you encounter the shadow people as enemies, giving gamers a brief taste of these terrifying beings without letting them get too close, we hope. Sightings go back decades, and hundreds of people are giving very similar reports of encounters just like the ones you experienced. But as you give up on your internet investigation for the evening, what still hasn't been answered for you is whether this is something mundane or truly a supernatural encounter. Was your mind playing tricks on you, or are there actually otherworldly beings stalking you? It's late, and you have an early start tomorrow, so you turn out the lights and get into bed. Your eyes are heavy, and you can feel yourself drifting off to sleep when your eyes fall on the corner of the room again. Is that your coat rack or something else? No, you tell yourself it's just the coat rack. Or is it? Is it a shadow person or just your mind playing tricks on you? You pull the cover over your head and decide it's best not knowing. Well, you think maybe just a peek. You slowly lower the covers and open your eyes. You will yourself to roll over and look at the coat rack in the corner. As you turn your head, you see it. 2 glowing red eyes, inches away from your face. Loudun, France, 1632. It's late at night when suddenly Jeanne awoke from a deep sleep to find a man standing over her mat. The mysterious stranger wept, begging her to pray with him. Fumbling in terror, she excused herself and fled, fetching another nun who saw nothing. But for the rest of the night, both of them were disturbed by mysterious whispers. Over the next several days, Jeanne began seeing the phantasm during the daytime. Sometimes he begged her to pray, sometimes he whispered lascivious things to her. Jeanne's skin crawled, it felt like her very bones itched. Soon, many of the nuns in the Ursuline convent of Loudun began experiencing similar symptoms. Blood raced through their veins, their hearts pounded, they hallucinated. Voices urged them to do wicked things. No matter how much penance and self-flagellation the nuns performed, the symptoms persisted. Their confessor thought they were possessed by demons. He began holding exorcisms, sprinkling the nuns with holy water and praying over them. The nuns cried out and mewed like cats. They writhed and contorted their bodies into sexual positions. By the authority of God, the priest demanded to know who had cursed the brides of Christ. The eyes of one of the nuns rolled back into her head and a deep voice emanated from her mouth. Urban Grandier, answered the demon. Father Urban Grandier, the clergy had been betrayed by one of their own. In 1617, Urban Grandier was appointed the parish priest of the church of Saint-Pierre-du-Marché in the small town of Loudun. He made a stir when he arrived at his post. He was good-looking, wealthy, and well-educated. Over the next few years, Grandier garnered quite a reputation. Despite the fact that priests were supposed to be celibate, he had secret affairs with several women of the town. Quick-witted and clever, Grandier was good at criticizing townspeople who disagreed with him. Some felt he was sympathetic to Huguenots, Protestant Christians who believed that simple devout faith was preferable in religious life than the lavish ceremonies of the Roman Catholics. There had been an ongoing power struggle between the religious sects for some time, and Grandier found himself in the middle of it. His sexual escapades and his political beliefs made him a lot of enemies and only added fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, in 1626, near Loudun, the Ursuline convent was established. The convent quickly became a popular place to send noble daughters who couldn't be married off due to lack of money for a dowry or other reasons. One of the few joys of the austere lives of the Ursuline nuns was gossiping about townspeople, the most popular topic being Father Grandier. After the first prioress passed away in 1627, a new superior was appointed, Jeanne d'Ange. She had been sent to the convent because her hunchback and unattractive appearance made her marriage prospects poor. Ambitious Jeanne manipulated and lied her way into being appointed Mother Superior. Though the women ran the nunnery themselves, they still confessed to a male priest. Jeanne was apparently obsessed with Grandier and asked him to be the convent's chaplain. He declined the honor. In other accounts, Grandier wanted the position, but due to his behavior, he wasn't considered a suitable confessor for pure young brides of Christ. Either way, Father Mignon, who had a sterling reputation, was selected to be the confessor for the nuns of Ursuline. In 1630, some of Grandier's critics managed to bring charges against him for immorality. An enemy, the Bishop of Poitiers, found him guilty. However, due to his connections to high political figures, Grandier was restored to full clerical duties within the year. Not long afterwards, the Loudun region was struck by a typhus plague. The convent and other areas self-segregated to limit exposure to sickness. While the plague mainly subsided after about 6 months, anxiety, paranoia, and other mental health issues were rampant among the citizens. By this time, Jeanne had been prioress for about 5 years. She was in charge of 17 nuns with an average age of 25. For a long time, Jeanne had stewed over the fact that Father Grandier wasn't the confessor for the nunnery. She worked herself into hallucinations or lied and claimed she was experiencing hallucinations. Real or not, she confessed to Father Mignon about visions of Grandier tormenting her. Father Mignon and his assistant, Father Barre, were not fans of Grandier. They promptly turned this odd situation to their advantage. Later, some of the nuns were to claim that Father Mignon harassed and tricked them into being possessed. It's possible that the Bishop of Poitiers conspired with Father Mignon to get the nuns to claim that Father Grandier had bewitched them. The truth is lost to history. Symptoms spread throughout the nuns, and soon most of the nunnery was afflicted with possession. The nuns experienced everything from fits to beatings to invisible specters and hives. Curiously, some of the nuns seemed to suddenly speak foreign languages or displayed superhuman strength, and a host of other crazy symptoms. Father Mignon had been holding exorcisms at the convent. When prayed over or sprinkled with holy water, the nuns reacted, twisting their bodies into odd shapes, uttering blasphemies in deep voices, and crudely propositioning the priests in graphic sexual terms. When questioned, some of the nuns named the demons who had taken over their bodies. Others, especially Jeanne, claimed that Grandier had seduced them and that he was a magician practicing the dark arts. At first, Grandier was incredulous and laughed off the nuns' claims. It was a foolish miscalculation. The Witchcraft Act of 1604 called for the death penalty upon conviction of sorcery, witchcraft, and diabolical pact. The accusations of witchcraft persisted. Grandier began to take the issue seriously and mount a defense. He wrote the Archbishop of Bordeaux, who ended up sending his personal physician to examine the nuns. The doctor found no evidence of true possession. In March of 1633, the Archbishop ordered the exorcism ceased and the convent sequestered. The issue died down for several months, but later in the year the hysteria returned. Cardinal Richelieu, who held power both in the Catholic Church and as King Louis XIII's chief minister, got involved on behalf of the government. Previously, Richelieu and Grandier had clashed over Huguenots issues. In November 1633, Richelieu appointed a political crony of his, Jean de Laubardemont, as a leader of a commission to investigate if Grandier was a witch. As a precaution, Grandier was arrested and imprisoned in the castle of Algiers so he couldn't flee the area. The priests resumed exorcisms, but with a twist. Instead of being held at the convent, the exorcisms began being held publicly. In addition to Father Mignon and Father Bar, two other priests who specialized in exorcism, Father Tranquille and Father Lactance, joined the proceedings. Up to 7,000 spectators came to see the possessed nuns. Seeing the sexual acting out of the nuns turned public opinion against Grandier, and also many of the townspeople converted from Protestant to Catholicism as a result of the public executions. Meanwhile, the commission questioned Grandier, adding further accusations. They forced him to sign statements and denials, which were then taken by Loudun to the royal court in Paris. The commission also intercepted letters and petitions from Grandier's supporters. In May of 1634, Loudun returned to Loudun with a decree of the council, extending his powers and prohibiting Parliament and all other judges from interfering in the matter, as well as forbidding all parties concerned from appealing under penalty of a fine. In fact, several Grandier supporters chose to flee France because of the fear of the authorities denouncing them as accessory witches. During the trial, an alleged pact made between Grandier and the devil was brought to light. The pact, which confirmed Grandier's wicked duplicity, was said to be stolen from Lucifer's cabinet of devilish agreements by one of the tormenting demons. The agreement, allegedly written backward by Grandier in Latin and signed in blood, outlined Grandier's duty to the devil and the benefits he would receive in return. Co-signers were Satan, Beelzebub, Lucifer, Elemi, Leviathan, and Astaroth, and it was notarized by signature and mark of the chief devil and my lords the princes of hell. Some nuns, including Jeanne d'Ange, began recanting their testimonies of possession, proclaiming Grandier's innocence. She even appeared in court with a noose around her neck, threatening to hang herself if they didn't let her recant her prior lies. Ultimately, 72 witnesses swore evidence against Grandier. Foregoing normal court procedures, the Royal Commission quickly passed a sentence on August 18, 1634. Urbain Grandier was found guilty of sorcery and placing evil spells to cause the possession of the Ursuline nuns. His punishment was to be burned alive at the stake. However, before his execution, Grandier was subjected to various tortures, including the boot, in order to force him to name his accomplices. Though they broke both his legs, Grandier refused to provide names. He apologized for his previous lascivious ways, but steadfastly maintained his innocence of witchcraft and any contracts with the devil. Often, the condemned were allowed to make a last statement to the crowd and were compassionately strangled before being burned at the stake. However, Grandier was not allowed this small mercy. Once he was on the scaffold, the friars deluged him with holy water, preventing him from speaking. Also, Friar Lactance lit the funeral pyre before the executioner could strangle Grandier, causing him to be burned alive. But Grandier had the last word. As he struggled against the flames, Grandier reportedly told Father Lactance that he would see God in 30 days. Grandier was correct. Father Lactance died within a month. In fact, Grandier's death seemed to unleash a curse upon several people involved with the trial. Within 5 years, Father Tranquille, one of the trial judges, Louis Chauvet, and Dr. Manoury, a fraudulent physician, fell into delirium and died insane. Father Bar eventually ended up being banished from the church for conspiring to accuse a priest of rape on the altar. Not long after Grandier's death, Father Jean-Joseph Siren came to London to perform exorcisms. Jeanne d'Ange had flip-flopped back and forth between being possessed and claiming that she lied. Father Siren attempted an exorcism for her and allegedly became possessed by Jeanne's devils. Haunted, he went into a slow decline, eventually becoming unable to eat, dress himself, walk, read, or write. He tried to commit suicide, but was taken in by the Jesuit college at Santa and was slowly nursed back to health. However, Jeanne d'Ange recovered from her malady. She ended up traveling France, displaying the curious physical sign from God that was proof of her exorcism and supernatural healing. The names of Jesus, Mary, Joseph, and Francois de Sales miraculously and indelibly etched on her left hand. The exorcisms continued until 1637, 3 years after Grandier's death. They had become quite the tourist attraction. Twice a day, except on Sundays, the afflicted nuns were exorcised for the titillation of the crowds. Finally, Cardinal Richelieu cut off financial support and the shows ended. I give happiness, and then I take a life, the woman thinks as she walks down the street on the way to the dating agency. Those that succumb to my allure deserve everything they get, she muses, impressed by her own heartlessness. They come to me, desperate, like hypnotized fools, enchanted by my deadly charm. She catches a glimpse of her reflection in a store window, appraising herself for the effort she's made to look beautiful and serene in her aging years. Pity those idiots, she says under her breath, as if speaking to an audience, because anyone who falls for me will soon get bitten and die. The woman walks into the agency, exuding confidence, elegantly dressed, dolled up for the profile photo she'll soon be taking. So what kind of fella you looking for? Asks the agent, completely unaware that he's setting someone up for a death sentence. she replies, knowing full well what kind of man she's looking for. It's not as if she hasn't been through this routine countless times before. She turns to the agent, feigning innocence, and tells him, "Well, I'm not a rich lady, and life is hard being a single woman without a proper income. So I think I'd like to meet a guy who has a certain amount of wealth. Oh, and just to keep things uncomplicated, it'd probably be better if he doesn't have any children." In her mind, she's chuckling, thinking they won't get me for this. And even if they do and hang me, I'll die with a smile on my face. Men have been the bane of my life. They deserve to die. And that was one of the ways Kahei Kakeki, probably the world's most deadly Black Widow serial killer to date, found her men. Over a decade, she racked up around $8.8 million from the men she killed, making her certainly the richest Black Widow. She made men fall for her, and she was a genius when it came to that. Before she killed her man, his will would state that everything he owned would go to her. The term Black Widow, when related to murder, is given to a woman who kills her partner or husband, just like the female Black Widow spider may kill its partner. Those female spiders sometimes engage in what's called sexual cannibalism, meaning they sometimes kill and eat the male they've just mated with. In Kakehi's case, we must use the plural partners and husbands. How many men did she dispatch? Well, we'll get around to that soon. She was born on November 28, 1946, in Kitakyushu City on Japan's Kyushu Island. She grew up in a middle-class family and got all the things she needed when she was a child. As she neared her late teens, she wanted to pursue a career and before that gain a higher education, although her father clung on to old-fashioned values and told her she must forget about education and find a good man to settle down with. Kakehi dutifully followed her father's advice, except her idea of settling down was perhaps not what her father had envisioned. Her relationships never seemed to last very long. Over the years, she had a serious relationship with up to 14 different men, and many of those guys died a mysterious death. Kakehi would support herself in between relationships with a job as a bank teller, fitting for a woman who would spend the rest of her life taking other men's money. Her traditional father wasn't too happy that his 21-year-old daughter still hadn't met a man and let him support her while she did the traditional womanly thing and had children. Lucky for him, though, a few years later she would meet the man of her twisted dreams, or so it seemed, and finally settle down. Did she have murder in her mind at first sight? No one can be sure, but there was only one way this relationship would end. Her father was delighted, though, not only because she had settled down, but because the guy she had met soon went from being a truck driver to becoming a very successful entrepreneur with a fabric printing company. They also had 2 kids together, and to all that knew her, she was living a very ordinary life. That was far from the truth, though. She had a bloody plan in mind. There's something you might not know about the fabric printing industry, and that's the fact that something called potassium cyanide, a colorless, sugar-like substance, can be used for dyeing and printing. This poisonous substance would come in handy for the world's worst Black Widow. You might also not know that death from cyanide poisoning can look like death from a heart attack or other natural causes, and the victim can go in a matter of seconds. As any former Soviet spy would have told you, when you want to get the job done and you want to get away with it, cyanide is a wonderful thing. In 1994, when Kakehi was 48 and her dear dyer of a husband was 54, the man was taken into the hospital after suffering from a heart attack, or at least that's what it looked like. After seeing a doctor, he was soon deemed to be in a fit state and he was told to go home. The heart attack had been minor, he was told. He was lucky. Sadly, after checking out of the hospital, he wouldn't make it through the night. After her husband's death, Kakehi took over the business. But over a period of 9 years, she ran it into the ground. Business was never her strong point. Murder was. Kakehi was broke and down on her luck. But just a year after her business failure, a silver lining formed around the cloud above her head when she met a 66-year-old man who worked as a pharmaceutical wholesaler. The unfortunate man had met Kakehi through a dating agency, one of many dating agencies she would go on to use. The relationship lasted around 3 years, but then the love-struck gentleman died suddenly from what was thought to be a stroke, another type of death that cyanide poisoning can mimic. To those that knew Kakehi, it was starting to look like she had some pretty bad fortune when it came to husbands. At least they thought she inherited fortunes when her beloveds passed, before their time was rightly up. The problem was, whenever she got hold of her lover's cash, she squandered it, making bad decisions on stocks and investments. Kakehi mourned her loss in public, but at home, she soon began cooking up her plan to meet another guy. She was no spring chicken at this point and was approaching 60, but in a country where people tend to live a long time, there was no shortage of aged, single, lonely men. The lonely old man industry in Japan was booming then, and still is today. Her modus operandi never changed. She would get spruced up for the photo and tell the agency she was looking for a childless man who was self-made and financially secure, or at least must earn above $80,000 a year. He had to have his own place, although she always said she didn't much mind if the man had a pre-existing health issue, and she would of course take care of him if need be. She soon met the ideal man, a 75-year-old named Toshiaki Yamamoto. He was down on his luck and feeling all alone when Kakehi seemingly became his perfect match. The guy was smitten with her, obsessed with her sultry charms and her way of making him feel wanted and secure. Unfortunately, the relationship didn't last long, and this old boss who ran an agricultural cooperative suddenly dropped dead from a heart attack just 3 months into their marriage. We don't need to tell you by now that he didn't die of a heart attack. While married to Yamamoto, she had met a man by the name of Toshiaki Suehiro. Yep, she was a cheat, and it wouldn't be the last time she'd cuckold a guy. In 2007, Suehiro suddenly collapsed in the street, as one might do when they've been poisoned with cyanide. But the man didn't die right away this time, and for 2 years he was kept on life support. He would, however, die of cancer, a convenient turn for Kakehi. In 2011, she met the wonderful Mr. Masanori Honda, a man who also ticked all the boxes at the dating agency that Kakehi was using. The two got engaged after 6 months, and just as love was blossoming, the man went out for a bicycle ride and never came back. The cause of death was said to be an abnormal heart rate, or what's known as arrhythmia. There wasn't really a pseudo-mourning period this time, because when Kakehi was engaged to Mr. Honda, she was also seeing a sickly man who'd once worked as an architect. This man, one Minoru Hyoki, died in 2013 after having dinner with his lover. The death certificate said Mr. Hyoki had died from his cancer, but that's highly unlikely. Something in his dinner might have pushed him over the edge. Just weeks after old man Hyoki met his end, Kakehi married yet another man, and he would be her fourth and final husband, and the man whose last name she would keep. She would have his surname when her world turned upside down. Their relationship lasted a matter of weeks before Mr. Kakehi suddenly died from what looks like natural causes. We should say here that the police and the media don't exactly know just how many men Kakehi dated or killed throughout her life, but what was becoming quite apparent was the fact that this woman had something of the Medusa touch in her. The fact didn't escape the media, and not long before Kakehi was finally arrested, she was interviewed by a Japanese newspaper. The poor woman was asked about her ill-starred affairs, and it was pointed out that it was strange that so many of her lovers and husbands gave up the ghost so soon after meeting her. Kakehi replied, saying, "I want to know why all these things happened. I want to make it clear. I'm not the type of woman who wishes to remarry. As it happens, people that I met happen to have a strong desire to marry." That, of course, was an outright lie. She was the seducer, not the men. The police were now onto her, and they went to the hospital where her former partner, Mr. Suehiro, had spent 2 years on life support. The hospital still had blood samples from this man, and it was soon revealed that cyanide was found in his blood. Now, things started to make sense. There was nothing they could do about the men whose bodies had already been turned into ashes. When Kakehi was finally arrested, the cops found traces of cyanide in the trash can at her home in Kyoto. The police also discovered medical books at another apartment in the same city, books that contained advice relating to poisoning and the administration of drugs. At the time of her arrest in 2017, she was dating another man already, a guy that had fallen head over heels for her and told the court that she seemed like a really sweet lady. The police even unearthed an email she had sent to him that read in part, "I will stay with you for the rest of my life." What she really meant was, "I will stay with you for the rest of your life." The trial lasted 135 days and hundreds of people queued up to get inside the courtroom. Kakehi was eventually convicted of 3 murders and 1 attempted murder for Mr. Suehiro. As you can see from this story, it's likely she killed a lot more people, perhaps as many as 10 husbands and lovers. During the trial, Kakehi was asked by a journalist, "But didn't you feel fear when you killed people?" With an angered expression painted across her face, she replied, "You are bold enough to ask me such a question?" At first, she refused to say anything at all in court, but the evidence was conclusive. In the end, she admitted to killing her last husband, telling the court that she was greedy and gave other women his cash. She admitted to hating her last husband, although she didn't comment on the other men she'd been accused of killing. When she was told she was going to hang by the neck for her crimes, she acknowledged that and told the court that she would die smiling. She then said, "Please hang me." Alas, she withdrew her statements, and her lawyers argued that she had dementia and didn't know what she was saying, in spite of her being so calculated when finding men and quickly dispatching them to the afterlife. Maybe Japan didn't want to see an old woman hang from a rope, and it hasn't happened yet due to the fact that her lawyers managed to persuade the court that her dementia diminished her responsibility. As we speak, the Black Widow's home is a prison cell. In 2019, a judge in the Osaka High Court rejected Kakehi's lawyers' claims that her dementia played a part in the murders, and she still may hang. The case is ongoing, keeping the Japanese public on the edge of their seats. You've seen our You Versus series, and you've seen our world-famous Who Would Win series. Now we're upping the ante. or jumping the shark maybe, with our new Battle Royale series. And we're kicking things off with one hell of a bang. Today we're putting up 3 of the most iconic horror characters from modern cinema in a deathmatch, where there can only be one winner. Welcome to the Thunderdome. Only this time, 1 man and 2 monsters enter, and only 1 can leave alive. Today's matchup is one for the history books. We've got the legendary dream slasher Freddy Krueger, weighing in at 160 pounds and armed with a glove packed with razor-sharp knives. He can jump through dreams. He can chase you from your subconscious into the real world. He's there anytime you close your eyes for a quick nap. There's nowhere to hide from the infamous Dream Stalker. Also entering the infographics battle arena is Jason Voorhees, the legendary hack and slasher and original teen sleepover camp decimator. He weighs in at over 250 pounds and comes armed with cleavers, axes, sledgehammers, and any and all matter of implements of bodily destruction. He hates teenage promiscuity and partying behavior, so keep this monster off the set of MTV's My Sweet 16. Or maybe don't, because MTV and literally everything it does is terrible. Our third challenger is none other than the man, the legend, the time-traveling, deadite-killing badass Ash Williams. There's good, there's bad, and then there's Ash, the guy with the gun. Armed with his signature boomstick, Ash packs some serious modern firepower, but it's perhaps his famous chainsaw arm that's to be most feared by today's combatants. It can rip, it can tear, it can turn deadite, dream serial killer, or undead hacker and slasher into mincemeat in seconds. So who would win our Battle Royale? Let's dive into the combatants and find out how they each stack against each other. Freddy was originally a child murderer discovered by angry townspeople and burned alive. Since his own murder, Freddy has sought revenge on the townspeople who killed him, and accomplished this by stalking the dreams and nightmares of their children. Dependent on fear though, Freddy has come up with ingenious ways to terrorize new generations into empowering him. In the dream world, Freddy is all but indestructible, with only specially trained dream warriors able to challenge him by using their psychic powers. In the real world, however, Freddy loses much of his supernatural power, though remains a formidable foe. Outside of a dream, Freddy is about as strong and as fast as a professional athlete, but his body is very resistant to damage. He can even stretch his limbs and grow taller, and his body is very resilient to damage but not invulnerable. He can have limbs hacked off and even be decapitated, but never truly dies unless he's killed in the dream world. Outside of a dream, Freddy is at his most vulnerable, placing him in a serious disadvantage in the fight. Still, he comes armed with a glove stuffed with razor-sharp knives, and is very proficient in its use, making him deadly at close quarters. Freddy's greatest strength comes from his ability to terrorize dreams, but if he can't find a way to escape into the dreams of his opponents in this matchup, Freddy might not last long in this fight to the death. Next up is Jason, the ultimate teen slasher horror icon. Freddy may make you scared in your dreams, but Jason will make you wet yourself in real life. Weighing in at over 250 pounds, Jason is a hate-fueled murder machine, hell-bent on taking out his wrath over the counselors who let him drown to death on any promiscuous teenagers he comes across, as well as generally anybody else in his way. Jason's body is all but immune to damage, though he can still have limbs amputated and be destroyed by fire or explosives. Eventually though, Jason will reconstitute his physical form, typically at the bottom of Crystal Lake where he died originally. Able to lift at least as much as his own body weight, Jason is a physical powerhouse and not someone you'd want to go toe-to-toe with. Typically armed with a cleaver, a machete, or an axe, Jason is more than capable of indiscriminate murder armed with nothing more than his bare hands. Jason has one real weakness, and that's an aversion to water. The canon is rather confusing on this point, as Jason has often been shown emerging from and even killing in water, but Freddy vs. Jason revealed that the murder machine actually has a deeply rooted psychological fear of water. Perhaps that fear is supplanted when hunting down defenseless teenagers, but against a master fear manipulator like Freddy and the always clever Ash Williams, Jason may want to come to this match wearing floaties. Ash Williams is for all intents and purposes no more or less powerful than the average human. Weighing in at about 200 pounds, Ash's real strength comes from his resolve and force of will, pushing himself past limits that would break a normal man. When his hand began to go bad on him after being attacked by a deadite, Ash took the obvious solution and simply hacked it off, then replaced it with a chainsaw. That takes some serious guts, and we're willing to bet is not a feat most people would be capable of pulling off. With an inhuman tolerance for pain, Ash is able to push himself to superhuman feats of endurance, once swallowing a kettle of boiling water after having an evil mini Ash jump into his mouth and down into his stomach. We're willing to bet that one hurt on the way out. Ash's chainsaw hand is a formidable close-quarters weapon, and no matter how tough Freddy and Jason may be, Ash's chainsaw hand will make short work of either of the two if they stray too close. At range and in close quarters though, Ash is never without his trusty boomstick. A double-barreled 12-gauge shotgun, Ash's boomstick is powerful enough to blow off a deadite's head or even cut them in half. As a firearms expert though, Ash can pick up just about any weapon and use it to deadly effect. Without supernatural powers, Ash may seem like the last choice for victory, but his tools and pure grit make him a contestant not to be underestimated. We've met our combatants, we've learned their strengths and weaknesses. Who then would emerge victorious in our battle royale? From the get-go, nobody is more at a disadvantage than Freddy, who's gonna have a hell of a time escaping into the dream world where he can wield his full powers. Jason is not quite a zombie, but without the need for sleep, Freddy's best bet would be to somehow incapacitate and knock out Jason so he can enter Jason's dreams and dispatch him from there. Considering Jason's extremely resilient nature, knocking him unconscious will be no mean feat for Freddy to pull off. Ash may seem like a better victim, but over the many decades of his encounters with deadites, Ash has developed a great resistance to supernatural horror. Plus, in the midst of a fight to the death, Ash isn't going to be looking to take any naps anytime soon. Of course, Freddy could still knock Ash out of the fight by simply killing him through ordinary means, but without the use of his reality-shaping dream powers in the real world, that might be a lot harder than it seems for someone armed with a knife hand facing off against a time-traveling deadite-killing badass equipped with a chainsaw for a hand and a shotgun. As we've so often mentioned on this channel, you really don't want to be bringing a knife to a gunfight. Ash hates evil, like really hates evil, but in this scenario, teaming up with evil might be the best path for victory. Jason is a deadly threat to both combatants. His supernatural resilience and strength both make him nearly impervious to damage, and getting in close enough to use his chainsaw hand might not be a good idea, as it'll put Ash in range of Jason's machete. Freddy's got similar problems. When he faced off against Jason in Jason's dreams, Freddy ended up losing both arms to Jason's machete. Luckily, in the dream world, Freddy could simply regrow them instantly, but in the real world, well, machete beats knives every time. We're actually starting to feel bad for Freddy in this fight. The best bet may be for Ash and Freddy to team up temporarily to take Jason out. Freddy is nothing if not pragmatic and would likely even be the first one to propose such an alliance, figuring that the human Ash will be easier to finish off once it's down to just two combatants than Jason would be. In this case, Freddy's ability to take large amounts of physical punishment may be the perfect distraction for Ash to deduce a plan to eliminate the immortal murder machine. For his part, Jason is all brawn and no brains, and as long as he has something to kill directly in front of him, he isn't too concerned with being cautious or watching out for traps. Even simple holograms of promiscuous teenage campers are enough to incur his wrath, so we're not expecting Jason to realize he's being manipulated into a fatal trap. The question though is, what kind of trap is going to be enough to kill an immortal zombie like Jason? Well, while his body might be very resilient to damage, it's not immune to either fire or explosives, and luckily for him, Ash just happens to be a low-key chemistry genius. As we saw when he was hurled into the medieval ages to fight an army of deadites, Ash has a strong grasp of chemistry and explosives, and with an urban battle arena at his disposal, we're confident he'd be able to whip together a homemade IED or two in little time. But Ash is nothing if not clever, and we'd fully expect him to lay a trap for Freddy and Jason that eliminates both at once. Even if not, without somehow putting Ash to sleep, Freddy simply can't do much against a chainsaw and shotgun-wielding Ash. While both Jason and Freddy are technically immortal, if their corrupted souls have no bodies to return to, the fight is basically a default win for Ash, and for the purposes of our battle royale, counts as total victory. Freddy may be able to haunt Ash's dreams after the fact, but Ash's mind might be a murky, dangerous place for Freddy to lurk. Plus, like we said before, Ash has great control over his fear, and Freddy might not find it so easy to kill Ash even in the dream world. In the end though, Ash might not need anyone's help to defeat either opponent. Jason may not bleed out if full of lead, but a shotgun blast to the kneecaps is still gonna drop him like a sack of old potatoes. After that, follow-up blasts to the elbows and other kneecap is gonna completely immobilize Jason, letting Ash carve him up with his chainsaw hand and turn Jason into a copy of Monty Python's Black Knight. The only real danger after that is Ash straying close enough for Jason to bite him, but with a hockey mask over his face, Jason's really just defeating himself at that point. Freddy's gonna end up with a boomstick to the face and then a body chopped up by chainsaw and buried deep. While the fight may play out differently in the dream world, unless either Jason or Ash gets knocked unconscious, Freddy simply got no chance in this battle royale, and neither he or Jason can do much to stand up to the incredible power of a close-range blast from a 12-gauge shotgun. It turns out that guns are incredibly good at their job, and armed with modern superior equipment, decades of experience fighting deadites, and the best one-liners in film history, Ash is without a doubt our triumphant Battle Royale winner. Ready for more death matches? Check out Who Would Win, Pennywise vs. Joker, or check out this other video instead.